Support the author Soul of the Sun, Heart of the Storm by Kvanim 87. Let's begin. Eamon, Tavern. In the land of Tal'Dorei, in the capital city of Eamon lay an unassuming tavern in the night. In this tavern, currently drinking their hearts out, were a band of mercenaries. The group of mercenaries consisted of quite the characters. First of all was a beautiful half-elf woman in blue with brown hair named Vexhalia. Next was her brother, another half-elf male draped in black clothing named Vaxildan. A third half-elf woman with fiery red hair in green clothing named Keyleth was also part of the group. Aside from the three half-elves, a gnome woman in plate mail armor with white hair and a scar across her left eye named Pike. Next was a white-haired human male drinking a glass of wine wearing glasses and a trench coat named Percy. Following him was a half-giant bald man wearing furs on his lower body and a shoulder pauldron for armor named Grog. The last member of this group in the room was the youngest of the group, as he was a young human male in his early 20s. A young adult male with spiky blonde hair and 3 whisker-like birthmarks on each of his cheeks. He was wearing a pair of orange pants with sandals. He wore no shirt showing off his muscled and toned physique, but wore a cloak wrapped around his waist. On his hands he wore a pair of fingerless gloves. And unlike the rest of his compatriots, he was not drinking. Instead, he was enjoying a nice, hot bowl of ramen. Chug, chug, chug. The tavern cheered as his compatriots drank in a competition until Grog finished his ale and slammed the cup on the table with a victorious cheer. Grog wins. Again Percy muttered with a bored tone as he watched the Goliath once more win a drinking contest with the others. Me. Why do we always play drinking games with a guy twice our size? Vax asked with a groan. Because it's the fastest way to get drunk, obviously, his sister Vex said with a smile. Who's drunk? Not me. I'm great. I think we should go to another blurg. Keyleth was saying before she vomited on the floor, clearly drunk. Pace yourself, Kiki, Naruto said with a chuckle as he swallowed his ramen. Didn't you only have one ale? Oh, so Chunky Pike was saying as she rubbed Keyleth's back as she continued vomiting on the floor. How come you never join us on these Naru? Vex asked curiously as she looked at the blonde. Let's just say I have seen how drunks with my skill set act, and you don't want to see that, Naruto said as he continued eating his ramen. I kinda want to see that actually, Vax admitted with an amused chuckle at the youngest member of the team before a burly man walked past Keyleth as she vomited on his shoes. Ugh, watch it, the man said as he shoved Keyleth aside back into her chair. Hey, watch it, nose. Grog yelled at the man. Need better insults, big guy, Naruto said as he finished his ramen. Easy, Grog. We don't waste our time on talking s. Remember? Pike tried to calm her friend back into his seat. Oi, tavern keep. Another round for Vox Machina. The greatest band of mercenaries in all the realm. Vex called for more booze. And another bowl of ramen for Vox Machina's best fighter. Naruto yelled out as he held his empty bowl in the air. Oh, the you are. Grog yelled at the blonde as he approached Naruto from behind. Nut tap. Naruto yelled as he sent a fist into the Goliath's family jewels without even looking. Ooh, you got both with one shot. Good job. Grog yelped with a groan of pain as he fell to his knees before laughter cut them off. Vox Machina? The greatest? I heard you idiots couldn't even rescue a cow from a burning barn. What a ing joke. The burly man laughed as he took a swig of ale alongside his group of friends consisting of an orc, a wolfman, and a dwarf. Let's keep things civil, friend. We're not looking for trouble, Vax said as he walked over to their table and flourished a dagger before stabbing it into the table. Oh, I'll bet you ain't. The burly man was saying before he grabbed Vax by his collar and pulled him close. Everyone knows you're a bunch of pathetic losers who can't get a ing job. Look at your scrawny. Too weak to tickle your own pickle, the burly man mocked Vax with a smug smirk. You offering to help? Vax asked with a smirk as he grabbed the man's biceps. Yeah, I mean no. I mean you. The burly man exclaimed, now embarrassed. Oh, I'm only asking you to give me a hand, Vax said before pulling on the man's arm around his collar for Grog to chop off with his giant axe. You know, Vax, I think he's willing. Ooh, can I keep this? Grog chuckled as he held up the severed hand he just took. It ain't going in my bag, Naruto said, amused at this. Don't just stand there gawking, you louts. Kill them. The burly man yelled from the floor, holding his bleeding arm. As the bar fight started, Naruto ignored this as he went to a fresh bowl of ramen, but before he could even eat it, the orc from the other group smashed his club down on his table, destroying it and the ramen. "Oh geez, now you done it," Pike said with a wince, as while she loved the occasional bar fight, this was about to start something else entirely. "You dare to desecrate the food of the gods?" Naruto asked as he stood up, his eyes covered by his hair as he looked at the orc. "Oh, what are you gonna do, Blondie? You're like half my size," the orc chuckled out. Naruto cracked his neck a bit before. Crunch! His fist shot up, slamming into the bottom of the orc's chin as the orc was sent upward before crashing down into a table below and breaking it. "All heretics must be purged," Naruto said as he lifted his head for all to see as orange flames danced in his eyes. "Oh crap!" Vax groaned out as Naruto rushed into the fray, grabbing the downed orc and throwing him onto the bar top before grabbing a mug of ale and bludgeoning the orc with it. The ale inside mixed into the wounds on his face from each hit with the cup as the orc cried out from the searing pain. "I'll be having orc ramen as recompense," Naruto yelled as he grabbed the orc and slammed him into a barrel of ale to drown him. The orc flailing wildly as Naruto tried to drown him. "I don't think you want to eat that one," Percy said nonchalantly as he held another fighter in the tavern at gunpoint when they tried to stab him, only for Grog to leap onto him in an attempt to save him. "I'll let this guy marinate for a while." "Now who needs oh that is so gross," Kiki Naruto was asking before he saw Keyleth vomit into the open mouth of the wolfman mid-roar. "Why does this happen every time we go out drinking?" Keyleth asked as she made vines appear to tie up the wolfman as Vex was driven into a corner by another orc. This caused Vex to whistle as the wall to the tavern broke open as a bear in armor crashed through. "Good boy, Trinket over here," Vex yelled as she flipped the orc, cornering her to the ground in front of the bear as he was dragged off in the maw of the bear. As the bear exited, another creature entered. A large orange-furred fox the size of a wolf with 9 long tails and red-slitted eyes barged into the tavern and tackled one of the mercenaries who was coming up behind Naruto to the ground and started to maul him. "How was your nap, Kurama?" Naruto asked as he had a dwarf in a chokehold while punching the struggling dwarf in the face as he flailed in his grip. The fox simply grumbled at this before wrapping 2 of his tails around the mercenary's arms and with a quick tug of his tails, crack, snapped both the mercenary's arms completely in half, breaking them as a sickening snapping sound filled the tavern. "Wow, you only broke 2 arms this time. Look at you being merciful for once," Naruto said, amused as he threw the dwarf across the room out a window. Kurama scoffed at this before he pointed with one of his tails at the mercenary he had mauled, who was missing his face. "Okay, so about the same then." "Oh well, can't ask much of you in that regard." "Speaking of not asking for much, has anyone seen Scanlan?" Naruto asked before seeing Percy get thrown through a door, revealing a woman who immediately covered herself in a blanket next to a male gnome with brown hair playing a lute. The male gnome is Scanlan Shorthalt, Bard of Vox Machina. "Oh, found him," Naruto said, amused as a mercenary tried to hit him from behind, only for Naruto to send a back fist into the face of the mercenary, sending him tumbling to the floor. "What the hell is going on?" an older Minotaur barkeep demanded as they came up from the cellar with a barrel before screaming as the fighting ceased. "First you drink me dry, then you destroy my tavern, and what is that gnome doing to my daughter?" the barkeep demanded, pointing at Scanlan. "It's better you don't know," Scanlan said before the daughter pulled him back down to her crotch to continue their fun. "Who's paying for all this?" the barkeep demanded. "Goodness, such a mess. Absolutely dreadful. But I can assure you, darling, Vox Machina will find those responsible," Vex was saying, ever the silver tongue, only for the barkeep to cut her off. "Oh, don't even try it." "Money now," the barkeep demanded, seeing through the attempted lies. Well, you see, we don't have any money on us per se, but if you give me 5," Vex was saying as the anger grew in the Minotaur barkeep's eyes while Vax hid a pouch he had stolen off one of the mercs. Outside the tavern, the team of Vox Machina, including a Scanlan, were tossed outside by the tavern keep, letting off screams as they were given the old heave-ho by the angry Minotaur. Excuse me," the gnome was saying before his clothes and loot were thrown at him. "Thank you," Scanlan yelled. "I had a hat," Naruto yelled before a brown fedora hat was thrown out. "And stay out," barkeep yelled, slamming the door. "I should have figured you would be spreading your rash instead of helping us scan," Naruto said nonchalantly as he took the hat. "Screw you, Whiskers," Scanlan said as he got dressed. "No thanks, I'm allergic to shrimp," Naruto said flatly. Grog burst out laughing at this while Naruto put on the hat. You didn't have a hat, Pike said, nursing her bottom from being thrown down the stairs. I do now, Naruto said with a smirk while Kurama snickered at this. Does this mean we're officially banned from every tavern in Iman? Keyleth asked. If my math is right then yeah, Naruto said as he thought to himself a bit. You can do mathematics? Percy asked with a tone of surprise. Oh, off you prick. Naruto flipped him the bird. Wonderful, we have no money. No place to live. And all for prospects, Vax groaned out. Don't forget no hope, Naruto said as he laid against Kurama as he laid down. Well, perhaps that wouldn't be the case if someone hadn't decapitated the last fellow that hired us, Percy said looking at Grog. Well, I apologized, didn't I? Grog asked as he shrugged. We have a mountain of debts and owe good 3 silver to our name. We need a job. Anything at this point, Vex groaned looking at the pouch Vax stole. I mean, if protecting carts from swindlers and killing goblins for gold isn't getting us anywhere, I don't know, maybe we can try and do some good this time? Pike suggested. Nah, voices of disagreement sounded at the idea from Grog, Vex, and Vax. Pike, ethics are a luxury we currently can't afford, Percy told her. Have you guys ever thought maybe we're not really meant to do this? Keyleth asked sadly, getting looks from the others. I mean, Vex and Vax only care about themselves, Keyleth started. Well, you the twins told her. Grog just wants to murder everyone, Keyleth continued. Yeah, pretty much, Grog admitted easily. Percy barely wants to be seen in public with us, and Scanlan wants, Keyleth was saying before Scanlan cut her off. To bed everyone in the realm. Yes, you can say it, I'm not ashamed, Scanlan admitted easily. No matter how many people sign that petition I made, Naruto said with a pout. I knew that was you. How did you get 10,000 signatures? Scanlan asked. Mostly from mothers and fathers with teenage daughters, Naruto said simply. And Naruto is more of a ramen-obsessed meathead than a monk, Keyleth continued. Hey, I'm also a prankster if you're gonna insult me, get it right, Naruto said as he looked at the redhead. Don't forget a virgin, Scanlan said with a snicker. Oh, off, Tiny. Just cause I don't try to bed every woman I see doesn't give you the right to insult me, Naruto scoffed. Yeah, just because little Naruto wants to wait until he finds Miss Right doesn't make him a wuss, Vex said as she pinched Naruto's cheek with a teasing smirk. Tease me all you want, but at least I don't keep making me eyes to the brooding gunslinger when his back is oof. Naruto fired back before Vex slammed an elbow into his gut. What was that? Vex asked with an evil smile, promising pain if Naruto chose his next words wrong. Nothing, Naruto said with a groan as he held his stomach. Honestly, why are we even together? Keyleth asked, getting silence from the group. Welp, while you're all moping around, I have to go drain the proverbial basilisk, Scanlan said as he started walking off. I think you mean drain the inchworm, Naruto said, taking a shot at Scanlan as he left. I have never gotten complaints, Scanlan yelled as he turned a corner. A few moments later, Scanlan came running back holding a paper. Let me guess, an ex caught up and is trying to knife off your gnomish sausage and eggs? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at the gnome. No. Who would ever want to get rid of this gift to the people of the realm, Scanlan scoffed. I have the list, alphabetical, or Naruto was saying before Vex cut him off. What did you find? She asked as Scanlan showed a paper showing mercenaries were wanted. This is our purpose. Fighting for justice, glory, protecting the kingdom and stuff. And most importantly, lots of money. Scanlan yelled, throwing the paper as he spun and twirled with a flourish before his pants came undone, flashing everyone his and balls as Vex covered Trinket's eyes while everyone else looked at the gnome unimpressed. Sovereign's Palace. The group climbed the many stairs of the palace, still looking roughed up from the night before. We're really gonna see the sovereign looking like this? Keyleth asked, gesturing to herself and the others' grimy outfits. Speak for yourselves, I'm Angie Grogis, Naruto said, gesturing to himself as he tipped his hat as they approached the palace door. Halt! 2 guards with spears stopped their continued entrance until Vex pulled out the paper Scanlan grabbed to show them. Okay, we'll take you in. The bear and fox wait outside, the guards ordered, getting a disapproving growl from Trinket and a glare from Kurama. It won't be long, Naruto told his fox companion. Kurama sat down at this before he glared at one of the nearby guards and snapped his jaws at him in warning before snickering at them as they jumped back in surprise. It's okay, buddy. We'll be back soon, Vex said. Petting Trinket before the group entered the council chambers where a meeting was currently taking place between the sovereign and his advisors. Lady Kima, it is imperative Lord and Lady Briarwood, join us, the sovereign Uriel Tal'Dorei too said with a tone of urgency. Sire Whitestone hasn't been heard from in months, a dark-skinned redhead dwarf in plate mail armor with a scar on her cheek told the sovereign. Excuse me? Keyleth tried to get their attention, but the counselors were too engrossed in their conversation. Until Grog let out a loud belch silencing the council as Grog's burp echoed through the chamber. Nice one, big guy. I think the windows are shaking. Naruto snickered as he gave Grog a thumbs up. I'm sorry, who the hell are you? The dwarf woman named Kima asked annoyed. Vox Machina. You see, it's actually a clever play on words, Percy was saying before one of the other counselors. A pale elf with gray hair cut him off. Honestly, we don't care. Sire, I warned you the notices would attract the scum of Eamon, the elf said with a haughty tone. Excuse you? Vex responded with a terse tone. I think Sir Fince means a foe this deadly requires more seasoned, a blonde-haired man in royal armor was saying before he was cut off. Krieg, don't bother with these drunken buffoons. Guards, the elf named Fince called out to escort out the mercenary group. Gobliner says what? Naruto said with a casual tone. What? Fince asked baffled. Figures, so I'm guessing they top you? You look like the kind of oasis some thirsty goblins would take a drink of. Naruto smirked. This got a big laugh from Grog and Scanlan while Vex and Vax stifled their laughs. Not helping Whiskers, Pike said with a sigh at the blonde as she and Keyleth knew this was gonna go poorly. Oh, I'm not trying to. If they want to boot us when we try to help their ES, by all means they can. Just know you don't exactly have many people lining up to help you. Holier than thou fools sitting in an ivory tower, Naruto said looking unflinching at the council. This one has guts. I like him, Kima said with a smirk. Annoying rabble. Why should we even deign to hear from you fools? Fince asked, more annoyed than anything. Clearly you've never heard of the legend of Vox Machina, Scanlan said as he pulled out his lute and began to sing. Oh gods, here we go, Vax groaned out. Your Excellence tried the best fighters, who've ventured far and wide. But I promise you've never met a troop so qualified. There's Grog, our mighty giant. He's a simple-minded hulk. And Percy's pepperbox can blow apart your ing skull. Nature hath no fury quite Keyleth the Ashari. Controlling plants and animals. She's a magical safari. The twins Vex and Vax. She shoots, he hides in the pitch. They're stealthy and quite deadly. But I forget which one is which. He's Vax, Vex said with a flat tone of voice. She's Vex, Vax said, copying his sister's tone. Pike's divinity is pure. Her hands can always heal. Oh, and did I mention we have a bear? Trinket, no big deal. Scanlan continued before looking at Naruto. Our newest act is a monk of whirling fists. Naruto's his name, a virgin yet to see some bobas. Scanlan sang out, getting Naruto to flip him off. Barely even rhymed, dumbass, and also you. Naruto yelled after a few moments of thought. We also have a fox. A beast with 9 tails. Better make sure he's well fed with foes or else you'll hear his wails. Scanlan sang on as ignored Naruto. How the hell does Kurama get better lyrics than me? Naruto asked Pike and Keyleth, who both shrugged in response. And as for myself? My name is Scanlan, the man with the fat purple hand. My music's a jam. Going ham. You can't stand it. Get some water, hide your daughter. Scanlan started to rap until the sovereign coughed, stopping him. Sorry. Ahem. Brave warriors are we, and far more clever than a fox. They'll tell tales of our exploits in the legend of Vox Machina. Scanlan finished his song. Thank you very much. Scanlan theatrically posed with jazz hands as Keyleth threw up while the council looked at them unimpressed. Boo! Get off the stage! Naruto yelled as he grabbed Scanlan and dragged him off. Give the council a moment, Uriel ordered as the council deliberated amongst themselves. I say we just call in Agar's assassins, Kima was heard saying during the deliberation. Agar had his hand chopped off in a barroom brawl, a guard informed. You can't prove it was us. I want my laomph. Naruto started yelling before Vax covered his mouth. They don't know it was us. Calm yourself, Vax whispered, not noticing Vex grabbing at her head in pain while looking at the council. You're hired, Vox Machina. Mainly 'cause I like the bear, Uriel told them after the deliberations ended. No love for Kurama? He'll be so heartbroken, Naruto said after Vax released his mouth. Wait, that wasn't the gnome lying? Kima asked with a raised eyebrow. No, he's right outside alongside the bear. The only thing the gnome lies about is having no STDs, Naruto said, smirking. Oh, you! Scanlan yelled at Naruto. That was for the line in your song. Besides, it ain't my fault you got the clap from that tabaxi prostitute, Naruto shot back, grinning. I did not. Scanlan yelled indignantly at the allegation. Lady Allura will accompany you to the shale steps. The village closest to the last attack, Uriel informed them, as the council just ignored the banter for the sake of their sanity. So what exactly are we killing and how much are we making? Vax asked curiously. We don't know what you're killing, but once you kill it, all this is yours. Krieg said, gesturing to a golden chest which got the attention of the mercenaries. I'm so gonna buy a ramen shop, Naruto said with gold coins in his eyes. Can't you think of anything more productive to use the money for? Percy asked with a flat tone at the younger man's idea. Oh yeah, because your idea of spending it on lens wipes and black powder is gonna be a real business venture, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. One more question, how are we supposed to get there? Scanlan asked. Follow me and I'll show you, the blonde member of the council in a blue dress told them with a smile as she led them out. This was Allura Visorin. The group all nodded as they followed Allura while the council went back to their meeting. Sire, should I call Lord Minato and Lady Kushina for extra assistance from Spira? They may have some stellar soldiers in training that could assist, Vince asked, still not trusting Vox Machina to do their job. As the council member said this, Naruto shuddered before quickly following after his team as they boarded an airship with Allura to take them to the shale steps. Later, as the airship traveled through the skies towards the shale steps, Naruto took a look out into the horizon as he kept a hand on his hat to keep it from blowing while Vex and Vax whispered to each other before Allura drew their attention. As you can see, the creature has already razed 3 villages and miles of farmland. If this evil persists, the kingdom will starve to death. Allura explained. This mission sounds kind of deadly, Keyleth nervously chuckled out. Well, at least it won't be boring then. I haven't had a good fight since yesterday, Naruto said with a grin. Do you only care about fighting? Vex asked with a sigh at the youngest member. She swore sometimes it was toss-up on whether he or Grog were the most battle-hungry on the team. Would you rather I be soft and sensitive and ask for our foes to kindly surrender so we can paint their nails? Naruto asked sarcastically. Is that what we're doing now? I prefer killing, Grog groaned out. I'm sure we'll both get a good fight, big guy, don't worry, Naruto told the Goliath. This task is dangerous. Which is why only the most noble, heroic, and true Allura was saying before Vax cut her off. Yeah, nobility and heroism is fine and all, but we're in this for money, Vax said dismissively. I see. So it's coin over character. Not surprising, Allura said, unimpressed, hearing this as the ship landed, letting the mercenary group off. The shale steps are beyond that hill. Good luck, Allura told them as she turned away to head back onto the ship. Please don't this up, as they say, she told them before she parted. Thanks for the sweet ride. You'll be back to pick us up later, right? Scanlan asked, only for the airship to take off, with his question being ignored. Yeah, she'll be back, Scanlan said, waving it off as the group turned away. I kind of like her. She's not afraid to ignore the god's gift to Tal'Dorei, Naruto snickered. Have a crush on a council member, do we? Vax asked teasingly. Nah. I could tell she had a thing going on with that dwarf woman, the way they were eyeing during the meeting. Reminded me of you and HRK. Naruto was saying before Vax punched him in the stomach. What was that? Keyleth asked curiously. Nothing. Vax said quickly while Naruto was holding his stomach from the blow, making Keyleth raise an eyebrow before she shrugged. Shale steps. Later, the mercenary group made it to the small and almost empty village as they started their quest to find and kill whatever beast was causing problems for the kingdom. What we doing here again? Grog asked. The last attack was just south of here. We're gonna ask around. See if anyone knows anything, Pike explained as she led the way through the village. Ask around, Grog mused to himself. Excuse me, green friends. Have you seen any evil wizards or giant monsters passing through here? Keyleth asked, looking at a tree. Man, I know she's talking to plants, but that really does look weird from an outside perspective, Naruto commented as the group walked past Keyleth and found a family of villagers. Nah, it was too foggy. All we saw were dark clouds and lightning. We thought it was a storm, a fisherman explained to Vex and Percy as they walked closer. Oh, you didn't see anything, huh? How convenient, Mr. Fisherman, if that is your real name, Scanlan told the villager with an accusing tone until Vex pushed Scanlan away. Let me do the talking, Vex ordered while Pike attempted blessing A to a house at the request of a family. As Naruto followed the group, he noticed some kids nearby watching them. More specifically, they were watching Kurama with looks of wonder, while the fox was lightly growling in annoyance. Be nice, they are harmless, buddy, Naruto said as he patted his animal friend on the head to calm him before he looked at the kids. You're friends with a large multi-tailed fox? A young boy asked as he ran over to Naruto with stars in his eyes. Yup, me and Kurama have been friends for a while now. Been traveling around and fighting bad guys together. I couldn't ask for a better partner, Naruto said as he pet the fox. What about grog or trinket? Vax asked, flipping a coin between his fingers. Do you recall what your sister did to me the last time I tried to wrestle with her bear? Naruto asked flatly. Point made, Vax said with a shudder as he handed an impressed kid his coin after a small magic trick. So you all will take down the flying creature that's attacking? The boy by Naruto and Kurama asked. Flying? Vax asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Something flew over us. It knocked down the big tree on the hill. We heard wings beating but couldn't see it in the storm, a young girl explained. But it was big. Real big, the kid Vax gave his coin to told them. I see. Well, we're definitely gonna try. I'll slug it in the face for you, Naruto said as he sent a few quick jabs in the air in show of speed. Well, you punch fast, the boy by Kurama and him said with awe. Anyone can do it. All it takes is dedication and practice. Here, let me show you. Copy my stance, Naruto told the boy with a smile as he went into a martial arts stance, urging the child to copy him. Now you want to punch not with your arm but turn with your W body. Move your hips as you strike to generate more power, Naruto told the boy who copied Naruto but tripped in his attempt. Oof! The boy groaned as Naruto helped him up. Believe it or not, that was still better than my first punch. I ended up crashing face first into a tree. Focus on keeping your balance. Start with a few slow punches to get the form right and then work on the speed after, Naruto told the kid with a smile. Oi, Naruto, we're heading up the hill. Don't lag behind, Vax called out as he and the others started moving towards the hill. Be right there. Keep it up, kid. I hope one day to see you punching faster than I do, Naruto told the kid with a grin as he ran after his fellow mercs up the hill with Kurama and Trinket leading the pack via smell. The tracks are too muddy to discern, but it looks like it took to the air and flew along the coast, Vex said as the group started to move around a mountain ledge and then descend down the mountain itself. Eventually, as they followed the large tracks, the prints eventually shifted into human-like footprints, garnering confusion until a bush started near them started to rustle. Shapeshifter, huh? That's not a good sign. Who knows what it could be, Naruto said as he recalled his teacher telling him a few things about certain creatures to be careful around. Everyone get ready, Vex ordered as everyone drew weapons on the shaking shrubbery, only for a small lamb to leap out before hopping off. What? A little lamb was behind all this mayhem? Oh, don't let that thing bite you, Vex. Grog laughed out at the situation until Vex fell to the floor holding her head in pain. The lamb hopped away into smoke only for a large blue-scaled covered claw to crash on top of it, crushing it into blood and paste as a giant blue-scaled dragon walked towards the... Of course it's a ing dragon, Naruto gulped as this was another creature his master had mentioned. More specifically, he had told him to either have an army with plenty of ballistas when confronting one or run the away. Oh! 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 Scanlan yelled terrified as the dragon opened its maw as blue lightning gathered in its mouth before releasing in a blast attack on the group of mercenaries, causing everyone to dodge and roll out of the way as the dragon blasted the surrounding forest to attempt to kill them. I suggest we run, Percy said as he took out his pepper box. That we fight. Grog yelled as he ran at the dragon. God damn it, Grog! Naruto yelled as he ran after the barbarian as he raised his axe only to get swatted away effortlessly by a dragon's claw, sending him nearly crashing into Naruto, who sidestepped it. Grog's down! Naruto yelled as he started to dash in as his hands started to glow with white and orange flames as Kurama snarled alongside him as the fox opened its mouth as flames gathered in its mouth. With a roar, Naruto sent a radiant orb of light and flame at the dragon from his hand while Kurama blasted out a small fireball at the dragon. The two attacks crashing into the scaled beast alongside Percy's bullet, Vex's arrow, and Scanlan's giant purple magic fist. Despite the combined attacks hitting, they didn't leave so much as a scratch, barring a few scorched scales, as the dragon reared back another lightning breath attack as everyone continued to attack while Keyleth hyperventilated in terror. Keyleth, snap out of it, Vex yelled, shaking the druid out of her fright. Alright, Keyleth yelled as she summoned up her magic as the clouds began to swirl above them and thunder cracked the sky before Keyleth with a roar as everyone went beside her brought her hand down as lightning crashed down on the dragon. You do realize that thing's obviously using lightning, right? Naruto asked as the smoke cleared, revealing an unharmed dragon. Did I just make it worse? Keyleth asked in horror. You didn't make it better, Naruto told her honestly as Pike stepped in front of them, making a large golden magic shield as the dragon blasted the mountain above them to drop debris on them. Seeing its victims defeated and bloodied under debris and smelling the blood, the dragon roared once more before it left, flying away from the mercenaries it had slain. Get me out. I'm trapped under Grogs. Scanlan yelled under the rubble. Or would have slain if not for Keyleth's vines, Naruto, and Grog pushing off the rubble. So this is what rock bottom feels like, Percy said as he was on the bottom of a pile up with everyone else on top of him. At least we're still alive. Thank the Everlight, Pike said with a sigh of relief. And thanks to Keyleth for the giant shrub. But did you have to make it so thorny? Vax asked as he pulled a thorn out of his cheek. That dragon. We almost died, Keyleth said, horrified and scared. But we didn't die cause of you, Keyleth, Pike told the scared druid. Well, at least it wasn't boring, Naruto as he pushed a hand through his hair before pausing. Has anyone seen my hat? Naruto asked. I think that's it, Grog said, seeing a piece of burning brown fedora nearby. No, my hat. Naruto yelled in despair as he ran to grab the burning hat, only for it turned to ash as soon as he made to grab it. Nice to know your priorities are just as the rest of us, Vax told the blonde with a flat tone of voice. It was so young. It had so much life left to live, Naruto cried out while Kurama facepalmed. It was a hat you got from a tavern, let it go, Scanlan said, scoffing at this. Never. Naruto yelled out in defiance. Grog, you're hurt, Keyleth said, looking at the Goliath. Nah. Just a flesh wound. No big. Question, is this normal? Grog asked, removing a hand from his wound for blood to spew from. Oh, the others jumped back in shock. Hold still, old friend, Pike told Grog as she went to heal his open wound magically. Oh, I feel better already. Thanks, Pikey, Grog thanked the gnome cleric. Ooh, that took a lot out of me, Pike admitted as before she started to faint until Scanlan caught her. I got you, Scanlan told her as he caught her as she fell thanks to her exhaustion. Oh, thanks. You can let go of me now, Pike told Scanlan. Oh yes, Scanlan awkwardly let her go and looked away. Don't let him access any of your Pike, Naruto told the gnome cleric as he sat before the remnants of his burned hat and started to pray. Okay, Uriel and all of this. We're done here, Vax declared, ignoring Naruto's joke as he turned serious. What? Naruto asked as he stood up from the remains of his torched hat. We didn't sign up for certain death, Vax told them, still serious about the situation. Must I remind you that we gave our word to the council? That should probably mean something, Percy responded. Oh, who gives a soggy about the council? The only word I care about are Scanlan, Shorthalt, Scanlan said, gesturing to himself. 2 words, Naruto said with a flat tone of voice. I'm aware, but you know what I'm saying, Scanlan said. Yeah, what have those idies ever done for us? Except give us a job and a bunch of gold and treasure and stuff, Grog huffed in agreement. Technically they haven't given us that yet, Naruto said as he pet Kurama a bit. We fought a lot of things, but a dragon? An actual dragon? Keyleth asked, still terrified. Yeah, my old teacher told me that dragons were on the top of the list of creatures you don't want to with. Though then again he also had drunk women during their time of the month as number 2. So take that with a grain of salt, Naruto said with a nod at Keyleth. It's not about the council or the contract. It's about these people. They need us. We can't just run away, Pike told them. This is why I hate traveling with holy people. They're too goddamned good, Percy grunted out as he put his hand to his forehead. Pike, this creature is beyond us. When Vax and I were young, one of those monsters killed our mother. I've studied dragons my entire life, hoping to find the one that did it. I can feel when they're close. A horrid pain in my head. Vex explained. Naruto frowned at this as he knew Pike was right before his eyes widened slightly as Vex's words registered. Wait, you grabbed your head back at the council? Yes. I felt it there too at the palace. Vex said as she nodded at this. You're just telling us this now? Scanlan asked, annoyed at being kept in the dark on this. I'm sorry. I wasn't certain until the dragon. It's been years since Mother Vex was saying before she turned away, getting overcome with emotion. Are you sure, Vexalia? Vax asked his twin. I know what I felt. Someone on the council is in league with the dragon or something, Vex said as she looked at the group. Or they are the dragon in disguise. Regardless if someone is working with that dragon, my money is on that friendly guy with the armor, Naruto said with a scowl. General Krieg? Why would you think it is him? Pike asked curiously. Guy was way too friendly to us when we showed up for the job. I don't trust it, Naruto admitted. What's wrong with that? Scanlan asked the blonde curiously. Because we have a reputation as a bunch of ups. So why the hell would a respected military leader want a group of drunks to do a good job over seasoned soldiers or other notorious warriors? Naruto pointed out. Way to stay positive about the team, Whisker, Scanlan said with a flat tone of voice. Whoever it is doesn't matter. We walk away from all of this. You heard my sister. It's not worth it. One of them might be working with the monster, so let's just get the hell out of here and never set foot in Eamon again. Can we all agree on that? Vax asked as he, Vex and Trinket turned to descend the hill with Percy and Scanlan following before Naruto, Grog, Pike, Keyleth, and Kurama reluctantly followed. Later, after a bit of walking, the group of adventurers slowly made their way back to the village they had been in just earlier in the day. As they approached the village, it started to rain hard, and as they approached the village itself, they saw burn marks scarred into the ground of the village from lightning. No, it wiped them all out? Pike asked, horrified. Naruto looked around at the village before pausing as he saw what looked like the charred remains of a small child that had its fist out in the middle of the street. His legs missing and no life behind his eyes as he laid unmoving. Naruto's eyes widened at this before he frowned, while Kurama approached and looked at the body alongside his companion before also scowling. We could have stopped all this, Vax said after he and the others failed to save another child who succumbed to his wounds. The dreary atmosphere was interrupted as Scanlan played his lute, drawing attention. What the hell are you doing, Scanlan? Vax asked, not in the mood to hear music after seeing the carnage they failed to stop. Thinking of a rhyme for dead dragon. "'Cause I guess we're killing one," Scanlan said, turning serious. "For once I agree with you, Scanlan. I'm not one for revenge, but in this case, I'll make an exception," Naruto said as he clenched his fists in fury after turning away from the dead child. I'm terrified out of my mind, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm in," Keyleth said. "I don't like losing. But now I'm feeling things on the inside. They don't feel right, so yeah, I'm with you," Grog said as he stood up. "That was actually well stated, Grog," Percy said, impressed. "What was?" Grog asked, confused. Never mind. Count me in as well," Percy said as he looked at the group. "You guys were doing this," Pike said as she steeled her resolve. "You all realize we're gonna die a truly horrible death, right?" Vex asked the group. "Perhaps, sister. But we'll die gloriously. And we'll kill Angie," Dragon Vax said as he tightened his grip on a bloodied coin he had given to one of the children that died. "For this village and for my hat, let's go rip apart an overgrown lizard and tear its wings off," Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles. The next day, back at Eamon at the palace. After a trek back to the palace, the mercenary group returned back to the palace, which was in the middle of a council. "Seems your band of fools have gone missing. Safe to say you sent Vox Machina to their doom," Fince said as he looked at Krieg. "Doom? We don't know the meaning of the word," Scanlan declared dramatically as he announced the team's return. "I don't," Grog admitted. "Also, you call us fools when you look like you could pass for some kind of ghoul, ow." Naruto was yelling before Pike quickly elbowed his knee, making him flinch. "Sovereign, hold onto your crown. The monster is none other than a blue Drago," Scanlan was saying before the council interrupted him. "We know the entire council told them together." "Did you kill it?" Allura asked the team. "We're still working on a plan to rip apart the overgrown gecko. After all, considering it ate out pretty fast when we showed up must mean it's pathetically weak and fears us," Naruto said with a smirk as he looked at the council, hoping his mockery would get a result from Krieg or whoever to out themselves. "Haha, the young monk has heart." Krieg laughed hearing this. "He's a fool like the rest of his group." "Sire, perhaps if we make an offering to this dragon," Fince said with a coffee before looking at the council. "Sure, go offer your pale flat. I'm sure it'd love to use you as a warmer." Assuming it even has genitals, I mean. Seemed like it was a less coward, Naruto told the elf with a smirk. Why not offer it Angie a pint and shake its hand too? Vax asked sarcastically. A dragon cannot be bartered with. If it desires destruction, it will not relent, Vex told them. You heard her, sire. You know what must be done, Krieg told Uriel. But what if it attacks the city? We'd be sitting ducks, Kima told them. What would you have me do? Let it burn more farmland? Slaughter more innocents? No, we will bring the fight to it on our terms. General, you may move your soldiers at dawn, Uriel ordered Krieg. But sire, Kima was trying to say, but Uriel cit her off. I have made my decision, Lady Kima, Uriel told her, uncaring, and making her cease her speaking. This council is adjourned, Uriel told them as he walked off as the guards escorted Vox Machina out, while Vex continued to regard Vince with suspicion. The group exited the palace to see two guards cuddling Trinket before they immediately stopped to head back to their duties, while Kurama scoffed at this as he laid down nearby. Oh, stop, Trinket isn't a sellout just because he's cuddly, Naruto said with an eye roll at Kurama's attitude. I felt it again. That same feeling in my head around the dragon. There must be a connection. One of them must be working with that, Vex said, getting everyone on task. I bet it's Allura. I never trust anyone prettier than me, Scanlan said. I knew it, Grog said in agreement with Scanlan. Yeah, and the fact that she's a D-cup has nothing to do with it, Naruto said with a scoff at this. No, you dipshits, it's Vince, Vex said as she looked at the two with a facepalm. The creepy one. Looked like a withered piece of scrap leather? Percy supplied to help Grog. I like why and mouthy Percy. Where has he been all this time? Naruto chuckled at this. I didn't catch anyone's name, Grog chuckled out. I still say it being that ghoul-looking is too obvious, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. Yeah, but seeing as you're the newest member of the group, you don't really get a vote without proof, Scanlan said with a grin. That's bullshit. I say we mutiny. I will not be denied my vote by a gnome who stole my sickle in the night to trim his hair. Naruto yelled. What? I was just trimming the bush a bit with it, Scanlan said with an eye roll. You used it on your pubes? Naruto asked with a calm tone. Yeah, it needed a trim, hey, Scanlan said before having a sickle thrown at his head, which he ducked under. I demand a new sickle, you poor excuse for a lyricist. You can keep that one. I would also like to request acid to burn my hand from having to touch that thing, unknowing of the horrors it's seen, Naruto said as he shuddered at this as he wiped his hands on his pants in disgust. Anyway, Vax, you Pike and Naruto can go to Gilmore's to buy a weapon to kill a dragon. Vex ordered, ignoring the blonde. With what? We're flat ing broke. Vax reminded her. Well, you are, Naruto said as he held up his own bag of holding and shook it for emphasis. You've had money this time? Percy asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Gotta pay for my ramen somehow. Naruto said with a shrug. Then it probably ain't much. Vax, go turn on the charm with Gilmore. With the way that man dotes on you, I'm sure he'll love to help us, Vex ordered. Oh goody, I could use a chance to watch Vax embarrass himself. You have your chastity belt, right? Naruto asked Vax as he and Pike followed the half-elf down the stairs while Scanlan and Grog burst out laughing at the blonde's dig at the half-elf. Ida, Vax said as he, Pike, and Naruto started to head to Gilmore's. I think that kid is growing on me, Scanlan said with a chuckle as he had to admit Naruto's comebacks were good. Later on, Vex, Pike, and Naruto headed to a very eccentric and purple-colored shop called Gilmore's Glorious Goods. You have entered a realm of mystery, of magic, of marvel. Welcome to Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Enchanted curios and magical artifacts at discounted prices. I take gold, silver, platinum, and gasps, why if it isn't the mysterious Vaxildan. Oh, I was hoping you'd swing back through again, the man behind the counter introduced and laughed as he approached and hugged Vax before pecking him on the cheeks. Glad to see you've lost none of your charm, Gilmore, Vax said with a grin. Oh, listen to you. Don't stop. I can take it, Gilmore laughed out, still flirting with the half-elf. Ahem. You're not alone, innocent present, Pike said, as she cleared her throat before gesturing to Naruto. Hey, I'm not that innocent, Naruto said as he slightly scowled in annoyance as Pike tended to treat him like a younger sibling, which he didn't mind up to a point. Oh, and who's this cutie? A new handler? Gilmore asked with a raised brow. Name's Naruto. I joined Vax's team around 9 months ago. Naruto said as he waved at the shopkeeper. 10 months and 3 weeks, but who's counting how long we've been dealing with his lunacy, Vax said as he sighed. Do I need to dye your hair again? I'm sure Gilmore would love to see you rock purple hair, Naruto asked the rogue. I knew that was you little mother, Vax was saying before Gilmore cut them off. Now before you have a fight in my shop, we should settle what brought you in. Tell me, are you here for business or pleasure? Gilmore asked placatingly as he walked over to his desk. Business, I'm afraid. Need information on blue dragons. Particularly how to kill them, Vax explained as Pike looked at a book on a shelf and Naruto looked at a weapon on a shelf. Well, for 20,000 gold Ely sell you this handy-dandy magic lance of dragon slaying. A fantastic bargain, Gilmore said as he summoned a large lance with a golden hilt. We can't presently afford such a weapon, but perhaps some advice for a tiny fee, Vax admitted. Hopefully what you're offering isn't too tiny, Gilmore said as he put away the lance. I don't know, Vax, does your equipment measure up to what Gilmore is after? Naruto asked with a smirk. Off, Vax said before throwing 2 silver coins on the table to Gilmore. I suppose size isn't everything, Gilmore said. We need to know if blue dragons have any weaknesses, Vax told the magic item curator. Weaknesses, Well, to start, they're egomaniacs. They hate being insulted and have tremendous vanity. Not that I can relate, Gilmore joked as Vax chuckled. Hi, still here with an innocent person, Pike said as she pointed at Naruto. Pike, you literally saw me punch a guy's head off when we met, Naruto said with an eye roll. Well, at least we know dragons hate being insulted and are vain. We can throw Naruto at him, and within minutes the dragon will slit his own throat, Vax quipped with a grin. You joke, but I am totally on board to try that, Naruto admitted with his own grin. Please don't. Do you have any ways to kill them? Pike said to the blonde before turning to Gilmore. Honestly, there's no simple way to kill a dragon. Even in tomes of old, legends of their destruction are largely poetic drivel. Gilmore said as he opened an old tome. He summoned the Harem shall only find defeat in the gorge where twin rivers meet. See, cute, but Gilmore was saying as he placed the tome on the desk for them to read. Useless, Vax admitted as he shook his head. While dragon anatomy is a topic for many a scholar, anyone close enough to find out seems to get themselves snapped up, Gilmore explained as he made a magical construct of a small dragon which attacked Vax for emphasis before fading away. Sorry I couldn't be more helpful, but you get what you pay for? Gilmore said as he sat down. Gilmore, this is all very helpful. Even the bull, if we survive this I owe you dinner, Vax told him with a nod. You owe me more than that, my handsome half-elf, Gilmore said with a suave grin. Okay, foreplay's over, we should probably go find our friends, Pike suggested as she grabbed Vax. You two go on ahead. I see a couple things I can afford for the fight that may be useful, Naruto told them as they left the shop. Leaving Naruto alone with Gilmore. Well, now I wonder what caught your eye, oh missing heir of the Namikaze family, Gilmore said with a grin at the blonde who froze at that. How did Naruto was asking before Gilmore held up a hand. Oh honey, I've met your folks before. You think I wouldn't recognize someone who looks like a carbon copy of Minato with Kushina's features? You even have Minato's hair, Gilmore asked with a grin. I see. And what are you going to do with this information? Naruto asked warily. Easy nothing. Gilmore exclaimed cheerily. You what? Naruto asked blinking. What my patrons have going on in their personal lives isn't any of my business. I just happen to recognize you based on their looks and rumors of their son, missing for the last 5 years, Gilmore said simply. I see. Naruto let out a breath of relief at this. I would recommend letting your family know you're okay at some point. I know they were still desperate to hope you were alive and well. Gilmore suggested. They wouldn't understand why I left. I didn't want to lead a life of some noble in power. I craved the thrill, the adventure, the fight. I don't regret leaving. But some days I do regret how I left. Sneaking out under the cover of night to stumble blindly through a forest? Not my best plan, and some days I wish I had been up front with them about my wish to be free of the responsibility. Naruto said as he sighed and shook his head. Maybe, maybe not. Regardless, eventually you will have to let them know you're all right at some point. I mean, relatively given you're about to go fight a dragon to what is ostensibly your demise, mind you, Gilmore suggested. Yeah, I should. Say, if I do die, can you pass on a message to them? Naruto asked the shopkeeper. Of course, and this one is for free, Gilmore said with a grin. Seriously? Naruto asked, surprised at the offer. But of course after all me doing a favor is more incentive to spend here down the line should you survive. Is it not? Gilmore asked, still grinning. Vax is right. You're a shrewd businessman, Gilmore. Now what do you have that can help a monk that won't put me into debt? Naruto asked with a chuckle before he looked around the shop a bit. I suppose you still can't afford that lance, right? Gilmore asked hopefully. Nah, I have a good amount of gold but nothing like that. How about something that can up my defense against lightning? Naruto asked as he shook his head. Lightning resistance, eh? You're in luck, Gilmore said with a grin as he snapped his fingers and a citron ring appeared on the table. This is a ring of lightning resistance. As long as you're wearing it, lightning attacks are only half as effective against you, though you'll need an hour to attune to it. You got 6,000 gold? Gilmore asked, raising an eyebrow at the young blonde. Perfect, Naruto said as he held up his bag of holding and pulled out a large coin purse. This has 6,500 gold in here. Keep the rest as a tip for the help, Naruto said as he handed the coin purse to Gilmore, who grinned as he counted the coin. I think aside from Vax you are my favorite customer now, Gilmore said with a grin as Naruto put on the ring to start attuning to it. Anything else I can help you find? Gilmore asked Naruto as he headed for the door. Nah, that should be it for now. Quick question. When we kill this dragon, would you be in the market for some of its parts? Naruto asked curiously. Depends on the parts, but I'd say so. We can discuss it more if you actually kill the dragon, Gilmore told him. Fair enough. Pleasure doing business with you, Gilmore, Naruto said with chagrin as he turned away. Try not to die if you can and come back anytime, Gilmore told him as he left. Later, after his shopping was done, Naruto met the others by a large manor that had a large ornate golden lock that Scanlan had mentioned he saw Vince enter. Yo, what I miss? What, no sandwich for me? Naruto asked as he approached the group to see Grog sitting on a step eating a sandwich while Kurama was eating some meat. Get a vote, then get a sandwich, Scanlan said as he tried to budge the door. Where'd you get that ring? Vax asked, seeing the ring on Naruto's finger. Decided to gear up for the fight now, I'm as broke as the rest of you. Naruto admitted as that ring had set him back, so he only had like 10 gold left after he tipped Gilmore out. You blew your money on a ring? Vex asked with a quirked eyebrow. A ring that makes me resistant to lightning, Naruto said as he flexed his hand a bit. Huh, not a bad idea, Keyleth said as she nodded at this. How much did that cost? Percy asked, knowing something like that couldn't have been cheap. Let's just say I'm glad Gilmore is a friend, cause I'd hate to see what he charges to those who him off, Naruto admitted to himself. A sturdy lock. Nothing a little magic song can't fix. Open your back door, baby. Loosen your hinges, I'll show you my key. Scanlan sang out as he played his lute to try and open the door. Unfortunately, his magic song had no effect as he tried to push the door open. What if I heat the metal and melt the lock? Keyleth asked as she cast heat metal on the lock, which due to Scanlan pushing on set his shirt on fire. What the hell, Keyleth, this is imported silk, Scanlan yelled out as he patted the fire out. The lock doesn't seem to be magical, Pike said as she tried to sense magic from it. Can you people do nothing right? It's just a damn door, Vex asked, baffled and irritated. Then stand back, I'll punch it open, ow ow ow. Naruto said as he approached the door before Vex grabbed him by his ear and twisted it, stopping him. We need to do this without announcing we're here, Vex told him as she let go of his ear. What? Oh God, I can't hear anymore, Naruto asked in an exaggerated way as he held his hand to his ear, obviously exaggerating. Oh, for the love of, Vex rolled her eyes while Vax grabbed the toothpick from Grog's sandwich to eat the olive off and walked over to the door, using the toothpick as a makeshift lockpick to open the lock with his sleight of hand. All it takes is a little finesse. Amateurs, Vax said as he tossed the toothpick. Finesse, is that what won Gilmore over? Naruto asked snarkily. Vex snorted at this. Vax looked at the blonde annoyed before walking inside with everyone else following. That was my toothpick, Grog grumbled out, annoyed before his sandwich fell apart due to the toothpick no longer holding it together. Wow, this place is fancy, Keyleth said as they entered. Apparently Krieg lives here. He has dreadful taste in art, Percy said, seeing a portrait of the armored general. Oh, I bet Vince is here to assassinate his, Scanlan said worriedly. Oh, you think? Vex asked sarcastically. Why don't you, Keyleth, Naruto, and Kurama head to the second floor, Vex ordered Percy. Why am I always picked? Naruto asked, a little annoyed still from the ear tugging earlier. Because you have a fox that can actually smell things that may try to attack us from the shadows, and because you make a good meat shield, Scanlan said with a snicker. Scanlan and Grog searched the attic. Vax and I will start down here, Vex was saying before Vax moved a rug, revealing a trapdoor after a sound was heard coming from below. Or maybe we all just go check the cellar, Vax suggested. Trinket Kurama, stay here in case anyone else tries to enter or leave, Vex ordered, getting a nod from her bear, and an annoyed grumble from Kurama wanting in on the action. Don't worry, buddy, we'll find something for you to fight later, Naruto told the fox as he entered the cellar alongside the others. Inside the cellar. As the group of mercenaries entered the cellar after leaving Trinket and Kurama up top, they saw Fince rummaging around the cellar, grabbing scrolls and documents and placing them in his satchel. Aha! We caught you, blue-handed you chicken humper! Scanlan yelled out, getting Fince to look towards them as he drew his short sword and pointed it at them. Drop your blade, Scanlan warned as he held his loot at the ready. What? No, you don't understand. I'm not stealing anything, Fince said. Of course you're not. And that sword isn't to murder General Krieg with either, right? Pike asked, not believing the council member. Pike, I think it is, Grog whispered to the gnome cleric. You must listen to me. These documents are evidence. General Krieg is planning to ga. Finance was saying before a sword pierced his back and exited through his chest, impaling the elf until he fell limp off the blade as it was removed. Dead at the hands of Krieg coming in from behind him. Krieg! Pike yelled in shock. Nice technique. How do you stay so quiet in that armor? Vax asked as Vex felt a ringing in her head. Oh no! Vex breathed out wide-eyed as she grabbed her head in pain. He's the one. In league with the Vex was saying before Krieg cut her off. Of course it was me. I championed you 'cause you're a bunch of witless oafs who no one gives two es about. You have been lucky so far, but you have no idea what you have gotten yourself into, Krieg told them, holding up his blade. I knew it. I told you guys that inbred-looking wad was way too nice, Naruto said as Krieg looked at the group. Don't you ever shut up? Krieg asked as he glared at Naruto, obviously annoyed with the blonde's dig at him. He had to maintain his composure in the council room at the Andi's insults towards the dragon, but here he was free to be as Ed as he truly was. Unfortunately for he's the little brother of the team for a reason, and obviously a bit brighter than we should have given him credit for. Sorry about that, mate, Vax said as he rushed forward, throwing his daggers at the general, who swiped the flying knives away with his sword as he turned and ran before the daggers reappeared in Vax's hands. Finesse, huh? Keyleth asked with a dry tone as the group chased after the general. I'd like for the record to state I told you all so, Naruto declared. Brag later after we buy you some ramen. Scanlan yelled as they ran down the corridor and entered a private study to see Krieg not there at all. But no exit within the room. He had vanished seemingly without a trace. He's gone, Scanlan said, blinking in surprise. Quite the keen observation, Scanlan. There must be a hidden exit or trapdoor. Fan out, look for a fulcrum, Percy said as everyone entered the room and started to search. Wait, a room? Grog asked as he looked at Percy, confused. I mean, that's what I heard, Vax piped in with a smile. Same, Naruto said as he looked at a bookshelf and moved it to see if there was a hidden switch or door behind it. A lever, a button. Just stand over there, Grog, and don't touch anything, Percy ordered, pointing towards a painting on the other side of the room. Whoa, you guys. Everything in this room is magical. Where do we even start? Pike asked as she used her ability to look at the room for any magic traces. Hey, if this place is full of magical items, I say we loot the place and sell it, Naruto said as he smiled after hearing Pike's observation. This caused Vex, Percy, and Keyleth to look at him with flat looks on their faces. What? We're gonna kill him anyway, and maybe we'll find something useful to kill him, Naruto pointed out. And how do you plan to disarm any traps he no doubt left in the room? Percy asked, raising an eyebrow at the blonde. Hey Scanlan, I need a gnome shield, Naruto called out. You ask Grog instead for a Goliath shield, Scanlan told him with an eye roll. I would, but he's drooling over that painting, Naruto said, pointing at Grog going gaga over a painting of a dragon-born woman. This guy really has a thing for dragons, Keyleth said, looking at a carpet with 5 dragon heads of 5 different colors. Most likely a reference to the dragon goddess Tiamat, before turning to see Grog going wild for the painting. Grog, it's rude to stare. Hey, you don't see Naruto going crazy over this despite his age and lack of a love life, Keyleth said, trying to snap Grog out of his perverted daze. Well, screw you too, Kiki, Naruto said flatly to the druid as she threw a book at Grog, only for the book to hit him in the head and bounce into the painting. And then go through the painting as if it were a portal. It's a portal, Pike yelled with a grin at their find. Nice work, brilliant really, Vax said as he smiled at Keyleth, who smiled sheepishly while blushing a little. She threw a book at a head. It was nothing, Vex said as she rolled her eyes at her twin brother. Oh, be nice, he's just being a simp for his girl. Hey, that's abuse, Naruto was saying in jest when Vax stomped his boot into the blonde's foot. Complain to someone who gives a damn, Vax told him with an annoyed look at the blonde. Fine, I'll call HR, Naruto told him with a serious tone, before he burst out laughing as he couldn't keep up the facade. Ha! Scanlan laughed at this as he had to admit this was a good one. My arms. Scanlan, look it, they're in the... That is so cool, Grog exclaimed as he had his arms partway into the portal through the painted of the dragon-born woman. Listen, if we are going to do this, it's going to have to be as a team, organized, Vex said to the team with a firm tone of voice. We don't do organized, Naruto said as he looked at the half-elf. Kid's right, look at us. We're Vox Machina. We up, Scanlan declared with a smirk. Can we at least try? Vex asked, exasperated. Can we at least go already? Vax asked as he stepped forward towards the portal. Can I at least loot some of these things first? Naruto asked, looking around the room. Get moving. I swear herding cats is easier than you, Pike said as she shoved Naruto forward. Naruto hissed mockingly at this as he and the others entered the portal, barring Scanlan. You know what, guys? Good luck. I'm just gonna keep a lookout from here, Scanlan said as he gave a thumbs up, before Naruto's hand reached out and grabbed the gnome by his hair and dragged him through the portal. Cavern. The group appeared through a green portal into a large, cold cavern. Where is this place? Keyleth asked, shivering from the cold. High in the mountains, I'd say, Vex told her. You gonna be good without a shirt? Pike asked, looking at Naruto. You think I would dare cover up this glorious sight? Naruto asked, gesturing to his abs. I blame you for influencing him, Scanlan, Pike said, looking at the bard. What? Thanks to me, the kid will eventually be pulling more tail than a slow kid in a pet shop, Scanlan said with a grin, getting a groan from Pike. Wherever we are, we're far from Eamon, Vax said as the group approached a cliff and saw that down below the cavern was filled with piles of gold and other valuables. No way, Scanlan said, wide eyes. Gold. Vex stuttered out before she laughed as she, Scanlan, Grog, Pike ran down towards the horse of treasure. We should be very cautious and mine, Naruto was saying before yelling and rushing down towards the treasure piles in a burst of speed as he started shoving gold coins into his bag of holding. Seems excessive for a council member, Percy said. Seems excessive for anyone, Vax admitted. Magic scrolls, potions, jewels, and is this a troll? Scanlan said as he dug through a pile before he threw the last item away and continued to dig through the treasure pile. This is mine. And this is mine. Mine. All mine. The precious is mine's. Naruto yelled in a crazed money, shoveling random coins and objects into his bag of holding. Oh good, he's gone feral, Percy sighed out as he held his forehead. Think of all the ale I can buy, Grog exclaimed as he shoved some gold into a bag with Vax's help. We can get drunk for weeks, Pike said with a grin. Days even, Grog exclaimed happily. Mine, 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 mine. Naruto yelled with deranged glee as he grabbed a chest of gold and threw it into his bag of holding. You know what? Uriel can keep his paltry payment. We're rich, Scanlan yelled as he laid back on a pile of gold and smiled. I'm gonna buy a personal ramen chef. He will follow me around on my journeys just to sate my appetite until I die of a ramen-induced heart attack. Naruto exclaimed crazily as he grabbed more and more gold for the bag of holding to claim. Okay, you're done, Pike said as she approached Naruto to drag him off the new pile of gold he had started to load into his bag. Oh, let him have some fun, Scanlan chimed in. And if they up my ramen even the littlest bit, I'll send it back and expect more. Naruto yelled with a mad grin. I take it back, cut him off, Scanlan said with a look of bewilderment. Wait. This gold didn't fall from the ing sky. This is a hoard. A dragon's hoard. We're in the dragon's lair. Vex yelled out as she looked around, realizing where they were. Oh, we're gonna die, Naruto said as Vex's words registered in his head before he grabbed a vase and threw it in his bag. Really? Vax asked the blonde. If we're dying anyways, I'm dying richer than when I entered here, Naruto exclaimed while Keyleth was off looking at some gems on a wall. Well, at least you will die without regrets, Percy sighed as he rubbed his temples. Well, I've never known romantic love, so there's that. And I would have preferred to die not a virgin at the least. Preferably in between the thighs of a tiefling woman, Naruto said as he thought to himself a bit. The mercenary stared at the blonde's admittance of his preferences on how he'd like to have died with bafflement and incredulity. I am so proud. Scanlan yelled out, smiling, hearing this after processing fully what Naruto said. We can never tell him about Zara, Vax whispered to Vex, recalling an old acquaintance of sorts from their days in the Slayers' Take Guild. Please, she would eat him alive, probably after she slits our throat, Vex scoffed before the gems Keyleth was looking at suddenly broke apart along with the wall as an otherworldly voice echoed through the cavern. Intruders, the voice yelled. I didn't do that. Did I do that? Keyleth asked worriedly. I must say I'm impressed. To tell you the truth, I was certain you would die the moment you met the mighty Brimscythe, Krieg said, as he announced his presence, which was standing on a tall cliffside that was overlooking them. Brimscythe? That's that dragon's name? What kind of edgelord bull name is that? What was Thunder Surge Fleshripper already taken? Naruto asked, laughing at the name. Oh, I'm going to enjoy killing you in particular, Krieg told him, annoyed. You wanted Uriel to send the entire army out of Eamon so your dragon friend could wipe them all out, Vex said as she looked at Krieg. The age of man is coming to an end. There was a time when dragons ruled all of Tal'Dorei, when we ruled the entire world, Krieg declared as he looked at the group with a prideful grin. Did he just say we? Percy asked as Krieg suddenly started to expand in size. Lightning crackling in his eyes as his armor burst apart as he transformed into a blue dragon. Didn't see this coming, did you, Vex? Scanlan asked with a terrified look on his face. I did, Naruto admitted as he held up his hand. And that's why I'll feast on your bones in particular. Brimscythe yelled as he flew to the ceiling of the cave and wrapped his tail around a stalactite before firing a breath of lightning at the mercenaries. The group dodged the initial blast, but the lightning traveled along the ground and crashed into the just managing to evade Grog, shocking him as he fell to the floor. Are you all right? Percy asked Grog as he took out his pepper box. No, Grog said as he struggled to get up after the shock he took from the attack. Everyone scattered and took cover as Brimscythe attacked them some more, Vex taking the chance to fire at the dragon with some fire arrows which exploded against his hide, doing nothing. The tickle. Let me return the favor, Brimscythe declared. Vex muttered before running as Brimscythe flew near them and crashed his claws into the ground, making the cavern shake from his movements. As Brimscythe chased after Vex and Vax, his tail swung at Pike, but before it could hit her, Naruto appeared in between her and the tail and caught the attack. You ain't touching my friend, you overgrown gecko, Naruto yelled as he threw the tail back, making Brimscythe spin to face him. Cute attempt. Let's see you handle this. Brimscythe yelled as he brought his claw up and slammed it down towards Naruto to crush him, only for Naruto's fist to meet his claw, the resulting clash making the ground crack under Naruto. What? Brimscythe asked in surprise at the block. Hiya! Naruto yelled as he jumped hard, sending his fist forward and sending the claw flying away and cracking it off the dragon and flying through the cavern, nearly impaling Scanlan. Oh! Scanlan yelled, freaked out from almost being a gnome kebab. I will grind your bones to dust, vermin. Brimscythe roared as he reared his head back, charging up lightning. How you gonna hit me without your eyes? Naruto yelled as he gathered orange and white radiant energy into his hand in an orb and fired it at the dragon's face. The orb of light exploding as Brimscythe reared back, now blinded, firing off his breath weapon in a random direction. Did you find out a weakness, or did you just flirt the W time? Percy yelled at Vax as he fired his pepper box at the dragon, who was flying around the cavern trying to wait for his sight to recover. Right. Dragons are vain, arrogant, egotistical, Vax was saying before the recovering from blindness. Brimscythe flew towards him and Vex growling, making them run. Well, they can't fight worth a damn either, oof. Naruto yelled with a laugh before Brimscythe's tail slammed into him from the side, sending him flying into a cavern wall, while a recovered Grog went to take a swing at the dragon with his axe, only for Brimscythe to fly away and easily avoid it. The neck. We need to get him on the ground. Vax yelled out after seeing Brimscythe's neck glow from charging up his breath attack, revealing a potential weak point as he did so. I have a plan, Vex declared as they ran to avoid the attack. I'm down for anything at this point that doesn't involve me getting slammed through a cavern wall that hurts like hell, and I think I have a rock stabbed in my cheek now, Naruto groaned out as he ran after them to catch up. Okay, you were right. We don't fight as one. Maybe we do what we do best. Vex said as they continued to run. What? We have no best. Keyleth yelled as they ran and evaded the dragon's attacks before they all took cover behind some rocks. So what, you want us to run out and yell, "Hey Dragon Man, we don't know what we're doing?" Scanlan asked sarcastically, getting a nod from Vex before he smiled, as he now understood her plan. You think you can hide in my lair? Brimscythe asked with a tone of dark amusement as smoke cleared, revealing all of Vox Machina staring him down. Hey taint smear! Grog yelled at the dragon. You're in my way again, you ape! Percy yelled at the Goliath. What did you call me? Maybe I'll squash you too, Grog growled out at the gunslinger. Oh, as if either of you could kill anything. A preening. P-coded P and a witless goon, Vax scoffed. You watch yourself, peasant. Percy grunted out to Vax. Oh, real rich coming from the disgraced noble. Speaking of rich, how's that noble title doing you favors with no money? Naruto asked with a scoff. If the four of you will shut up already and let me kill this inflated windbag, Vex told them, drawing her bow back on Brimscythe. Oh yeah, let's just listen to Miss I'm useful because I have a bow. She clearly knows what's best for the group due to those two things, Naruto scoffed at Vex. Kill me? I am the Iron Storm. You are nothing but insects, Brimscythe declared, charging up his lightning breath and sending it at the mercenaries, vaporizing them all in one strike as the dragon let out a wicked laugh as a massive smoke cloud burst up from his attack. Ahahaha! Pathetic, Brimscythe yelled before his eyes widened at seeing the smoke clear, revealing an unharmed Vox Machina. What? The dragon asked, confused, before they disappeared in purple light and smoke. Impossible, Brimscythe declared, seeing wisps of purple smoke off to the side. Ahem, Scanlan coughed, gathering the dragon's attention as he stood off next to Vex while holding a purple flame in his fingertip before snapping his fingers, making the flame vanish. Gotcha, Scanlan smirked. Now! Vex ordered as Keyleth ran forward. Oh, come on! Come on! You got this! Keyleth yelled as she ran forwards and created vines from the ground, while Percy ran forward and leapt into the air and fired his pepper box at a stalactite to loosen it to come crashing down on Brimscythe. As the stalactite fell on Brimscythe's right wing, Keyleth's thorned vines grabbed his left wing, which caused the dragon to roar as he fired his lightning breath into the air, which caused more rocks to fall down from above. As this was happening, Naruto jumped from rock to rock and soon he was above the dragon's head. D. Brimscythe roared as he fired again at Naruto as he fell at him, hitting him directly, but despite the torrent of electricity hitting him thanks to his natural monk abilities to dodge most oncoming attacks, relying on his dexterity as well as his ring of lightning resistance, the attack barely hurt the blonde monk as he dropped down towards Brimscythe as the lightning blast ended. That isn't gonna cut it. Now open wide, you tie excuse for an iguana. Naruto yelled as his hands were covered in his sun soul energy as he blasted radiant sun bolts from each hand into the still open maw of the dragon. Each orange and white blast of energy hitting its mark as it tore apart Brimscythe's innards as the dragon let out a roar of pain from his insides, getting blasted with radiant sunfire before Naruto ceased his blasts as he landed back on his feet below as rocks continued to fall around them. As the rubble fell from the ceiling, Vax used his acrobatics and quickness to dodge the falling debris before it could crush him. Despite his speed, Vax was nearly crushed under a rock if not for the timely intervention from Scanlan using a giant purple magic fist to shatter the falling rock before the rogue could be splattered along the cave floor. Doing so did throw Vax off balance, but said giant fist opened up to catch the rogue and pull him back. Scanlan's hand. Scanlan sang out as he directed the hand to throw Vax into the air, where he leapt from falling rock to falling rock as he fell towards Brimscythe. Taking out his dagger, Vax impaled the blade into Brimscythe's neck to slow his fall, while also injure the dragon as the blade dragged through his scales and flesh before Vax used the last bit of momentum to slice open Brimscythe's throat, making a massive gash that exposed the innards beneath. Light him up, Vex! Pike yelled as she used her light to enhance the half-elf's arrow as she drew her bow back before she fired it at Brimscythe, her aim being true and striking the dragon in his freshly made neck wound, causing the dragon to roar in pain as lightning surged out of his wound. I will sunder your bones! Brimscythe roared out in a rage as he thrashed on the ground. Look who's nice and low, Vex said, smirking at Grog, who growled in anticipation. Go get him, big guy, Naruto said with a grin. I would like to rage. Grog yelled as he leapt forward, dashing at the dragon, axe in hand, while the dragon charged him. The Goliath slammed his axe down on the dragon's head as it charged up a lightning breath, but in the end it was for naught. The weight of Grog's mighty axe slammed the dragon into the ground below as lightning discharge was let off, causing smoke to burst up. When it cleared, the only thing left was Grog, covered in blood, standing in front of a dead Brimscythe. His head shattered and smashed flat. "Is he dead?" Grog asked as Naruto walked over and kicked the dragon's corpse. "You bet he is. Not so prideful now, are you? That was for the kid and village you slaughtered and my hat," Naruto yelled as he grabbed a sword on the ground to cut some scales and hide from the dragon's corpse, which he put in his bag of holding. "We did that," Keyleth chuckled out in awe at the feat they'd accomplished. "We did that, right?" she asked, wanting to confirm. "It seems being a bunch of S has its merits," Percy said with a smile as Grog ripped off a dragon's fang. "Souvenir?" Scanlan asked Grog and Naruto curiously. "Proof we killed the scaly," Grog scoffed as he put the fang into his pants. "I got you beat. I'm gonna see if I can get some coin for this thing's remains. Also maybe I'll make a belt out of some of it," Naruto said as he continued prying off scales from the dragon's corpse. "Ah, you two are a lot, then we give you guys credit for," Scanlan said to the two. "Yup, I'm a genius," Grog said with a grin. "Yeah, nice call on the lightning ring, you were barely affected," Pike said as she looked at Naruto. "Still made my hair stand up though," Naruto said with a slight shudder as he cut off a claw from the dragon's corpse. Suddenly the walls started to shake as the cavern started to cave in after the battle that had just happened inside the cavern. "Oh, this day," Vex groaned out. "Exit strategy?" Pike asked the group. "Run," Vex yelled as she ran towards the portal out of here while carrying some gold. "Run, yes, run," Naruto yelled as he took off and ran towards the portal with his bag of holding in hand as he and the others ran through. "Wait, the loot," Scanlan yelled, running behind holding a large chest as he ran from falling debris, only to trip and drop most of the chest, barring a few items including a potion, a scroll, and a troll. "We got a ton." "Move, you idiot," Naruto yelled as he dashed towards the down Scanlan and chucked him through the portal like a football. But before he could run after him, some vines grabbed the blonde and threw him through the portal courtesy of Keyleth before she went through, leaving Vax briefly behind, leaving behind a coin he had given a boy who had died to the dragon, which he left behind before he too entered the portal. Finally the group had conquered the dragon and could claim their job reward from the council. Later, back at the palace, the mercenaries shortly after had returned to the palace to report their success on killing the dragon to Uriel, who was ready to reward them for a job well done. "Vox Machina. For your selfless heroism, I proclaim you all protectors of the realm and honorary members of the Council of Tal'Dorei," Uriel told them. "I know, I can hardly believe it myself," he said as he and the other counselors chuckled. "Oh, how I've missed respectability," Percy said with a tone of genuine cheer and happiness. Yes, that's all fine and good. But where is the— there we are," Vex was asking before the golden chest was placed on the floor before them. Scanlan, and Vax immediately went for the chest and opened the golden box to reveal a set of keys and a rolled-up parchment of paper. "Keys? Parchment? Where's our reward?" Scanlan asked, grabbing both in confusion. "You're holding it. The deed to your new keep here in Eamon. We need our protectors close at hand to, protect," Uriel told them with a smile as many of them grinned at the idea of their own keep. And hypothetically, if we sold it, how much would— Scanlan was asking before Naruto slammed his fist onto his head to shut him up. "Okay, fine," Scanlan groaned from the hit. "I'm fine with this reward," Naruto said with a shrug as he put his hands behind his head as Vex took the parchment from Scanlan. "Of course you are. You pillaged a quarter of that dragon's treasure for yourself," Percy said as he looked at Naruto with an exasperated look on his face. "Not my fault, you're all slow. Keep up, next time we have to raid a dragon's hoard," Naruto told them with a grin. "Sister, we have a home," Vex said with a smile, getting a smile from Vax in return. "Wait until I tell my father. The Ashari will never believe this. I bet I'm ruining a moment right now, aren't I? I'm just gonna go over here now," Keyleth asked as she appeared in between the two half-elf twins, putting her arms around their shoulders in her excitement before realizing she was indeed ruining a moment between the siblings. "Come on, Kiki. Let's give them some time to enjoy the moment," Naruto said, pulling Keyleth away awkwardly. "I'm sure that all of your families will be impressed with your accomplishments, especially since word of your deeds will be spreading all over Tal'Dorei." Why, I'm sure even the coastal cities like Spira will know fo your deeds, Kima said with a grin at the group of mercs. Naruto froze hearing these words. They're gonna find me. Kill me. Then revive me and kill me again. As protectors you must understand that the threat is far from over. We suspect Krieg may have been part of a larger plot. As such I have arranged an important banquet to discuss the security of the realm. It'll be quite delightful really. We have a wonderful cook, Uriel explained to the group. We trust you will all attend. In fact, several dignitaries should be on their way as we speak, Allura told them with a smile. Double crap. Naruto mentality yelled in a panic as he started to sweat in fear hearing this. Spira. At the palace of the coastal city of Spira, in the dining room sat a man and woman as they are dinner. One was an older man with blue eyes and blonde hair spiked up, wearing a fine suit. This was Lord Minato Namikaze, ruler of the city of Spira and head of Spira's biggest healing potion production factory in Tal'Dorei. Sitting next to him was a woman with long red hair and wearing a long red dress with a slit in the leg. This was Lady Kushina Namikaze, formerly Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's wife and head of Spira's military forces that enlist to help all of the Republic of Tal'Dorei as decreed by the sovereign and the council. My lord and lady, a man with spiky white hair and wearing a face mask that covered the bottom of his face said as he appeared from the shadows and bowed. Kakashi, we told you to use our names unless it's a big gathering, Minato said with a kind smile at his personal bodyguard and friend. Right, sorry, Kakashi chuckled out awkwardly. What is it, Kakashi? Minato asked, raising an eyebrow. Are we delayed in leaving for the banquet? Kushina asked as she turned to look at the man. No, my lady. We are ready to leave right away, but I have gotten news about the group of mercenaries that were able to defeat the dragon near Eamon. The ones now deemed protectors of the realm. The group of mercenaries known as Vox Machina, Kakashi began to explain. Never heard of them, Kushina said with a scoff at this. You do know one of them, my lady, Kakashi said as he took out a scroll and unrolled it, showing what looked like a group sketching of the mercenary band. I don't know any of these, wait, Kushina was saying as she took the scroll before her eyes widened in shock at one of the members. What is it, Kushio dear, Minato was saying before he too looked at the scroll and recognized the figure. Get the carriage ready now. I'm bringing my son back home. 5 years not knowing where he's been, and he shows up as part of a mercenary group. And fighting dragons no less. He's dead. Kushina yelled as she stood up from the table before slamming her fists on the table and breaking it. Easy dear. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation, Minato tried to calm his wife. That, I'm getting my hammer and armor. Kushina yelled, storming off. No, you gave that life up. Minato yelled, chasing after her. Kakashi sighed at this as he followed after his lord and lady, mentally praying that the son that had run away would be okay when they found him. Maybe. Mountains near Eamon. It was a lovely sunny day in a mountainous area near Eamon. Naruto had dipped away from the keep in the early morning to do some training while the others slept. 45, 46, 47 Currently the whiskered monk was doing handstand push-ups with large rocks balanced on his legs for weight. As Naruto continued his workout, a hooded figure started to approach him from behind, which made Naruto stop and quickly turn around. Can I help you? Naruto asked after removing the rocks from his legs and standing to meet this figure. Silence was all that met him from this cloaked figure. Hey buddy, I asked you a question. Speak quick. I need to finish so I can get back to my friends, Naruto said as he approached the figure. You don't deserve friends, a male voice came from the figure. Did you say? You don't know me, Naruto asked with narrowed eyes as he now walked towards the figure far more aggressively. Anger dancing in his eyes from that comment as his hands clenched into fists. Oh, I do know you. After all, you killed your so-called best one, the figure said as he lowered his hood to reveal a young adult male with raven black hair and cold black eyes as he looked at Naruto coldly. But what stood out was that his skin was pale as if he was a rotting corpse and his neck was mongoled as if broken in half. It can't be. Sasuke? Naruto yelled in shock as he took a step back from the figure. You do remember me. I'm so flattered, the now named Sasuke said with an eye roll as one of his eyes literally rolled out of his head and landed on the ground with a wet plop. How? You died. You can't be here. Naruto said as he grabbed his head and shook it a bit. Oh, I know that, you're the one who killed me after all. Tell me, did it make you feel good to end my life? After we brought you into our lives? Sasuke asked as he reached down to pick up his eye and reinsert it into his rotting eye socket. Of course not. That's not what I wanted. I never wanted to kill you, Naruto yelled out. And yet here I am, dead to the world while you get to live. How long will it be before you kill one of your new friends, do you think? A day? A week? A month? Maybe a year? Sasuke asked. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Naruto yelled as he grabbed his head and shook it even harder. Protector of the realm, huh? You may have the title, but you know deep down you're just a rabid animal. A killer through and through. Tell me, which one do you think will be the next victim? The gunslinger? The Goliath? Or perhaps you'll rip apart one of the gnomes? Sasuke asked with a cruel grin. Shut up, Naruto yelled as he threw an enraged punch at Sasuke, who suddenly disappeared before the punch could land. Keep making your jokes for now, hero, but we both know the truth, Sasuke's voice said as his laughter filled Naruto's head. Stop it, Naruto yelled as he searched for any sign of Sasuke only to see nothing. You're a vicious killer. A demon in human skin. After all, what kind of monster kills his friends? A female voice said as Naruto turned to see all of Vox Machina. Bloodied and battered with Keyleth in the front of them with her neck snapped to the side. Blood coming from her mouth as they gazed at Naruto. No, 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 I'm sorry. Naruto yelled out in a panic as his friends' bodies started to slowly rot away in front of him. Our blood is on your hands, Vexhalia said as her head fell from her shoulders to the ground before it rotted away. No, I didn't. I couldn't. Naruto yelled as he looked down to see his hands covered in blood. The blood of his friends. Still pretending to be the hero. How pathetic. After all, you're the villain. Naruto whipped around to see Sasuke's face inches from his own, as Sasuke lunged for him. A sword in hand as Sasuke brought the blade down towards Naruto's neck. Vox Machina's keep. Naruto gasped as he shot up out of his bed in a cold sweat. No longer was he in the mountains. Now he was in his room at Vox Machina's keep. Just a dream. Just a dream, Naruto panted out, seeing Kurama still asleep in the room. Naruto took some breaths before going back into his bed to sleep, hoping the nightmares and memories would fade. The next morning. Food please, Naruto grumbled as he and Kurama walked into the kitchen area, which also had a dining area where everyone but Keyleth was sitting eating their breakfast. You look like man, Grog said, seeing the bags under Naruto's eyes as he ate some food. I didn't sleep well last night, Naruto said as he sat down and snatched some bread from Scanlan's plate as the gnome held his head in pain, not even looking at the blonde steal his food. Bad dream? Pike asked curiously and a bit worriedly cause Naruto looked really haggard. Nothing like that. Don't worry about it, Naruto said as he quickly took a bite of his bread while looking away from the group. They didn't need to know his baggage after all. It was his to deal with. Morning, everyone. Keyleth said happily as she entered the room with some vines following her through the door as she entered. Why? Vex asked with a groan, clearly hung over. Why is she yelling? Scanlan asked, also hung over. That's not yelling. This is... Naruto said with a grin as he yelled as loud as he could, making Vex and Scanlan groan in misery. I am shooting you for this later, Vex growled out through her piercing headache. I can catch arrows, remember? Naruto asked with a grin. Not if I aim it right up your, Vex was saying before Naruto hit his fist on the table, making her groan from the loud sound to cut her off. Morning, Vax. Keyleth greeted the male half-elf as he walked past her with some food and coffee as he made to sit next to Grog. There's coffee? Naruto asked curiously. None for you, Pike said firmly. Yeah, not after last time, Percy said with a shudder at the memory. For the last time. I'm sorry I set everyone's clothes on fire, Naruto said with an eye roll. Don't forget you yelling I can see through time as you did it, Scanlan said with a shake of his head. Or that you tried to shave Trinket, bald Vex said with a glare. Hey, I paid for that one. Still have that scar from him taking a swing at me, Naruto grumbled as Vax opened the seat by Grog to sit down, only for the Goliath to slam his fist into the rogue's crotch without looking. 7-2, Grog said cheerfully to the half-elf as he fell to the floor. I never agreed to this stupid game, Vax groaned as he stood up shakily from the hit. Wait, there was a game of ball tag and no one invited the undefeated champ? Naruto asked with a pout. Must you? Percy asked with a groan, seeing this. We can't all be aloof, Tidius de Rolo, Scanlan said as he took a bite of some meat. I'm simply suggesting you can all benefit from some well-practiced restraint, Percy told them. Emotions aren't meant to be bottled up. Maybe you should cut loose once in a while, Vex said while hugging Trinket. Yeah, I'm with Vex on this one. Take some time to do stuff you like or do something you want to do. Free the beast, Percy, Naruto said as he nodded at this as he gave Kurama some meat. Still no coffee for you, Pike told him as she went back to her food. ING killjoys. Naruto pouted as he crossed his arms. They then heard some knocking coming from the front door, which then opened, revealing Allura. Vox Machina? Are you here? Allura asked as she entered the keep before she paused as the doors to the kitchen area started to bang. Ugh, it's stuck, Keyleth groaned out. "Engie doors," Scanlan said with a groan of his own. "The hinges are rusted," Pike complained. "Stand back, all of you. I got this." Naruto's voice was heard yelling before. Bang! King of Doors. Naruto yelled as the door was booted off its hinges past Allura's head and shattered against the wall from the force of the monk's kick. "Did I ever get your last name, young Naruto?" Allura asked as seeing the young blonde do this brought back some memories of an old adventuring friend. "Nope. No last name whatsoever," Naruto said quickly, and definitely not at all with shifty eyes at this, while everyone else came out to greet their guest. "Lady Allura, welcome. Hope you didn't feel the need to bring a housewarming present," Vax said as he greeted the councilwoman. "I didn't. Alas, I'm only here to remind you that Sovereign Uriel expects you at his dinner." Allura told them simply. "Oh, that's tonight?" Vex asked as she looked at Allura. "Finally. A proper evening of protocol and civilized conversation," Percy said happily. "This is what you're into?" Naruto whispered to Vex, who stomped her boot onto his foot to shut him up, making the blonde flinch from the pain. "It's more than a party. Dignitaries from across the realm are here to form a new security pact. We must put our best foot forward," Allura told them. "Right, which foot is that?" Grog asked as he scratched his head before throwing his plate of food over his shoulder, breaking the plate. "The other one," Naruto said as he patted Grog on the back while Kurama snickered. "Hey Pike, wanna be my date?" "I promise to be on my best worst behavior," Scanlan said with a grin as he looked at his fellow gnome. "I'm okay," Pike stuttered out as she shook her head at this. "Ha, friend zoned," Naruto snickered, getting a twitching eyebrow from Scanlan. "Lady Allura, we appreciate the gravity of the situation and will present ourselves with the utmost dignity," Vax said with a smile, before slamming his fist into Grog's crotch, making the Goliath hunch over. "Gah! Good one, 7-5, Grog groaned out in pain as he hunched over, holding his crotch. 5, he was just at 2? Keyleth questioned curiously at this. 3-pointer. Naruto said matter-of-factly. "The rules of ball tag are as complex as they are beautiful," Scanlan said. "But when you're the king of the mountaintop of the game," Naruto said, pulling a championship belt from his bag of holding that had the words, "Undisputed Ball Tag Champion, none can touch you," he said, patting the big gold belt. 2 will brief them on royal etiquette and manners. "You have my word nothing will go wrong," Percy said as he quickly led Allura towards the door out of the keep before Grog fell to the ground crying from the hit. "My balls! Hurt so much!" The Goliath barbarian cried out in agony, getting a flat look from Allura as she left the keep. "Well, let's get started. Thankfully I remembered this was coming, so I got us all the appropriate attire," Pike said as she had done some shopping the other day. "I'm not wearing a shirt," Naruto said with a firm tone of voice. "Oh yes you are," Vex said as she looked at Naruto with a firm look. "Have you seen these abs? They were meant to be freed," Naruto said, gesturing to his abs. "Naruto, we don't have time for your nonsense," so Percy was saying before Naruto dashed past him. "Screw you. You can't contain me," Naruto yelled as he quickly took off running. "Get him," Keyleth yelled as she, Pike, and Vex ran after him. Pike holding a shirt as she joined the chase. "Down with the man," Naruto yelled as Keyleth, Pike, and Vex started to chase him around the keep, while Vax, a still injured Grog, Percy, and Scanlan just watched on. "We're women, you moron," Vex yelled as she grabbed at Naruto, barely missing him. "Okay, down with women I see as sisters," Naruto said as he leapt over a vine summoned by Keyleth. "Just put on the damn shirt," Pike yelled as she tried to tackle Naruto, who ducked under her assault. "Never. You're all just jealous I'm better looking than you 3. This is a hate crime to the beautiful," Naruto yelled as he ran out the door. "Get back here," Vex yelled as the 3 women chased him outside. I'll get the ramen trap, Percy said with a sigh of defeat as he went into the kitchen. How long do you think this'll go for? Scanlan asked Vax. Well, he's our fastest member with incredible stamina, but he's also a moron, so. 5 minutes? Vax suggested as he raised an eyebrow. Sounds about right, Scanlan said as he nodded. Should we help them? Grog asked curiously as they saw Naruto run past a window with Keeletha's vines, Vex arrows, and Pike wielding her mace after him. You'll never take me alive. Naruto was heard yelling. Nah, watching is way more fun, Scanlan said as he smiled along with Vax. Later that night, the team was just arriving at the royal palace all dressed up in their royal best, which included Grog wearing a sash, Keeleth, Pike and Vex in fine dresses, Percy and Vax in fine suits, and Scanlan in an outrageous purple suit with a jewel codpiece. For the record, you all, Naruto grumbled from the carriage they arrived in. Oh, relax, you look great, Pike said as she rolled her eyes at Naruto. Yeah, but I feel like a total chode, Naruto said with a groan as he exited the carriage wearing a fine black suit with a long black tailcoat, a button-up orange shirt underneath the open jacket, and some fine black leather loafer shoes rather than Naruto's normal sandals. Well, that's because you look like a total chode, Scanlan said with a grin. I'm gonna ignore that for now but sleep with one eye open. Also, how come Grog doesn't have to wear a shirt? Naruto asked, seeing Grog in a sash. We weren't gonna chase down someone we can't overpower, Vex said with a smile. You didn't overpower me. You used ramen to lure me into a trap, ga. Naruto was yelling before Vex grabbed him by his ear and twisted it. You will be on your best behavior or I swear your next bowl of ramen will be spiked, Vex whispered to the blonde as she glared at him. Yes, Mom, I mean yes, Vex Haliao, beautiful and wise, Naruto was saying with an eye roll before Vex tugged on his ear again in warning. Knew you were into Dami Mommy, Scanlan said with a snicker as Vex let Naruto go with an even wider smirk on her face from his compliments to get out of her grip. Nah, when she gets mean it reminds me of my mom, for some reason, Naruto said as he rubbed his ear. Your mom? Pike asked curiously as Naruto never mentioned his life before the team, barring a few jobs here and there and some training in the woods with his old master for 2 years. Don't ask. She could make a chimera flinch, Naruto said with a shudder. Remember what we went over, be reserved, be charming, protocol, Percy said as Grog and Vax sighed before lifting up their jacket and fur cloth and curtsying. Just follow my lead, Percy sighed out as he face-bombed at the two before they entered the palace to drop off their weapons with the weapon check-in desk. Sorry. If you brought weapons, they must be checked, the clerk told them, making the mercenary group look at each other before dumping the multitude of weapons on the counter, including Keeletha's staff amongst others. Ha, airs, Naruto said with a grin as he watched his friends toss their weapons onto the desk. Well, we can't all be uncivilized brutes, Percy said as he rolled his eyes as they entered the grand hall where the party was starting. Oh, you want cultured? Watch and learn, Percival, Naruto said as he approached the party. Oh no, Vax groaned, already regretting letting Naruto say anything. From Eamon Vox Machina? The announcer said as he announced everyone's arrival, getting everyone's attention. Thank you for the invitation to this wondrous gathering. We look forward to getting to know each and every one of you, Naruto said as he bowed to the assembled group of delegates. This got nods and smiles from everyone in the grand hall while the party continued. Well, what you think? Naruto asked as he turned to look at the rest of his team with a smile on his face at seeing their stunned looks. Could have used more flair and theatrics, Scanlan told him after shaking off his stupor. Forget that. Who are you and what have you done with Naruto? Percy asked, stunned at Naruto's calm and simple yet elegant display. I'm still the same, Naruto, just using some old skills, Naruto told him with a shrug as everyone started to enjoy the party. I smell a secret, Grog said with a grin. Not much of one, big guy. Let's just say I do have some experience at fancy shindigs is all, Naruto said. If you have experience at events like these, then why did you give us so much grief in regards to changing for the party? Pike asked curiously. Easy. For the laughs, Naruto told her with a grin as he walked over to a server who had some finger foods and took the entire tray. And there went my hope, Percy sighed, seeing this as the group separated and began to mingle with the various guests. I see your group is having fun, a female voice said from behind Naruto, making him turn to see Kima and Allura. Yeah, though I would prefer a bar, this could be worse, I guess. Sandwich? Naruto said with a shrug as he offered the tray of the finger foods to the 2 council members. I would think you would be used to this kind of gathering. Mr. Namikaze, Allura said, smirking as Naruto started to choke on his food. Okay, when and how did you find out my last name? Naruto asked after he cleared his throat. Oh please, we were at your parents' wedding and you're a dead ringer for your dad, Kima said with an eye roll. Yes, I'm surprised it didn't hit me before, but after the door incident this morning I put two and two together, Allura explained. I really should have dyed my hair or something before becoming an adventurer. Curse my hubris, Naruto sighed. I must say I'm surprised Kushina let you become an adventurer like she did, Allura said, as she looked at Naruto with a critical eye. Let me? Ha! I bailed on the noble life. Wait a minute, she was an adventurer? Naruto asked, blinking. She didn't tell you? Kima asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Tell me what? She only ever said adventuring is a fool's game that ends with missing limbs or getting your skull cracked by goblins riding in on war dogs, Naruto said as he went back to his food. Oddly specific, Allura said after a few moments of thought. Your mother was one of the strongest and deadliest mercs we knew back in the day. Why, the stories I could give you of the many idiots she beat to death with her bare hands. And most of them were just when she was in a tavern, Kima chuckled out. She never told me anything about her as an adventurer. Naruto said with a frown. Well, she had her reasons after our last mission. You were quite young, but she retired not long after we dealt with a red dragon, Allura continued. She fought a dragon too? Naruto asked, blinking. Well, helped us seal up one, Allura explained. Ha! Take that, Mom, I actually helped kill one, Naruto said with a smug grin. Definitely Kushi's kid, Kima said as she chuckled hearing this. An announcement. Lord and Lady Namikaze of Spira will unfortunately be arriving late for the feast. A message was just received that they have hit a roadblock and must take a different, unplanned route. The person announcing the lords and ladies entering announced with a hawk perched on his shoulder. No doubt a messenger hawk from said lord and lady. Thank you, any god or goddess, for this, Naruto said with a sigh of relief at this as he looked up. The longer you wait, kid, the worse it will be when Kushi gets her hands on you, Kima said as she shook her head. And that is a problem for future Naruto. For now I will enjoy the party and slip out as soon as they get here, Naruto said. How long has it been since you have seen them? Allura asked curiously. 5 years give or take. Excuse me, I think my team needs me, Naruto said as he saw Vex and the others talking to Percy in a corner of the room. 5 years? Oh my, Allura said as she blinked in surprise hearing this. Oh, he's dead when Kushi gets her hands on him, Kima said with a headshake at this info. Should we help him? I mean, Kushina made us his godparents, Allura asked as she frowned. Babe, you know I love to fight, but that is one fight that I ain't getting in the middle of. Not after last time Kushina and I scrapped, Kima said with a shudder. To be fair, you did take her booze, Allura pointed out. She tossed me at a troll by my hair. I was just getting even, Kima grumbled. And how did getting even go? Allura asked flatly. She broke my arms, my legs, and my ribs, Kima sighed out, getting a nod from her lover. So best we don't get involved then, Allura said simply. Meanwhile, with Naruto, he approached Percy and Vex as the next pair of nobles arrived. One was a tall, pale man with silver-streaked brown hair with a trimmed beard wearing a lavish dark suit. The other was a slightly shorter woman with her long brown hair tied up in a bun with bangs framing her face with a dark dress to go with her companions. These were Silas and Delilah Briarwood, Lord and Lady of the city of Whitestone. It's them, Percy muttered in shock. He looked towards the husband and wife from Whitestone. Looks like a typical pair of inbred nobles, Naruto said as he looked at them before turning back to Percy. This got gasps from some nobles nearby. What? I didn't mean you prudes. This is why I don't do fancy parties, Naruto grumbled, ignoring Naruto for the moment. Percy, can you explain what's going on? Vex asked as the others arrived to see what was going on with Percy. Whitestone was my home, until those fiends took everything from me, Percy said with a tone of trying to hold back his hidden rage. Want me to go kick their ass? Naruto asked with an even tone as he could tell this was bothering Percy. Naruto Pike said as she shook her head at the blonde. What? I'll happily do it. I like my odds against a couple of nobles, Naruto said as he crossed his arms while glaring at the passing by couple. Ignore him. Should we say something to Uriel? Vax asked Percy. No. We can't, Percy said as the group looked and saw a servant of the Briarwoods carrying a chest up the palace stairs towards the guest rooms. Looks like they are staying the night, Vex said as she observed the servant. Why don't I make myself scarce and slip into their chambers? See if I can figure out what they're up to, Vax suggested. Yeah, sounds like a plan. But in case of trouble we should have a safe word. Grog's suggestions? Scanlan said as he nodded before looking at the Goliath. Right. The safe word is Chaina, Grog told them. Okay. My safe words, Mommy, Scanlan said, blinking at the choice in safe word. If we're gonna have a safe word, it should be something nobody would expect, like I'm getting fed up with this, Naruto whispered. I am not saying that, Scanlan said with a flat tone of voice. Exactly, it's not expected, especially from you, Naruto said with a smirk as the group approached the dining table. He's got you there, Keyleth said with a sheepish grin. You're all just jealous that I get so much. Scanlan rolled his eyes at the group before while Vax snuck off. You guys look worse every time I see you. Where's Vax? Kima asked alongside Allura as the group went towards the table. He has the S, Scanlan said, trying to think of an excuse. I see. Delightful. Well, if you'll follow me. Seats for the Sovereign's Dragon Slayers. Allura said, leading them to their seats. Directly across from the Briarwoods. US about to get real, Grog said as Percy tried to rein in his temper. Attention please be given. To our Sovereign Uriel Tal'Dorii III and Empress Salda Tal'Dorii, a guard called out as Uriel and his wife entered the dining hall as the nobles stood to greet them. With Vox Machina lagging behind in their standing before they were beckoned to sit. Nothing like a dragon attack to bring us all together, eh? Uriel joked, getting soft laughs from the nobles. Thank you everyone for making the journey in. Please allow me to introduce our dining party. We have Arbiter Duala Juun, Master of Law. To her left, Seeker Assam. Uriel started to go down the list as Percy continued to stare down Silas and Delilah, and not even Keyleth or Scanlan could coax him out of his staring. He said the Briarwoods took everything. Vex whispered to Grog and Pike. What does that mean? Pike asked, confused. We unfortunately do not have Lord and Lady Namikaze with us at the moment, but I am assured they will arrive before our dinner ends. Regardless, we cannot be caught unprepared again. Uriel said as he sat down, ending his speech as everyone began to eat. Percy. Hey Percy, talk to us, Pike said, only to be met with more silence from the gunslinger until she threw her fork at his hand, getting gasps from some of the other diners. My apologies everyone. My friend here has an old injury that sometimes acts up and makes her hand spasm every now and again. Naruto told the assembled diners, seeing the narrowed looks from Uriel and others, and was hoping to keep their eyes off Pike with a deceptive lie. It seemed to have worked as the narrowed and appalled looks shifted to ones of quiet apology and understanding. When did you become such a charismatic talker? Vex whispered to him. When the gunslinger went silent and someone had to step up, Naruto whispered back to her. I'm fine, Percy grunted out, finally breaking his silence. Oh yeah, sure, Keyleth said sarcastically. Percy, I think you should just walk over to the Briarwoods, say hello to break the ice, then punch them in the face. See what happens, Grog suggested. Grog, no, Pike told him as she shook her head at her friend. I don't hate Grog's idea, Scanlan admitted. I like the plan too. Simple and to the point. Naruto admitted. We have to wait. Give Vax a chance to gather some intel, Vex told them, seeing as her brother was still snooping in the Briarwoods quarters while they were still at the feast dining. I must confess I was rather curious whether you would come. Our messenger did not return. In fact, I've heard dark rumors about Whitestone. They say no one travels in or out of your lands. Uriel said as he looked towards Silas and Delilah for their response. Lies spread by drunks and knaves. If no one left Whitestone, would we be sitting before you, Sovereign? Delilah asked as she took a bite of her steak. Perhaps. Or perhaps I might be forced to send a garrison of troops to check on your city, Uriel said as Delilah's face shifted from a smile to a blank expression as she looked towards her husband. You won't need to do that, Silas said as he reached for Uriel's arm as his eyes, unbeknownst to the dinner guests, started to glow golden. You are right. There's no need, Uriel said as if in a trance. In fact, Whitestone needs to be protected. Silas told him. Yes, Whitestone's independence is not to be challenged, Uriel said, still charmed by Silas. This interaction was seen not just by Naruto, whose eyes narrowed suspiciously at the husband and wife, but also Keyleth while the others were distracted. Have we met before? Delilah asked after taking a drink of her wine, looking at Percy, who had been glaring across from the table at her, and her husband getting Percy to pause. We haven't met. I'm Vex Halia. I'm so sorry. What was your name again? Vex asked kindly, trying to bring the focus off of Percy. Delilah. What an absolute pleasure to meet the protectors of the realm. My husband Silas, Delilah said with a smile as she gestured to her husband. Charmed, Silas said with a smile towards the mercenaries as Percy crushed his wine glass in restrained anger. Those are beautiful beads. I have a set just like it, you know, Scanlan said. Beads? I have never seen you. EW. Keyleth was saying before she paused, seeing Scanlan's smirk before she yelled in disgust. Are you originally from Whitestone? Naruto asked as he fought the urge to throw up from what Scanlan had just said. Interestingly, no, we're not, Silas said as he shook his head and smiled a bit. Of course you're not, Percy said with a firm tone, getting the attention of Delilah. Tell me, have you heard how we became caretakers of Whitestone? Delilah asked, getting silence from everyone. Ah hell, Naruto thought, as he could tell that this would definitely be a sore spot for Percy and would most likely send him over the edge. The official story is that the city was administered by the Dorolo family until they succumbed to a rare disease. But I'm afraid the truth is, we concocted that tale to protect their legacy. The sad reality is that the Dorolos abdicated. They grew bored of ruling, and after their children raided the treasury, they abandoned their people to rot, Delilah explained, making Percy's eyes widen only for Naruto's hand to latch onto his shoulder to keep him from lashing out. I would believe that if Whitestone actually traded or interacted with the outside world right after you two took over. Can't exactly take your word for it, Naruto told them calmly as he let Vexalia handle keeping Percy in his seat. This got some murmuring from some of the other guests as this was a fair point. Silas' eyes slightly narrowed at Naruto's words before he quickly composed himself. I must say, I'm surprised a mere adventurer is so well informed on the fact that Whitestone doesn't trade or hire any outside help, the man said as he looked at Naruto curiously. Oh, but it makes sense, my dear, we are talking to the Namake's missing son after all, Delilah said with a smirk. This got silence from the room as everyone but Allura and Kima looked at Naruto with surprised looks on their faces. Namake's? A noble asked in shock, looking at Naruto. I really have to find ways to hide myself better, Naruto muttered under his breath. You're the missing heir of the Namake's family? Empress Salda asked wide-eyed as she turned her gaze to Naruto. Now that I look at you, you are very similar to Lord Minato, though you don't have his professionalism, another noble said as he looked at Naruto and saw the resemblance. Thank you, Sovereign Uriel. It's been a pleasure, but I think we will retire for the night, Silas said as he and Delilah stood up from the table now that all the focus was off them and on Naruto. It was a lovely dinner, we especially enjoyed the company. So refined, Delilah said with a smile as she and her husband went towards their room as Percy's fist clenched in rage from his seat, hoping to attack them for their audacity. Excuse us for a moment, Vex said with a smile as she quickly dragged Percy towards the exit. Yeah, we need to speak with our youngest teammate, Keyleth said with a smile as she walked past Naruto and grabbed his ear and started to drag him away. Holy dude, you're a noble? Scanlan asked Naruto as they all gathered in the hall and looked at Naruto. What? So is Percy, Naruto said, gesturing the pacing Percy, who was struggling to control his growing anger. We will deal with you later, Percival darling. What did we say about emotions? Vex said as she looked at Percy. You don't understand. Percy said, trying to hold back his fury. Then help us understand, Pike told him as Grog patted Percy on his shoulder, getting him to sigh. The Briarwoods, they murdered my entire family, Percy said with his eyes growing colder with fury, as he started to recount the horrors of what the Briarwoods had caused him in the past. Please tell me we're gonna kill them, Naruto said with a scowl at this as he cracked his knuckles and cracked his neck a bit. Percy, why didn't you tell us? Keyleth asked, surprised at what they had just been told. I've tried to tell many over the years. No one's ever believed me, Percy said, frustrated. Wait, Vax is up there, what if he needs help? Pike asked as she realized that these weren't just regular nobles now. Plus he's got the Grog said as he put his hands to his face in horror. Okay, I'll distract. You go quietly, Scanlan said before rushing off to the dining hall and started to perform a song called Pull My Beads of Love. And just like that, I'm asexual, Naruto said with a shudder at the lyrics of the gnome song. Big boba tiefling woman with a fat Vex said with a deadpan tone of voice. Where? I call her Scan. Naruto yelled without thinking before turning to Vexalia. You, Naruto grumbled out at Vex joke. Consider that some minor payback for not telling us you were a noble, Vex said with a smirk. Before anyone could respond, glass was suddenly heard shattering from above, and the sound of something crashing into the palace fountain was heard. Vax, we have to move, Vex said, wide-eyed, realizing it was her brother in danger. We lost the ticket, Pike yelled as they all searched their pockets while I'm front of the check-in counter. Oh, for S sake, you guys catch up, Naruto yelled as he ran towards the exit. Screw it, Grog, Pike ordered as the Goliath grabbed the clerk. Come here, stick, Grog yelled, grabbing the clerk and throwing him towards the wall, nearly hitting Naruto. Sorry, Matt, Naruto yelled, running out the door. Who's Matt? The clerk groaned before falling unconscious. Naruto ran outside and saw that a wounded Vax was inside the fountain attempting to fight off Silas with a shard of glass before he slashed him with his now revealed claws and grabbed him by his throat. There's no way out tonight, my friend Ga, Silas was saying before Naruto shot a radiant sun bolt from his hand at the Lord's back, making him drop. Vax, that hurt a lot, eh? I'm gonna guess from the fangs and the claws and the pale skin you're a vampire, right? I mean, either that or you're just a goth guy who burns trying to tan, Naruto said with a smirk as he joined the fight. Seeing her love now had a scar on his back, Delilah turned her gaze to Naruto. You will suffer for that, whelp, she said as her hands started to glow with black magic energy. Oh, are you gonna keep speaking? Cause that voice is grating enough to make me suffer, Naruto told the woman with a mocking grin before dashing as Delilah sent a blast of dark magic at him, crashing into the ground from an attempt to impale Naruto as the others arrived to help fight, barring Scanlan. Silas! Delilah! Percy yelled as he and the others arrived before he took out his pepper box and started to fire at Delilah, who had disappeared and reappeared beside her husband. Would you look at that, dear? It's the pup. Survived and all grown up, Delilah said mockingly. Step off, Vex said as she aimed her arrow and fired at the necromancer and vampire lord, only for Delilah's magic to intercept and destroy the arrows before they could reach her, before sending a blast at her and Percy, sending them back from the impact. Rhaera, no one kills Vax but me, Grog yelled as he charged at Silas and swung his axe at him, making him back away from Vax while Pike ran over to the wounded half-elf. Save some for me, big guy, Naruto yelled as he joined Grog in attacking the vampire after ripping off his dress shirt and jacket. Was that really necessary? Pike asked as she healed Vax. For more freedom of movement, yes, Naruto exclaimed as he dashed at Silas, sending a flurry of punches at the vampire, who bobbed and weaved the strikes the Naruto alongside Grog's heavy swings of his axe. These are Eamon's protectors of the realm? Silas asked with a mocking grin before he slugged Grog in the face, sending him back a bit before he held up his arm and blocked a kick from Naruto. How's the scar I gave you, Fangs? Naruto asked with a smirk. You will pay for that, whelpga, Silas was saying before Naruto sent another radiant sunbolt from his hand directly into Silas' face, making the vampire burn from the radiant damage and turn away. Careful, I have a bright personality, Naruto said with a grin as he saw the fresh burn on the vampire's face, while he jumped back as Percy fired at the vampire, putting some S in his body. Oh, you think you're so cute, whelp, Silas growled out as he turned back towards Naruto, incensed from his earlier attack. The group noticed most of his wounds healing, but a scar still on his face. Not good, Pike yelled as she saw that the vampire was not only able to heal most of his wounds but was now enraged. I'm adorable, Naruto laughed as the vampire lunged at Naruto, sending swipe after swipe of his claws at Naruto, egged on by Naruto's mocking. Missed me. Too slow. Should maybe cut back on the blood of the obese tubby, Naruto said as he continued mocking Silas. Silas scowled at this before he held out his hand and a large black blade appeared in his hand. My blade thirsts, he said as he renewed his attacks on the young monk. Oh no, a sword. My one true weakness, Naruto yelled in faux horror as Silas rushed at him, sending slash after slash at the blonde that Naruto effortlessly dodged. Silas continued to swing his blade at Naruto before Grog blocked his blade with his axe. You have a sword. How cute, Grog said with a grin as he started to attack the vampire on his own. As they traded blows, with Silas drawing blood from the small cuts and wounds he was inflicting on Grog's larger frame due to his smaller size. The group noticed that Grog's blood was being absorbed into Silas' blade before becoming larger from absorbing the blood. You were saying? Silas asked with a grin as he looked at the half-giant and monk's look of surprise. Are you smiling? I can't tell with that scar I gave you, Naruto said with a grin before he noticed that Percy, Vex, and Keyleth were struggling against Delilah as the witch blasted them with dark magic. Seeing this, Silas smirked before he turned his gaze towards Pike, who was busy trying to heal Vax before he started to run towards her. Pike, get back, ga, Naruto yelled as he ran after the vampire to stop him before he quickly turned and slashed the blonde with his blade, sending him flying into Grog with a large gash on his chest as Grog caught him and set him down. What a pathetic weakness, he was actually causing me trouble. Such a waste of power and potential, Silas said as Naruto's blood was absorbed into his blade, making it grow larger. Raya! Grog yelled as he charged at Silas, fully enraged now. As the half-giant and vampire fought, Pike quickly ran over to Naruto to heal him, but Naruto looked at her. Just a scratch helped Grog with tall, dark, and ugly, Naruto told her as he slowly stood back up. You're too hurt, Pike told him as she tried to heal him a bit. Am I still breathing? Naruto asked, getting back to his feet. Yes, but Pike was saying before she was cut off. Then I'm not nearly hurt enough to stop, Naruto told her as he took back up his martial arts stance, ready for round 2. Pike nodded at this before she turned to look at Grog before she raised her hand, which caused Grog's axe to start to glow with a bright golden light. Ah, you're the best, Pike, Grog said with a grin as he charged at Silas with his newly glowing axe as the Goliath continued his assault on Silas with his radiant glowing axe. As this happened, Delilah teleported behind Pike. This little one is entirely too much trouble, Delilah said, annoyed as she started to charge up with magic energy. Back off, you ga, Naruto was saying as he readied to fire another radiant sun bolt, this time at the witch, only for Delilah to let loose a stream of dark magic along the ground that crashed into him and Pike, impaling Pike from behind as her necklace was stabbed and impaled by the dark magic energy, making her concentration on Grog's axe's enchantment drop, and Naruto was impaled through his stomach and chest while the now weakened Grog was sent flying from a punch from Silas. Your gods can't help you now, Silas said as he raised his blade ready to finish Pike off as Naruto tried to crawl to her. Injured and in pain but still willing to fight on for his friends. You won't lay a damn finger on her, you ugly son of a... Naruto growled out, trying to help his friend. I will get to you after I'm done with her, whelp, Silas told the blonde, raising his blade ready to bring it down on Pike. No, 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 no. Pike! Keyleth yelled out, seeing this before. With a shout, she raised her arm and sent a wave of thorns forward which blocked the vampire and necromancer's path to Pike and Naruto. What's going on over there? A guard yelled as some other guards finally saw what was going on. Get the captain. Another guard yelled. Desmond. Delilah yelled, ordering their servant to bring the carriage to them immediately now that guards were coming. They needed to flee fast. In a burst of speed, the carriage rushed towards the husband and wife. The sickly pale servant they brought with them at the reins as it pulled up before them. Lady Briarwood. I did as you ordered, your belongings are here, ga, Desmond was saying as Silas rushed forward, grabbing the man by his throat and throwing him to the ground off the carriage to take the reins himself. I'll drive, thank you, Silas told him as Delilah nonchalantly entered the carriage, neither caring about leaving their servant behind. Stop them! Percy yelled as he took out his pepper box and fired at the wall of vines to make his way to the other side. Feel free to visit us, Percival. You're always welcome back home, Delilah yelled out, waving with a smile as the carriage carried her and her husband away from the palace in the dead of night, just as Percy made it through the wall of vines and firing at them only to run out of bullets. No! I had them, and you let them get away. Percy yelled, anger and frustration in his voice as he gazed at his companions. Like gazing at her shattered amulet, while Keyleth shoulders the injured Vax and Vex helped the injured Naruto to his feet. Too didn't, Keyleth said as she thought she had made the right decision. Hey, I think she did more than you jackass. I get it, you're frustrated, but don't blame us. We did what we could. Naruto told Percy with a glare. No way was he gonna let Percy blame Keyleth or anyone else for trying to keep Pike or anyone else from getting further injured. Everlight? No. No please, Pike said as she looked at her necklace of the Everlight slowly dimming due to the crack, feeling her magic waning. As this was happening, Desmond groaned as he pushed himself onto his knees and rubbed his head, which got the attention of Percy, who growled at seeing the abandoned servant of his targets. You, Percy growled out in cold fury as he started walking towards the servant as he reloaded his pepperbox pistol with new bullets. Percy walked to the sickly man before kicking him onto his back as Percy took aim at the terrified man with his pepperbox after reloading it. Start talking. Why were the Briarwoods here? What were they after? Percy demanded. They were invited like you by Sovereign Uriel, Desmond said nervously. Silas and Delilah have never left the confines of Whitestone before. Why here? Why now? Percy asked as black smoke started to come off of Percy before he took out what looked like a black bird-like plague doctor's mask and put it on. Answer me now, Percy demanded with his voice growing deeper and colder. What the actual? Vax asked, baffled at what was going on. Holy Percy, what are you doing? Vex asked in shock as well. What the ing hell? Naruto asked, genuinely wide-eyed at this, as he never expected this of Percy. Please, I'm only a servant. They don't tell me anything. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Desmond pleaded before he yelled in pain as Percy shot his hand off, sending blood and fingers flying as Desmond screamed in pain. Percy, stop. Vex yelled at him. Dude, what the man? Naruto yelled at the gunslinger as Desmond tried to crawl away. You fool. Now your soul is forfeit, ga. Percy was saying before a radiant sun bolt hit his hand, sending his pepper box flying from his hand. That's huff enough, Percy, Naruto panted out, still weakened from his wounds and only having enough energy to fire one more blast. What is going on here? What is the meaning of this? The voice of Sovereign Uriel yelled as he exited the palace and looked at the damage and the mercenary group. There's a reasonable explanation, I assure you, Naruto said, turning to the Sovereign who held up his hand. I do not wish to hear from you. Guards, arrest Vox Machina. Uriel ordered as guards came out in droves to surround them. Hands where we can see them, one of 10 guards said as they all surrounded the team of mercenaries. Sure thing, buddy, how's this? Naruto asked as he held up his hands, flipping off the guards as they were arrested. Ooh, they loved me in there. I was on fire. Scanlan exclaimed, exiting the palace covered in cake. Ha! Scanlan said flatly, seeing all of Vox Machina on their knees being held at spear point. Naruto still flipping them off as they were all escorted towards the palace. No offense, Vex, Ki, and Pike, but you three are so gonna be les chow in the joint, ga. Is that how you treat someone who's wounded? Naruto asked as a guard slammed the butt of his spear into the back of Naruto's head. Quiet, prisoner. The guard demanded as Vox Machinas were being brought to the council chambers for a trizzle. If I wasn't hurt, I would rip your arm off and beat you with the wet end, you swizzling. Ing pathetic excuse for a guard. Naruto yelled as he was roughly dragged towards the council room. As the mercenaries were being brought inside, a carriage pulled up, being driven by a man with silver hair and dark clothing pulled up. We have arrived, Lady Kushina and Lord Minato. What happened here? Kakashi asked, seeing vines and destruction out in the front of the palace. Huh? What happened? Did some idiot get drunk and start peeing in the fountain? Kushina asked as she and Minato exited their carriage. Hey, quit Enji shoving me. I'm moving, goddammit. I'm Enji hurt, so I can't exactly move fast. Naruto was yelling as the guards kept pushing him. I said move, you loudmouth fool. The guard demanded as he shoved Naruto forward by the head. That's it. You're dead, you wad. Naruto yelled as he moved his head from the shove to lunge back towards the guard and bit the guard's hand. Hey, no biting. Ah, my ing finger. The guard yelled as Naruto continued biting his hand until another guard slammed his shield into the back of the monk's head to get him off the guard before dragging him into the chambers. I don't know whether to feel anger or pride, Kushina admitted, seeing this. I believe anger, considering his actions reflect on us, Minato pointed out. You think I care what other people think of us? You're lucky you're cute, love, Kushina said with an eye roll. In that case, why are you trying to bring him back home as a noble? Kakashi muttered under his breath. Did you say something, Kakashi? Kushina asked, turning to their bodyguard. Nothing, Lady Kushina. Shall I request an audience to see him after his trial? Kakashi asked. See that you do, Kushina ordered as Kakashi nodded before walking towards the guards. With Vox Machina. In the council chambers still surrounded by guards, Vox Machina stood before Uriel and Allura. You ruined our banquet, attacked our allies and risked the security of the realm. Throw them in irons. Uriel demanded in fury as the guards stood ready to fight the mercenaries. Sovereign, it's been a very long evening. I will see that they are properly punished. Allura told him, getting Uriel to glare at her before he scoffed. See that you do, Uriel told her as he left the room. Allura, something is very wrong with Uriel. He's under the Briarwood's influence. I can feel it, Vex told her. That is a considerable accusation. Do you have proof? Allura asked. No, but I can get it. I just need time and access to Vex was saying before Allura cut her off. Eamon owes you a debt, but that does not mean you are above the law, though perhaps Uriel is being too brash. Allura admitted. You think? Also, can I get a ING medic? I'm starting to see triple over here. Naruto said with a groan, holding his head. Here, give him this so he shuts up, Kima said as she shoved a bottle into Pike's hand. Whoa, this is a high-grade healing potion, Pike said, impressed at the quality of the potion. He's our god kid, so we need to make sure he doesn't die. At least until his parents have words for him, Kima said with a shrug. God kid? Scanlan asked, blinking at this reveal. Let me die please, MPPPH. Naruto was saying before Pike shoved the potion in his mouth to make him drink it, and after a few moments his wounds started to glow and quickly healed. Oh damn! That's some good! Naruto yelled happily as he felt refreshed. Now until this is resolved you are hereby confined to your keep under house arrest, Allura told them, getting upset noises from the mercs. How can you arrest a house? Grog questioned. How are you going to contain a hurricane, huh? Naruto yelled, shaking his fist at Allura. Kima, Allura said flatly before Kima slammed her fist into Naruto's shin. Ow! I just got healed, damn it! Naruto complained as the dwarf woman as he grabbed his shin in pain. Thank you, Lady Allura, Pike said as she bowed her head. I'll convene a formal inquiry at once. Your fate will be determined once we hear the Briarwood side of the story. If they'll even speak to us anymore, Allura said as she turned away. You just love getting into it up, huh, kid, Kima said flatly to Naruto. It's a part of my charm, I guess, Naruto told her smugly. TCH, hopefully your guy's stunt doesn't us all over, Kima told him as the guards escorted the adventuring group to their keep for their house arrest. Back at the keep. Meanwhile, back at the keep, everyone was confined inside while the guards outside were tying Trinket and Kurama to a tree nearby. Well, trying in Kurama's case, as he was constantly clawing at the guards dumb enough to come near him. You would think after the third guy got sent through a wall they would wise up, Vax said as he watched this from a window. You'd think, but the longer it goes the funnier it gets, Naruto said, also watching as Kurama sent a fourth guard through a wall. Hey, get your filthy hands off my instrument! Scanlan yelled as he tried to get his loot back from a guard. The more you resist, the longer this will take. A dark-skinned male guard in blue-gold armor with dark brown hair and a long red cape told them. This was Captain Jarrett. Oh come on man, it's not a weapon, I just want to serenade the group, Scanlan complained. Then you're doing us a favor, Vax said flatly. Your belongings will be returned if you are exonerated. All points of egress are being surveilled. If you attempt to escape you will be executed, Jarrett told them. Are you ING joking? Vax asked, annoyed. I do not joke, Jarrett responded with a no-nonsense tone of voice. Could have fooled me. You seem like you have such a great sense of humor, you pencil pusher for a guard, Naruto said with an eye roll. I suggest you sit tight and wait for the Sovereign's inquiry. You have the run of the keep, so I'm sure you'll find something to keep yourselves entertained. Oh, and one of you has some visitors. Jarrett told them as he turned away as he opened the door to the keep, letting in Minato and Kakashi inside. Huh? Naruto has a twin? Grog asked as he looked at Minato, confused. Hello son, Minato said with a kind tone as he looked at Naruto, who froze seeing his father. Before he quickly booked it towards a nearby window. You do realize if you try to leave you will be executed, right? Vax asked with a sigh at the blonde as he attempted to open the window. Better them than, Naruto was saying as he struggled to open the window before. Smash! A fist smashed through the glass and smashed into Naruto's face, sending him flying across the room and smashing into the wall nearby. Did you really think I wouldn't watch the other exits? You are so predictable, Kushina said as she climbed through the window and into the keep. Hey mom, how are you doing? Naruto asked with a nervous chuckle as he pried himself off the wall. That's your mom? Holy, she's hotter than hell itself, Scanlan yelled wide-eyed at the redhead's beauty. Off shrimp, I'm married and you'd lack the equipment to satisfy me, Kushina told the gnome flatly. That's not a deal killer, your husband looks good too, ga. Whiskers, call her off. Scanlan was saying before Kushina grabbed him by the throat and started to choke him. No. Wait, stop, Naruto said with a deadpan tone. I don't like choking in this context. Scanlan gasped out, flailing his arms as his face began to turn blue. So you're Naruto's parents? Keyleth asked Minato, ignoring Scanlan's predicament. Indeed we are. Minato Namikaze, this is my wife Kushina and our bodyguard Kakashi Hatake. And who are all of you? Minato said, gesturing to themselves and their bodyguard before he looked at everyone. Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Vex Halia, this is my brother Vaxildan. Vex introduced herself and Vax who nodded. I'm Pike and this is Grog. Pike said, gesturing to her Goliath friend. Hello, Grog said as he waved at the newcomers. I'm Keyleth. Nice to meet you all. Keyleth said with a nervous smile. I'm Percy and the gnome you're choking is Scanlan. Percy told them with a distant tone. Still going over all that had occurred earlier with the Briarwoods. Like I give a who you all are. Kushina yelled as she threw Scanlan into a chair nearby, breaking it. Medic Scanlan groaned out as he held up his hand. You okay? Vax asked the gnome. You know, I was actually starting to get into the choking, honestly, Scanlan said with a groan as he rubbed his neck. 5 years. You run away and run around Eamon for 5 years, and where do I find you? Hanging out with a loser, a drunk, a pansy, a dumbass, a moron, a pervert, a stain, a bear, and a weird fox? Kushina asked angrily as she turned her gaze to Naruto. Which of us is which, barring the pervert? Pike asked, confused. None of your business, pansy. Kushina yelled at Pike. Well, that answers one, I suppose, Vex said with an eye roll. What do you want from me, Mom? An apology for running away? Naruto asked with a sigh. I want an explanation within 30 seconds before I put you through that wall. Kushina told him with a glare as she cracked her knuckles. You want an explanation? Fine. I was bored. All those servants and people kissing because of my Lord Father and Lady Mother? I was tired of it. I could have anything I wanted if I just asked. Naruto yelled at her. Sounds like paradise to me, Scanlan said. Zip it, midget. Naruto and Kushina both yelled together, getting surprised looks from the rest of Vox Machina. I'm seeing where he gets it from, Keyleth said as Naruto's attitude was starting to make sense now. Gets what? Grog asked, confused, getting groans from the team. I left Spira because I wanted to find my own path. I wanted to find a future where I was more than a noble. I craved the thrill of adventure, the want to fight, and after I left I found a teacher to help guide me. For 2 years he trained me before he vanished and I set out on my own. 3 years I journeyed around Eamon as a merc. And then I found these morons 10 months ago and I fit in with them more than any noble jackass trying to kiss my boots to get an in with you and Dad. Everything I've done, people I've fought, saved, robbed, whatever I did myself because I needed to prove to myself that I was more than just some future noble that would get everything from sitting on his. I chose this path not because it was easy or because it was hard, but because it was a choice I wanted to make. No one else swayed me on this path. Naruto told her, no longer holding back as he could finally tell his mother the truth on why he left. So why didn't you just tell us that instead of sneaking off in the dead of night? Minato asked, walking towards Naruto and Kushina. Naruto gained a flat look on his face as he pointed at Kushina. Yeah, that checks out, Kakashi muttered under his breath. Doesn't matter anyways. You're coming home this instant, Kushina told him with a firm tone of voice. You better have a mothering army then, because I'm not going anywhere. Naruto told her as he glared at his mother. Isn't that cute, Kushina said as she snickered. Huh? Naruto questioned. You think I need an army to handle you? Kushina told him, the playful tone and laughter replaced with a cold fury. Okay, I think things are getting out of hand here, Keyleth said as she tried to placate everyone before they watched as Kushina grabbed Naruto by his throat and threw him across the room into a wall. Hey, that's unnecessary, Pike was saying before she was cut off. You want some of this? Kushina asked with her hair floating upward as a murderous aura surrounded her. Hey, leave them both alone, you, Grog was saying before Kushina was in front of the Goliath and kneed him in the face, bringing him down with one hit. Dumbass. Not even half as strong as the last giant I tore apart, Kushina scoffed. Vax, Vex, Pike and Percy both looked at Kushina in warning, as while they didn't have any weapons they weren't going to stand down. I'll just stay here, Scanlan said as he laid down on the floor. You want to join him on the floor? Be my guest, I'll happily kick all your, Kushina was saying before she raised her hand and caught a punch from Naruto with her open hand which was aimed at her face. Leave my friends alone, Naruto demanded with a glare. You think just because you ate around for 5 years you can challenge me, brat? Kushina asked as she held his hand in place. Maybe not, considering I didn't even know you were an adventurer till today, but I'll damned if I let you act like a hypocrite to me, Naruto told her, not backing down. Allura and Kima running their mouths. Kushina grumbled angrily. Okay, Kushi, enough, we can talk about this reasonably and calmly, Minato told her. Nada chance, Kushina told him. Why are you so against me being an adventurer when it was fine for you? Why are you so damn determined to bring me back to a place and position I have no want for? Naruto asked, having enough of his mother's attitude on the subject. You're not strong like I was, brat. Now stand down, Kushina told him with a glare. Hello? I helped kill a dragon. What's the biggest thing you've ever killed? Naruto asked, not giving an inch. This got silence from everyone. He's got you there, Kushi. Best you did against a dragon was help seal one up, right? Minato asked with a chuckle. Quiet, Kushina yelled at her husband with a glare. You couldn't even kill your dragon, but I'm weak? What gives you the right to determine my path in life? Naruto demanded as he struggled to get his fist out of Kushina's grip. 'Cause I can't lose another member of my clan again. Especially my own son. Kushina yelled in an outburst of fury and pain. The raw emotion pouring from her succeeded in getting Naruto to stop his struggle with his mother. What? Naruto asked as Kushina let his fist go as it dropped to his side. I can't lose any more family. Not again. Not after everything I did to give you a better life than I had. Kushina told him, trying to compose herself after her outburst. Okay, Kushi, you made your point, let's at least talk to his friends and try to find out what exactly happened before we arrived, Minato said as he placed his hand on his wife's shoulder. No, go back. Lose more of your clan? You were a part of a clan? I'm very confused here, Naruto admitted, as this was something he hadn't known. Everyone sit down and we'll discuss it all. No secrets, no lies, Minato told them all, gesturing to the dining table. Later, everyone was gathered around the dining table and the group had just explained what had happened with. So you idiots confronted the Lord and Lady of Whitestone because they killed the original rulers, your family, in cold blood. Kushina started pointing at Percy. Hey, I may be an idiot, but I left a scar on that vampire's face, Naruto said with a grin at the fact he has got some licks in. Nice, I mean, Faye, you let him get away, brat, Kushina said with a smile at this before she quickly compared herself. Oi! That took a cheap shot by baiting me into protecting Pike. Naruto yelled as he slammed his fists into the table, breaking it. Should I feel insulted? Pike asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Not at all. My son has always been protective of those he finds precious, Minato said as he looked at Kushina to silence her coming protests. That reminds me, I know we have a lot to talk about, but I'm not turning into a vampire, am I? Vax asked worriedly as he gestured to the bite mark he got from Silas back in the Briarwoods room. Vex looked at her brother flatly and gestured to a window where Vax's reflection was clearly visible. I withdraw the question, Vax said with a sigh. Wait, you actually have a vampire bite and you didn't show Allura to prove it? Kakashi asked curiously. Why didn't we show Allura? Naruto asked as he slammed his palm into his forehead at this, as several of the group all slammed their heads into the table hearing this. Probably 'cause you were too busy making smart comments to the guards, Vex pointed out dryly. Hey, better than our so-called distraction. I'm still not right in the head after that song, Naruto said, pointing to Scanlan. Oh, off whiskers, Scanlan told him with an eye roll. I still don't know what we're waiting for. We can just up the guards and bust outta here, Grog said as he used some barrels and a table to do a light workout. You do realize we'd be fugitives to the crown and we have 2 visitors with council member ties here that can sell us out, right? Vax pointed out to Grog flatly. Not unless the lady and lord are willing to let us hide with them, Scanlan said. Kushina said nothing to this as she held up a metal plate on the table and casually crushed it in her hands for emphasis. That is Hotoi. Watch the hair. Scanlan admitted before he yelled as Kushina threw the crushed plate at his head, barely missing him. Next thing I crush will be your, Kushina warned him. Less hot, Scanlan said with a shudder. If Uriel is under a charm, maybe Pike has a spell that can cure him, Keyleth said hopefully, only to see Pike sadly looking at her cracked Everlight pendant. I think we need to think of an idea without magic, Kiki, Naruto told her. We should focus on this book, Scanlan said as he gestured to the book Vax lifted off the Briarwoods. I'm surprised you can read something that's not all pictures, Naruto said flatly. Kushina snorted in laughter at this as Minato took a look at the book Scanlan was looking at. Hey! There are pictures, though. Dead bodies. Wolves. Some kind of ed-up evil diary, Scanlan said. It's a grimoire, and from what I'm looking at, it's instructions for rituals based on necromancy, Minato said as he turned a few pages of the book. Necromancer makes sense to be working with a vampire, probably turned her own husband into it, Kushina said as she scowled. You can read this? Scanlan asked, raising an eyebrow at Minato. Not everything, but enough to get the gist of it. I'm not familiar with the language it's written in, and I didn't bring a potion of comprehend languages with me, but perhaps I can maybe find something, Minato admitted as he went back to the grimoire. Well, while Dad reads that, we have another elephant in the room to address, Naruto said as he looked at Percy, who was drawing up a design on some papers that Vex took away from him. I was using that, Percy said, annoyed. Naruto's right. Percival, what the hell happened back there? You never thought to mention the Briarwoods killed your family? Vex asked with a glare. I wasn't aware that you were owed information about my past, Percy told her hotly. When your past comes to kill us, I'd say we deserve a heads up, Vex told him. Yeah, at least when Whisker's past shows up, it's only kicking our ass, not trying to kill us. And at least she looks good doing it, Scanlan said as he gestured to Kushina. Want me to change that? Wouldn't be the first gnome I've crushed under my boot, Kushina told them. Kinky, Scanlan said with a smirk. That's it, I'm gonna, Kushina was saying before a hand suddenly slammed into the table courtesy of Kakashi, ceasing any movement. Damn, you're fast, Vex said, impressed. Years of practice. Enough fighting, you have other issues to attend to, Kakashi said as he pulled away from the table. How the hell was I supposed to know the Briarwoods were gonna show up, Percy was saying before he was cut off. I want to know about the smoke. Keyleth yelled out before getting embarrassed at her outburst. Brat, please tell me you're not in this group because you're smitten with any of these ladies, Kushina pleaded after seeing Keyleth's outburst and then falling in on herself. Okay, I see Kiki, Pike, and Vex's sister's mom, Naruto said with a shudder. He prefers tieflings, Scanlan supplied helpfully. Oi, I don't discriminate about race. I just prefer women with a certain charm, Naruto said as he looked at Scanlan. Red skin, horn, tails, big, fat, Vex said with a flat tone. I told you that in confidence. I mean, ignore that, Naruto said quickly. Smoke? My weapon burns black powder, perhaps that's what you saw, Percy said, ignoring this. What we saw was you shooting an innocent kid, Vex told him. No one in the employ of the Briarwoods is innocent, Percy said with a firm tone. The boy knew nothing. He was terrified. Vex pressed him. Slightly more so after you exploded his hand, Vex said. That was you? Sloppy work, you still left him fingers, Kushina told Percy. Maybe I got carried away. But you don't know the Briarwoods. What they did to my family, Percy sighed out. Then why don't you tell us? Keyleth asked as everyone gathered around Percy, making the noble sigh. When they arrived in Whitestone, the Briarwoods came as allies. But they brought dark ambitions, and allowed no one to stand in their way, not even children. They slaughtered us in cold blood, seizing my ancestral home. Even our tutor, the man my parents entrusted with our safekeeping, betrayed us. After enduring weeks of torture, my sister Cassandra and I tried to escape together. But Percy began to explain but paused as he mentioned his sister, recalling her falling to arrows as he fled. The Briarwoods know I'm alive now, and they are not in the habit of leaving loose ends, Percy said as he pushed aside the memory to continue his explanation of his harrowing experience with the Briarwoods. So what's your plan? Vex asked as she placed the map of the keep on the table as she smiled at Percy along with the rest of the group who were ready to help. Yeah, we're here to help you, man. Besides, I have a score to settle with those two bags for stabbing me, Naruto said, cracking his knuckles. You're all dead, Kushina said with a flat tone of voice. Perhaps, but in the meanwhile you still have something to explain to me, Mom. This clan of yours? Naruto said, looking at his mother. Not much of a clan anymore, considering you and me are the last Uzumakis, Kushina said with a scowl. Uzumakis? You're from that clan of maniacs? Pike yelled, wide-eyed at this. You've heard of us? Kushina asked with a raised eyebrow at the cleric. Only tales of them being a clan of barbarians wandering the realm in search of blood and chaos. They ended up destroying 12 temples of the Everlight during battle. And one during, and Pike said with a sigh. Barbarians? Yeah, that tracks, Naruto asked before he thought about some of his mother's outbursts. Yes, I'm an Uzumaki and Naruto is half, and before you ask. No, I was not part of any of the ones that destroyed your deity's temples. That was before my time, Kushina said, looking at Pike. All right. Can we fight later? Grog asked with a grin as he looked at Kushina. Considering I took you down in one shot with a love tap, you have no shot against me, Kushina said flatly. Before we break out into a wrestling match, can you please explain to our young friend why you're so adamant on him not staying with the team? Vax asked. Like I said, I refuse to let the clan die out, and he's obviously not strong enough to fight like them, Kushina said as she crossed her arms. If they're so strong, why are they dead? Naruto asked, scoffing at this. What the hell did you just say? Kushina asked with a cold tone. I didn't stutter. You keep going on and on about how strong they were and that I don't compare, but if that's the case, where the hell are they now? I'll tell you where, in the ground, Naruto told her, not backing down. They died with honor, unlike you, who will probably die protecting one of these idiots who wouldn't do the same for you. Kushina growled out, having enough of her son's attitude. Kushina calmed down. Minato tried to get his wife to control her temper, but he was ignored. No, listen here, you little. I will not stand by and watch more of my damned family die to a stupid cause. Not again. Kushina growled out. Helping one of my friends get his home back isn't a stupid cause. Naruto yelled back. Yes, it is. You will die. In absolute agony and pain. They kicked your before already. What's changed since then, huh? Nothing. Kushina yelled at him. Then we will prepare and try again. I'm not backing down on this, Naruto told her firmly. If you want to go fight them, you'll go through me, then, Kushina told him as she got in Naruto's face. Master Naruto, your group left, Kakashi said as he pointed at a nearby wall. Oh, god damn it. Naruto yelled as he ran after his friends. Get back here, you little, Kushina was yelling before Naruto slammed the hidden door in her face. Sorry, no admittance without a ticket, Naruto quipped as he waved by before he took off after his friends down the dark hallway. I will strangle you in your sleep. Kushina yelled through the wall. Nice family you have there, Vex told him with an eye roll. Hey, someone here has to have worse family than me, please tell me I'm right, Naruto said before he looked at the group in desperation. Well, our father was, Vax was saying before Vex glared at him to stay silent. My uncle isn't, does that count? Grog asked as he held up his hand. Definitely, thanks buddy, Naruto said with a sigh of relief as the group walked through the dark corridor. Could use some light here, Picklevax said as the group pressed onward, getting a sigh from Pike. You okay, Pikey? Grog asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, Keyleth, how about some sunlight? Pike muttered before turning to ask her question. Keyleth. Me? I don't know, I've never tried, Keyleth said a bit nervously. Really? Aren't Ashari supposed to be masters of the elements? Naruto asked as he recalled his master mentioning this. I mean, maybe when we complete our Aramenti, but I'm still on mine, Keyleth said. Doesn't mean you can't try. I mean, I ed when I started training, and look at me now, Naruto said as he flexed his arms a bit. You know, can produce light too, Whiskers, Scanlan pointed out. Yeah, but I'm trying to be encouraging. Also, I don't think you guys want me to fire a blast of sunfire in a cramped space unless you want to roast, Naruto told him. Okay, I'll try, Keyleth muttered as she concentrated to try and make light appear, only for the magic between her fingers to fizzle. Sorry guys, Keyleth said despondently. Forget it, we are here, Percy said as they arrived at the end of the corridor where a chain was hanging. And when Percy pulled it, a doorway opened revealing Jarrett and armed soldiers staring at them. And so are we. Lord and Lady Namikaze informed us you had gone down a secret passage, Jarrett told them flatly. God damn it. Naruto groaned out. A duck. Vax rolled his eyes. Minutes later, Jarrett had decided since the mercenaries could not be trusted, they were to be separated and locked in separate rooms. I demand solitary. Also, why do we have a dungeon? Naruto yelled as he was shoved into a room with his parents and Kakashi there. You actually thought I wouldn't rat you out? You are stuck on, stupid, Kushina said with a shake of her head. Well, I learned from the best, huh, Mom? Naruto scoffed with an eye roll. You're lucky you're not being executed. No more jokes. No more games. I'll talk to Uriel to have you imprisoned in Spira, but you're coming home with us, Kushina told him. Like hell I am, Naruto told her before grunting as Kushina pushed him against the wall to subdue him. Son, why are you so against being a noble heir? Why put up such a fight when all we want is our son back home? Minato asked as he frowned at how adamant his son was being at not going home. Because these guys are my first real friends. And not someone trying to up to me. Because here I don't need to be a false version of myself. Here I can be who I truly am. I'm not meant to be an alchemist like you. Or a military trainer like Mom. Or whatever the hell Kakashi is, Naruto said. Personal bodyguard, Kakashi said with an eye roll. Regardless, I wanna be me. Not Naruto Namikaze, the noble heir, or Naruto Uzumaki, the last of a clan I hadn't even known about till today. I just wanna be Naruto, the monk with an obsession with ramen. The jokester who likes to cause mischief and mayhem with his friends. That's all I want now, Naruto told them. This made Kushina's eyes widen slightly. Sounds like he see his friends the same as you see Allura and Kimakushi, Minato said with a sigh. You want me back home, but that's just not gonna happen. And you can beat me if you must, but I won't ever stop trying to help my friends. So if you're gonna drag me back to Spira, it'll be in a body bag, 'cause I won't stop until my breath is gone from my lungs and my heart stops beating. Till that day, I'll never stop, Naruto told them as he wasn't backing down. Kushina said nothing to this, but as she thought to herself, suddenly, there was some yelling heard outside. What the hell? Kushina asked, confused at this, as she let Naruto go from the wall. Is this something your friends have up their sleeve? Kakashi asked as he looked around. No, this is too subtle for us. I don't know what's going on, Naruto admitted with narrowed eyes as he opened the door to the dungeon and headed upstairs, meeting up with the rest of the group, having exited their rooms, hearing the commotion only to see Jarrett and some guards rush in from outside. What did you do? Jarrett demanded. Do I look like I know what's going on, Rusty? Naruto demanded. Don't look at me, I just made a hoagie. Scanlan yelled. 5 of my men are dead. Jarrett yelled. Including Jenkins? Not him. He was just 30 years from retirement. Naruto yelled out in faux shock. Enough jokes. If you're not the ones who killed them, who did? Jarrett demanded as the candles in the chandeliers went out as the lights darkened, just as Kushina, Minato, and Kakashi made it up the stairs. That's not unsettling at all, Naruto said as he took a ready stance. Stay alert, brat. Something evil is here, Kushina said as she cracked her neck. You mean besides you? Naruto asked with an eye roll. Oi! I have never done anything evil in my life, damn it. Kushina yelled out. What about that house you set on fire 8 years back? Minato pointed out. That noble made a pass at me when he knew you were my man. I call that karma. Kushina yelled before she and the others looked up to see 2 shades in the rafters. What the is that? Naruto yelled as one of the figures grabbed one of the remaining guards and impaled them on its arms before dragging them up into the rafters. Shadows. NG Shadowfell bullshit. Kushina yelled as one went after Scanlan. They want the book. Vex yelled as she quickly snatched the book from the gnome before turning to Keyleth as she ran. Keyleth, heads up. Vex yelled as she threw the book to her. Keyleth quickly ran at the book, transforming into a rabbit before grabbing the thrown book and running away from the incoming shadow with the book in her mouth. Scanlan, meanwhile, was having his strength drained from the other shadow as Vax tried to stab it with a butter knife only for it to pass through. Damn it! Vax yelled as the shadow turned towards him. Hey Shadier, you don't seem to like light, huh? Try this. Naruto yelled as he fired a radiant sun blast at the shadow attacking Vax. This caused the shadow to screech in pain before the other shadows all turned towards Naruto and screeched at him. Akrap! Naruto yelled as he did the only thing he could do in that situation. Run the away as Grog picked up Scanlan and dashed to a new room. In here. Percy yelled as everyone ran into the lit-up room before Jarrett slammed the door shut. No point if you all not having your weapons, Jarrett said as he tossed everyone their weapons that he had on him. A trigger, you, Vex said as she caught a crossbow. Really wish I had my loot, Scanlan groaned as he laid on the table nearby. And I wish I had brought in Mr. Smashy. We all don't get what we want, Kushina said with an eye roll at the weakened gnome. You named your weapon Mr. Smashy? Naruto asked flatly. I was 12, don't judge me, Kushina said with a pout. So you have experience with these things? Minato asked his wife as he approached Scanlan with a potion to try and help him. Not personally, just some stories and tales. Light's their biggest weakness, Kushina said. We have Naruto, right? Vax asked as he looked at Naruto. Do I look like I can fire a barrage of constant sunfire? I have a pool of doing that before I'm tapped out, Naruto told her. And I can't use the Everlight Pike, said worriedly. Then that leaves Keyleth. Naruto was saying before turning to see Keyleth choking on a black liquid as the shadows entered the room as they dropped the Ashari elf to the floor. Keyleth. Percy yelled before he was tackled by another shadow and slammed into the wall before a crossbow bolt fired by Vex went through the shadow, getting its attention as it rushed for her as Grog picked up the book, drawing the shadow's ire as he tried to swing on them, his fists passing through without any effect as he did so. "Why can't I hit you, Ga?" Grog yelled before screaming in pain as a shadow went behind him and phased its hands through the Goliath's back and impaled its sharpened claws into his chest, making Grog scream in pain as the shadow lifted him into the air. "Hang on, buddy," Pike yelled as she ran over and jumped onto Grog's legs, as she used her free hand to grip the table to keep him from floating off using all her strength, while Vex continued kiting the other shadow around the room. "Everyone back away. Hey you creepy s. I said back the off," Naruto yelled as he charged an orb of radiant energy into his hand before throwing it, causing a large blast of light within a 20-foot radius to shoot out and burn everything in the area with sunfire. "The light!" Pike yelled out in realization as the shadows screeched in pain just from seeing the searing sunburst Naruto made before the light faded. "Yeah, we could use more of it," Scanlan said with a groan as he laid on the table as Jarrett lit his torch on fire using his sword to make sparks, hoping the light would draw their ire so that he could end them. "No, I'm running low on ki and I'm trying not to hit all you heirs," Naruto yelled as that attack could hurt his allies too if he's not careful. "Minato, if we die, I want you to know you were the only man able to make me," Kushina said, as she used a candle stand to keep one of the shadows away from her and Minato. "If we die here, I want it to be known. I wish I hadn't ever heard that," Naruto yelled, horrified. "At least you don't hear them when they have in the manner," Kakashi said with a shudder, as he tried to keep the shadows away with his daggers he had managed to sneak in. As this was happening, Keyleth was hiding underneath the nearby table, panicking and terrified as Jarrett's torch went out. "Keyleth, it's time. Prove yourself," Percy yelled as he was being attacked by a shadow. "Yeah, you're stronger than this, sis," Naruto yelled as a shadow went towards his mom and dad before he jumped in the way to take the hit. "Son," Minato yelled, seeing Naruto take the hit. "Keyleth, you can do this. I believe in you," Naruto yelled as he coughed up black liquid. Seeing this, Keyleth placed her hands together and focused hard before. The entire room lit up with blazing light as the shadows screeched in agony as they started to burn from the light, while Keyleth continued focusing her light magic to fill the room. As the shadows screeched in pain and tried to claw at the walls and doors, Vex shot one in the back of the head with her crossbow, while the one clawing Naruto went to leave only for the whiskered blonde to grab one of the shadow's wrists to keep him in place with his left hand. "Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. Congrats, ugly, you're my new punching bag," Naruto said with a smirk before, with a shout, he started to slug the shadow in the face repeatedly with his right hand, sending bones and black blood flying. "Now!" Vex yelled to the others, who all quickly rushed at the now vulnerable shadows, while Keyleth kept up the light that weakened them, slamming them into furniture or stabbing them with a sword like Vax. Grog even grabbed a chandelier and broke it to bludgeon the one Vax was stabbing to send it back to the Shadowfell once more, while Vex used Vax's sword to stab one Jarrett headland to a wall. D. Kushina yelled as she slammed the end of the candle stick into the head of the shadow that had been near her. "I think you got it, Kushi," Minato said as the fighting finally stopped. You, Naruto yelled, still punching a shadow in the face over and over again with his fists. "It's dead, Whiskers. Geez, you're making Grog look subtle," Scanlan said with a groan as he stood up. "That's just what it wants you to think. It's an undead. I'm not stopping until there's nothing left of it to come back," Naruto yelled as he slugged the lifeless shadow corpse. "That's my boy, using the old double tap rule," Kushina said with a grin as she ran over and started to stomp on the shadow her son was bludgeoning with his fists to assist. "Who sent those creatures? Where did those foul things come from?" Jarrett demanded after the shadows finally dispersed into black mist. "We told you," the Briarwood's Keyleth said with a tired tone of voice after she finally stopped illuminating the room. "And they'll no doubt send more. We can't stay," Percy said with a firm tone. "Yeah, I'm a believer now. This kind of isn't normal even for most adventurers," Kushina admitted. "Is there a normalcy for adventurers?" Minato asked curiously. "There's a scale. This rate's about an 8.5 on my weird meter. Granted, I'm sure there's still wielder out there," Kushina said with a shrug. "So you gonna let us go, or do I need to hog tie you?" Naruto asked Jarrett as he stood up and blocked the way out of the room. "You intend to stop those that did this to my men?" Jarrett asked. No, we're gonna punk out and flee. The you think we're gonna do? Naruto yelled with an eye roll. You have my word, Percy told the guard captain unflinching. Then go. Give them hell, and wish me luck in trying to explain this. Jarrett told them, opening the door for them to leave. I recommend getting Uriel checked for vampire AIDS, Naruto said as he followed his friends out of the room, getting laughs from Grog and Vax. Can vampires get AIDS? Minato asked, raising an eyebrow at this. The real question is, can vampires have? Scanlan said as he rubbed his chin. Why is that the first question you think of? Naruto asked with a sigh. Curiosity, since they have no blood flowing, so how do they? Scanlan said. I'm gonna assume they shove something up there so they can, Kushina was saying as they all walked out of the keep before she was cut off. Okay, point made. Now we cleared it with Jarrett, what about you three? Are you gonna try and keep me from aiding my friends? Naruto asked, looking at his parents while Kurama ran over to him. Nah, Kushina said as she put her hands behind her head and started walking out the keep. This got looks of surprise from the group. You're not? Vax asked, blinking. We're not. Kakashi and Minato asked simultaneously. Nope, obviously the brat is strong enough to adventure. He proved it tonight in person, taking on those shadows. So if you want to go on your merry way and pick a fight with a vampire and a necrophiliac, I won't stop you, Kushina said as she looked at her son with a nod of respect. Naruto smiled at this, glad to get some praise from his mom. And as much as it hurts to admit it, you idiots obviously care about my brat, so I'll back off on making him return as our heir, Kushina said as she looked at the rest of her son's friends. Thank you for the praise, Lady Uzumaki, Vex said with a bow. Oh, don't get it twisted, you're all still a cavalcade of UPS. But you have a certain charm about you, so do me a favor. Keep my son alive long enough to make him return to Spira one day, Kushina told them. We already kinda do that, Miss Keyleth said with a sheepish grin. Yeah, we should be charging hazard pay for keeping him in line. Perhaps a fine dinner with you and your husband? Scanlan offered with a grin. Don't push it, Shrimpy, Kushina told him with a glare at the bard. Yeah, you're building up some bad karma, hitting on my parents, Scan, Naruto said as his eyebrow twitched in irritation. Bakarma shmarma. What can you possibly do to me? Scanlan asked as he waved his hand dismissively at the blonde. Somewhere in Tal'Dorei. Achoo! A female tanned gnome woman with brown hair in a pixie cut with the top section being magenta suddenly sneezed as she and her fellow performers traveled along a roadway. Hey Kaylee, you doing okay? One of her fellow performers asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Someone probably talking about me, the now named Kaylee said as she shrugged a bit as she and her group continued on their travels. Back with the party. Anyways, we're gonna head back to Spira. Good luck. Try not to die, oh, and if you could do me a favor and find my son a few girls to eventually settle down with and continue the bloodline, that'd be great, Kushina told the mercs. Wait, say what now? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at his mother in regards to mentioning multiple girls. Already been trying to get him in some brothels and girls? Plural? Scanlan asked, blinking along with the others in surprise. I didn't stutter, my clan needs rebuilding, about 5 should do. And I don't mean get some random like you use. I mean some capable women at the least worthy of carrying on Uzumaki legacy, damn it, Kushina told them. That is a lot to drop randomly in a single moment, Naruto said, wide-eyed at this reveal. Them's the breaks, kiddo. Anyway, good luck. Try not to die and don't get my son killed or you'll wish the vampire kills you before I get my hands on you all, Kushina said, walking away from the keep. No, wait, seriously, I need more explanation on this. What do you mean 5 women should do it? Get back here, Mom. Naruto yelled, chasing after his mother as she and Minato got into their carriage nearby. We will be in touch, brat. Kushina said as she boarded the carriage. If you ever need good potions, by all means stop in Spira, you'll get a discount. Except you, Minato said with a grin before pointing at Scanlan. Oh, come on. What if I said you have a nice? Scanlan asked. You now pay double. Minato said as he got into the carriage with Kushina, while Kakashi shook his head as he took the reins. They so want me, Scanlan said with a grin. I'm so gonna plan some kind of revenge. I don't care how long it takes, I will make you miserable somehow for this, Naruto told him with a twitching brow. Let's get some rest, we head out at first light, Vex said to the group. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, brother, Vex agreed as they went back to the keep to rest and recuperate for the evening. The next morning, Percy quietly walked towards the door at the earliest light before the others could awaken as he was planning to leave alone to head for his foes. No goodbye? Vex asked as she and the rest of the group had approached behind the sneaking gunslinger. I'm going to Whitestone, Percy said, not even looking at them as he sighed, as he didn't want them to get involved with his fight. And so are we, Keyleth told him, getting him to turn towards them in surprise. If we beat Silas, his charm on Uriel will fade, Keyleth explained. And we can clear out names. Honestly, I wouldn't last a day in prison with this face. Look at me, I'm a snack, Scanlan told him with a grin. Plus you think, after what I went through to get my parents' approval, I'm just gonna stay behind? Hell no, man. You're basically a brother to me at this point. I mean, when you and Vex aren't being the mom and dad of the group, Naruto told him, smirking. Don't tempt me to take notes from your mom, brat, Vex said with a grin as she put her knuckles to the side of Naruto's head for emphasis. You notice how Vex and Naruto's mom sounded similar? Keyleth whispered to the others. Did they? I don't hear it, Grog said as he thought about this for a moment before shaking his head. Okay, let me go. Let me go. Naruto yelled as Vex released her hold. We're all with you, but no more secrets. All right? Vex asked as she walked over to Percy. Understood. Thank you, all of you, Percy said as he looked at the group who were ready to fight with him as they exited the keep to see Trinket and Kurama. Trinket! Vex yelled, hugging her bear, who growled in sad understanding. Oh, I know, darling, but you'll be safer here at the keep. We'll be back soon, Vex said. I would ask you to stay, Kurama, but I know better, Naruto said with a chuckle at the fox who scoffed at Naruto as he followed the blonde. Told you guys this book was a big deal. Not that anyone ever listens to me, Scanlan muttered as he looked at the grimoire. Well, it's not that we don't listen. It's more that we have gotten numb to so much of your BS that everything you say seems so stupid we tune it out. Especially after that song you sang at the dinner, Naruto told him with a smile before they saw Jarrett waiting for them. So what do you want now? Scanlan asked Jarrett as he ignored the blonde monk. Careful where you aim that thing, Jarrett said, handing Scanlan his lute. See what I mean? A snack, Scanlan said with a smile as he took the lute and looked back at the group as they looked towards the horizon. Very well, to Whitestone, Percy told them with a smile as they started heading out. Unnoticing that Pike hadn't moved with them yet as she looked down. We should probably get some supplies, huh? Scanlan asked. I can make a run to Gilmore's, Vex suggested. Not without me to negotiate, Vex told her brother. If you're gonna make a run to Gilmore's, I need to pick up something I ordered from him, Naruto said with a grin. Fine, but we're buying supplies off your parents' dime, Scanlan told him. Okay, sure, Naruto said after a few moments of thought, smirking at the gnome. Kurama snickered at this as he put his tail to his head and barked before falling over, pretending he was dead. What's that supposed to mean? Scanlan asked, seeing this. Your idea and suggestion. Your consequences, Naruto said, smirking. I'm not going, Pike suddenly said, getting the group's attention. What do you mean? Grog asked, confused and saddened at that. I can't hear the ever light. It's like you said, Grog. I think I need to tell her sorry. Properly at a temple, Pike explained. I'll come with you like old times, just you and me, Grog said as he approached his friend. I have to do this alone, buddy. And they need you. Besides, you can't let Naruto be the only strong one on the team, Pike said with a grin at the blonde monk. I mean, I don't need the competition for my title as Vox Machina's strongest fighter, Naruto said, as he understood what Pike was trying to do and played along. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to really work in this case. But what if I need you? Grog asked Pike sadly, making her tear up and hug him. You can always talk to me, even if I'm not around. You'll feel me there with you, Pike told him, patting Grog before letting go and walking towards Keyleth. You're their light now, Pike told her, shocking Keyleth before she nodded in determination. Pike looked at the others as they turned away down towards their path, only to see Naruto not moving. Naruto, Pike was saying before Naruto held up a hand. Pike, you're acting like this is a goodbye. This is just a see you later. So do what you have to, and when you're ready. We'll see you again, Naruto told her with a smile as he turned away. I'll keep an eye on Grog for you. Scanlan too. That's a promise, Naruto told her as he gave the cleric a thumbs up as he walked towards the others. Heh, thanks, little bro, Pike said with a teary smile as she turned in a different direction, following her own path for the moment, with Naruto, Vex, Keyleth and Vax. The group of four dashed through the alleyways of Eamon, avoiding guard patrols as the four ran to Gilmore's shop. Keyleth, being the least stealthy of the group, was disguised as a small squirrel within Vax's cloak as they ran towards their destination. Vex and Vax approached the bars leading into the basement of Gilmore's shop, and Keyleth jumped through the bars. Once on the other side, within the shop, the druid returned from her wild shape back to her normal half-elf form. Great, now let us inside. I won't do well in prison. My but can't take the abuse, Naruto whispered as Keyleth removed the iron grate to let them inside. Oh please, you would so be a top, Vax said with an eye roll as they all quickly entered the basement of the shop. Yeah, with a woman under me. Not with homicidal Fred, who's a muscle-bound freakazoid. If anything, I would fight to the death to keep my virginity, Naruto said as he slid inside the magic shop before Keyleth put the bars back before they all hid as a patrol passed by them. Unknowing the group they were chasing was within the shop. The group of four slowly made their way through the magic shop, carousing the products, hoping to find something they could use. Oh man, being bad is so exciting, Keyleth said excitedly as they looked around. Oh man, she's gonna be a freak for you when you finally tell her ga. Naruto was saying before Vax slammed an elbow into Naruto's stomach, silencing the blonde. Before they could do anything else, however, purple magic sprang to life around them, as they were encased in a magic prison floating into the air as the lights of the shop flickered on. Ooh, crime doesn't pay, but it is entertaining, Gilmore said with a wince as he revealed himself before he smiled at his captured prey. Gilmore, buddy pal. How are you doing? You do something with your hair? For the record, I am here under protest. Naruto told the shop owner. Like hell you are here under protest. You're here for plan B in case we got caught, V said as she looked at Naruto with an annoyed look. Oh sure, here, let me try plan B. Hiya. Naruto sent a punch at the prison only for his hand to bounce off the surface. Well, I'm out of options. Vax, offer yourself to him. Plan C, Naruto said as he looked at the thief. Gilmore ignored this and dropped the magic containing the would-be thieves, which caused them all to fall into the floor, with Naruto landing first before being crushed by Vax, Vex, and Keyleth in that order. We weren't breaking in or anything. Just, you know, sort of on the run, Keyleth said as she stood up. Will you all get off me? This isn't the group I want piled on me when I die. When I die, I'll be smothered by tieflings, Naruto said with a groan. We really gotta stop letting you hang out with Scanlan, Vex muttered as she shook her head as they all got up. Anyway, this is just a quick stop at your store on the way out of town, Vax said with a smile at the shopkeeper. While it was closed. Were you going to leave an IOU? Gilmore asked flatly, looking at them. Of course, darling, you know us, Vex said cheerily as she, Keyleth, and Vax walked past the shop owner. All too well, and how will you be paying? I can't imagine a group on the run has much to pay with, Gilmore said with a knowing smile. Naruto. Be a dear, Vex said looking at the blonde still on the floor. Yeah, put it on my parents' tab. We finally made up, Naruto said as he stood up, cracking his back. Wonderful to hear, but are you sure? From what I hear, the last person who sent a bill to your parents ended up. Well, I never knew someone could survive having their head shoved up their friends, Gilmore warned as he raised an eyebrow at this. I'll blame Scanlan, Naruto said with a shrug as he looked around the shop along with the others. I suppose that's an option. I'm guessing he wasn't a favorite of your mother? Gilmore shrugged as he looked at Naruto inquisitively. He hit on her, and his father, Vex told Gilmore as she caroused the enchanted arrows on display. Ooh, that's a slippery slope, bad enough when only one is involved. He went after both of them? My word, he must have a death wish, Gilmore winced. Anyway, what do you have that can help against necromancy? Naruto asked as he approached the shop's front counter next to Vax, who was looking at various dagger-like weaponry on display. Dagger. Oh, wooden stake, perfect, Vax said, pointing at it as he grabbed it. And I'll take these enchanted arrows, Vex said, dropping a bundle of magic arrows. And as much garlic as you can spare, Keyleth requested. Ugh, I don't want to know. No, that's a lie. I totally want to know. What's this all about? Gilmore said as he turned away from the group before he turned back to look at them with an excited smile, eager for them to dish out their predicament like it was gossip. We ate off a vampire and his necrophiliac wife, Naruto told the salesman simply. Necromancer, Naruto, Vex said as she rolled her eyes. What's the difference? He's still a corpse, she's ing, Naruto pointed out. Necromancy? I do have some rings in stock, much like your lightning resistance ring. These do well against necrotic damage. And I do have 8 in total, but all 8 are pricey, Gilmore was saying before he was cut off. I'll take them all. Put them on the Namikaze tab. 5,000 gold each, right? Naruto asked. Naruto, are you sure? Pike's not even with us right now, Keyleth asked, as while she could see Naruto was okay with doing this, she didn't want him to get in too much trouble with the parents he had just reconciled with. We need all the protection we can get without our healer. Besides, I get the feeling these will come in handy for more than just dealing with a vampire and his wife. So I'd like one around for when Pike rejoins us. Oh, do you have any cloaks of protection too? I have mine, but it'd be good to have some for everyone else, Naruto asked as he looked at Gilmore. Ah, that Uzumaki want to protect your friends is showing, Gilmore said with a grin hearing this. Is this a common trait in Uzumakis? Vex asked curiously. Very much so, before they were all wiped out. If one of the clan of a friend was attacked by some bandits or foolhardy adventurer or the occasional rabid beast, they would send the entire clan out to end their existence. Even the children got in on the action, according to Kushina. Gilmore chuckled as he pulled out a case and some cloaks of protection and put them on the counter. My clan was wild, huh? Naruto muttered as he chuckled a bit, as he could respect that the Uzumakis liked protecting their friends and family. Indeed. As a heads up, I can also recolor the cloaks to suit your style preferences at no extra cost to you and your compatriots. Oh, I also have this if you're interested. Holy water, Gilmore suggested as he conjured a small bottle of holy water. It's one of the only known things to truly stop a vampire. Well, that and direct sunlight, Gilmore explained. We will take all you have, Vex said with a grin at this. This is all I have, Gilmore told her with a grin. I'll need to grab a few more things, then Vex groaned out as she sighed and walked over to the shelves with Keyleth close behind her. Also, I have that order for you along with something else that I was able to make with the extra dragon scales you gave me, Naruto, Gilmore said as he snapped his fingers as two items appeared on the counter. One was a belt made from blue dragon scales inlaid with gold for a large extravagant belt. The other item was a large golden spear with a blue dragon scale blade tip, sparking with electricity. Wait, hold on, you had him make you equipment from that dragon's carcass? Vax asked, raising an eyebrow at Naruto as he quickly took the belt and put it on. Yup, I was only after the belt though. Read about an old item in my master's book known as a dragon hide belt that monks used frequently to help them control and enhance their ki. The spear is something I had no knowledge of, Naruto said as he finished adjusting the belt and picked up the spear before noticing what looked like a spiral symbol on the handle. What can I say, there was plenty left over and I figured you could use a weapon, especially with the trouble you're heading into. The spear does lightning damage and has a little ability I was able to enchant into it. When thrown, it can either teleport back to your hand, or teleport you to it once it's embedded in something. Person. Well, doesn't matter if it's hit something, you choose whether to move to it or bring it back to you, Gilmore said with a grin at the blonde. That's insane. How much for the spear, seeing as I already paid for the belt? Naruto asked as he took a few swings of the spear. It wasn't easy to make even with the supplies. But since you got me the materials, I'll sell it for 10,000 gold to you, Gilmore offered as he did some math in his head. I'll take it, Naruto said with a grin as he finished his practice thrusts, liking how the spear felt in his hands. Good to hear. I took the time to have your mother's clan symbol embroidered on it. Would be a shame to remove it if you didn't purchase it. Although I probably worst case could have sold it to her directly if anything, Gilmore said with a shrug as a ghost flew over with a tray and handed the shopkeep a cup of tea. Oh, thank you, Rodrigo. You're a gem, Gilmore complimented the ghost as he took the offered tea. Hey, can I get some? Naruto asked the ghost, who ignored him as he flew by. Hey, I asked a question here. He yelled at the ghost as it flew away. One must have a bit of company while handsome half-elves are off thwarting evil, Gilmore said with a grin at Vax as the two continued to chat about direct sunlight being able to kill a vampire while ignoring Naruto's hounding of the ghost. Meanwhile, Keyleth was investigating a finger trap on a shelf and managed to get her fingers caught in it. And you call me the little brother of the team? Naruto asked as he shook his head at Keyleth as she struggled to get her fingers loose, causing her to fall over. Need some help, love? Gilmore asked, taking notice of the druid's situation. I'm fine, thanks. I'll just say it like this. For forever, Keyleth said with a sheepish chuckle. Press the tooth of each S at the same time, dear, Gilmore told her as Vax walked up to her and helped her remove the finger trap. This is so going in my wedding toast, oi. That's abuse, Naruto said as he snickered before Vex slammed a fist into his abdomen. Shut it, the huntress growled out, annoyed at her compatriot's antics and her growing jealousy of how close her brother and the druid were getting. What? Your brother can't have a life? You gonna give me crap when I find a nice girl too? Naruto asked with a grumble. An idiot like you has no way of attracting anyone nice, Vex said with an eye roll. I can be plenty nice, I just like driving you guys crazy, Naruto said with a grin. Another Uzumaki trait, they always drive their family crazy, Gilmore said with a nod. You mean friends, right? Vax asked, and he and Keyleth approached. I said what I said, my friend, Gilmore said with a sly grin. Regardless, I highly doubt you'll find a nice girl to your liking, Vex said before turning back to Gilmore while Naruto made a mocking face at her. Meanwhile, in Avernus of the Nine Hells. Achoo! A tall, muscular tiefling woman with one horn and long black hair suddenly sneezed before slamming her battle axe into the face of a flying demon, cleaving it in two. Wonder what that was? Someone talking about me? Worry about it later, Karlach, the tiefling muttered to herself as she continued to fight in this war for Zariel. No matter how much she didn't even want to partake in it. Later with Naruto. The group finished their purchases and ran to meet up with their other compatriots who had managed to gain a cart for their journey that was currently being driven down the road, while the four shoppers chased after them. Slow, yes. Check it out. We got a good deal on the cart. It was practically, literally, a steal. How'd you do? Scanlan said with a grin as the cart stopped to let the four on before asking how the shopping went before he was hit in the face by a purple cloak by Naruto. Good to know, when you steal you're still pieces of crap. Now put this on, Naruto said as he threw a cloak of protection at Scanlan and held out a ring for the gnome. Don't throw at me, you wait, you bought me a magic cloak and ring? Scanlan asked curiously. I bought cloaks of protection and rings of necrotic resistance for everyone. Even Pike, who I'll hold on to hers for, Naruto said as he placed a white cloak and ring in his bag of holding. Good idea, most likely the Briarwoods will be sending more undead horrors after us, Percy said as he took the ring and a black cloak and put them on before continuing to drive the cart while everyone got their gear situated. What's with the spear? Grog asked Naruto as he got into the back of the cart with him, Scanlan, Keyleth, Vax, and Kurama. Meanwhile, Percy and Vex took the front reins on the cart. Something Gilmore had made for me out of the leftover remains of that dragon we killed, Naruto said as he took the spear off his back. You actually got gear made from that thing? Scanlan asked wide-eyed. Well duh. I also got this belt too, Naruto said, tapping his new belt as he sat down next to Kurama. And before say anything, Scan, he just went into debt to gear us all up, so quit your ing, Vex told the gnome from the front of the cart. That's fair, Scanlan said as he sat down and went back to trying to read Delilah's grimoire. How much did all that cost, if you don't mind my asking? Percy asked, seeing all the gear and goodies the crew bought. Let's just say if I have to sell any of you to my parents as slaves as payback. The idea is on the table, Naruto told them. I say we just blame Scanlan if your mother comes calling. Offer him as a sacrifice, Vax suggested with a light smirk. Seconded, Vex said, agreeing with her twin. Third, Keyleth said as she raised her hand. Keyleth, what the? Scanlan asked in shock at the druid's agreement. What? You saw her lay out Grog with one hit. And I really like this cloak, Keyleth said with a sheepish tone. She took a cheap shot, Grog said with a pout. You'll get her one day, big guy, Naruto told him with a chuckle. Kurama just looked at the blonde, baffled at this. As if asking if he was serious. I'm trying to get him some confidence again. That's all. We both know she'd curb stomp him, Naruto whispered to the fox, making Kurama snicker as the cart continued out of Eamon towards Whitestone. A bit later the group were in the forest making their way down the dirt road in the carriage. Please stop that. I'm trying to concentrate, Percy said as Vex looked at him while he tried to focus on driving the cart. Oh, is that what you're doing? I thought you were practicing your resting face, Vex told him with a grin. Excuse me? My face? Percy asked as he turned to look at Vex. You're heading home. Figured you'd look happier, Vex told him. This isn't a homecoming. This is a suicide mission to topple the necromantic murderers of my family. And for the record, I have a magnificent face, Percy told the half-elf. Oh, do you now? Vex asked, amused. Yes, I do. Lots of practice, Percy told her with a grin. This is so painful to watch. Are all relationships this way? Naruto said as he listened to the two talk, obviously with tension between the two, before he looked at Scanlan, who was still reading from Delilah's grimoire. In my experience, most of my relationships don't involve that much talking. Mostly cause my partner is face down in a pillow, Scanlan said, flipping a page of the book. And that's why he shouldn't go to you for advice, Vax said as he rolled his eyes at the gnome. I'm sorry, how many relationships have you had, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Unable? Scanlan asked. Before he answers, can you answer how many diseases you have gotten? Naruto asked the gnome with a grin. What the? None. I'm clean. Scanlan yelled, putting the book down to look at the blonde, affronted by the question. Is that because you took a potion or asked Pike for healing after? Vax asked with a raised brow. I don't have to answer that. Scanlan grumbled as he went back to the book. And that's why I don't go to you for advice, Naruto said as he and Vax high-fived at getting one over on Scanlan. Any luck translating the book? Keyleth asked. Yeah, Naruto's dad did a lot before he left. Okay, just some. Okay, yeah, most of it's impossible barring the first few pages he got to translate. But look at all this messed up. And I keep making out one word in Delilah's craptastic scribble. Something called a zipper, Scanlan explained. Ziggurat, Keyleth said as she looked at the page Scanlan showed her. Oh, thank God. 'Cause what I was picturing was like. Whoa, Scanlan was saying before he trailed off in thought a bit. I think my dad mentioned that those were ancient structures used for contacting gods, Naruto explained. Wait, are we talking the ziggurats or the zipperes? Scanlan asked. Ziggurats, you idiot, Naruto groaned out as he held his forehead. Yeah, I have heard of these two, not much since I fell asleep during ancient abyssal classes, Keyleth said with a sheepish grin. So we are Ed then, Scanlan said as he sighed. Hopelessly, Naruto chirped out before he and Vax saw Grog whimpering on the end of the cart. Oh, please tell me you're not Ting in another cart, Vax pleaded as he walked over to check on his party member. If so, I'm using Scanlan as a shield, Naruto said with a shudder. You! Scanlan yelled at the blonde. Hey, I didn't say face first, did I? Naruto asked as he looked at the gnome. Oh, thanks a lot. These are imported silk, remember, Scanlan said, gesturing to his clothes. Okay, so face first then, Naruto said with a nod of understanding. Oh no! Scanlan yelled at Naruto. Pike said I can talk to her even as she's not here and I'd feel her, but it doesn't work, Grog said with a frown. Hey, Pike's going to be fine. Don't worry, Vax told the Goliath with a smile. I know that. She's stronger than all of us. I'm more worried about us without her, Grog admitted. Well, until Pike comes back we will all have to try and man up to make up for her not being here. Which I guess makes me the medic now since I have an understanding of most creature anatomy, Naruto said with a calm tone. Knowing how to shove someone's nose into the brain doesn't make you a medic, Vex said as she turned to look back at the blonde. How many noses have you shoved into the brain, Miss Shoot Arrows? Naruto asked with a smirk. I don't need to do such barbaric methods. And for the record, I'd sooner trust Kurama as the medic over you, Vex told Naruto. I don't think you want that, Naruto said as he looked to see Kurama freezing at the idea of needing to heal these idiots' wounds. He didn't even have thumbs, goddammit. Best he'd manage is cauterizing wounds with his flames. Later that night, the group's carriage was making its way deeper and deeper through the dark woods as it made its way to Whitestone. Huh? Whispered one. Scanlan muttered, still reading the journal. Why does that sound familiar? Was that something I was called in my younger days? Naruto muttered, trying to recall the information on where he had heard the name. I said whispered one, not whiskered one, Scanlan told him. I was never called that, obviously, Naruto yelled before he quickly composed himself and calmed down. Your city's children are rather uncreative with their insults, huh? Vax asked, unimpressed. Yes, my city. Definitely not something I was called. Elsewhere. Oh, look, something else. Percy, you need a break? I'll take over, Naruto muttered to himself before turning to Percy still driving the cart and made his way to the window. The hell you will, Vex said as she slapped Naruto's hands away as the blonde reached for the reins. On my hand. I need that for punching people. Or smacking a tiefling woman on their sweet, bouncy, juicy, Naruto was saying before Vex slapped him in the face to silence him. I'm so goddamn proud of him. Scanlan said with a snicker at this. Naruto's right though, Percy, you need a break, Keyleth said, seeing as Percy had been driving for a long time without giving up the reins to anyone else. I'm fine. We need to keep moving. The Briarwoods are probably back in Whitestone by now, Percy told her, unwilling to give up control of the cart. However, while the cart continued to drive under Percy's control, Vexhalia's eyes snapped to a sound coming from the woods. Percy, stop, Vex ordered, looking towards where the noise came from. I just said I'm not tired, Percy told her. No, I mean stop the damn cart. Something's tracking us, Vex told him seriously, making Percy's eyes widen in surprise before he pulled on the horse's reins to get them to stop. As soon as the cart stopped, twigs started to snap from the nearby brush, making Percy and Vex draw their weaponry as Naruto quickly grabbed his spear and headed out of the cart alongside Keyleth, Grog, Vax, and Kurama. More rustling came from the woods, making everyone tense up. Kurama's ears twitched before his fur went up as he started to growl as Naruto held his spear up ready to chuck it if needed. A lone wolf-like silhouette started to make its way towards them, whimpering. "Oh, poor little puppers," Keyleth frowned hearing the whimpering animal as she approached it. "Are you hurt, little guy?" the druid asked kindly as the wolf came closer, revealing a bleeding, rotting form missing most of its fur and skin, and making the druid shriek in terror from the sight as more and more surrounded the cart. "What the are those?" Grog asked as the undead wolves approached them. "A gift from Lady Briarwood," Percy said as he held up his pepper box before the horse neighed in a panic, causing him and Vex to look at the road ahead and see that another undead wolf was approaching them from the front, and its face split into 3 prongs of teeth and a large tongue. "What the fuck?" Vex was asking before the undead wolf roared loudly, shooting its tongue out and into the carriage before grabbing Scanlan and yanked him out of the carriage before running off along with its fellow undead wolves. "Scanlan!" Vex yelled as she started firing arrows as everyone immediately climbed back into the cart as the cart took off after them. Naruto immediately dove out the side of the cart, hanging on from the side as he held his spear. "Are you crazy?" Vax asked the blonde. "Like a fox." "No offense, Kurama," Naruto said, smirking as he held up his spear in one hand. Kurama ignored this as he stuck his head out the other side of the cart and opened his maw before sending a bolt of flames from his mouth towards the fleeing wolves, which actually hit one and lit it on fire, but it just kept running and lighting things on fire as it ran. "Great, now they are flaming undead wolves," Vax yelled as he looked at the fox, who gave him an annoyed look at being yelled at. "Well, that one is, but not for long," Naruto said with a crazed grin as the cart made its way towards the fleeing wolves as they leapt over a chasm that Keyleth made large vines appear under to get the carriage across. "Off!" Naruto yelled as he threw his spear at the aflame wolf, the spear becoming a bolt of lightning itself, piercing through the wolf's head, turning it to mush as it fell to the ground limp and smoldering. "Ha! Okay, love this thing," Naruto yelled as his spear appeared in his hand again in a flash of lightning. "That is so cool," Grog said in awe at Naruto's weapon. "Help!" Scanlan yelled before the wolf's elongated tongue suddenly moved and shoved itself into the gnome's mouth, silencing him and making actually not fight back against it. "Scanlan, hold on!" Keyleth yelled out as the cart tried to keep up. "I think he's getting a boner from that," Naruto said, weirded out by what he was seeing. "Come on, Percy, faster!" Vex yelled as she fired an arrow that missed the wolf Scanlan was restrained by. "This thing was not built for speed." "And did you just hire me?" Percy demanded as he looked at Vex, annoyed. "Quit your fancy pants and move this piece of..." Naruto yelled as he threw his spear over and over again at the wolves to try and help, managing to hit the other undead wolf next to the one that had Scanlan as it kept returning to his hand after each throw. "I'll take the big one," Grog yelled out in excitement as 2 more wolves were quickly catching up to the cart from behind. "I'll take the other big one," Vax said, readying his daggers as the 2 wolves leapt into the back of the cart, one tackling Vax while the other went for Grog. "Hang on, I'm coming in," Naruto yelled, seeing this as he summoned his spear after another failed throw. "No! Help my sister and Percy get Scanlan. You have range, we don't," Vax yelled as he stabbed at the wolf, attacking him only for him to get slammed into the cart wall next to Naruto and nearly get thrown out. "Fine. Kurama, back them up. Show them a real apex predator," Naruto ordered as he went back to throwing his spear while Vex fired her arrows at the wolf that had Scanlan. Kurama barked at this before he tackled the wolf on Vax before they started to fight, while Keyleth ran to Vax to catch him and pull him back in. "You okay?" Keyleth asked as she pulled him to his feet. "Remind me to thank Naruto for the cloak and ring if we make it through this," Vax told her, as while he was hurt it wasn't as bad as it could have been thanks to said gifts. "Duly noted, and will be held over your head later." Naruto's voice rang out from the outside. "And his ego swells again," Keyleth sighed with a chuckle. Meanwhile, the wolf Kurama was fighting leapt at the 9-tailed fox with a bite attack, only for Kurama's tails to wrap around it mid-leap and keep it in place. Kurama then pulled the wolf close to his face and glared at it before he roared loudly, his eyes glowing red. The undead wolf whimpered at this before Kurama opened his maw and blasted him point blank with a blast of flames, incinerating the body as it went flying out of the carriage, turning to ash in the wind. Whoa, Keyleth said, surprised at this show of power from the fox along with Vax. Where the hell has that been hiding? Vax asked in shock as Grog ripped apart the wolf he was fighting with his bare hands and threw the remains out. That was for Pike. And me. And maybe Scanlan, 'cause he probably won't survive. Grog yelled. Don't say that, damn it. I'm not letting him die. Naruto yelled out as he continued to throw his spear at the wolf that had the gnome in his clutches, but each throw missed. I didn't know you cared that much, Keyleth admitted. I have a bet he dies to a pimp and I refuse to lose. Naruto yelled as he threw his spear again but managed to miss hitting a tree and it returned to his grip. And any hope I had for you maturing is gone, Keyleth sighed at this. Finally reaching the end of her patience, Vex grabbed an enchanted arrow and aimed at the wolf. This better be worth it, Vex muttered as she aimed her shot. The arrow burning with flames as she let the arrow fly, hitting the wolf next to the wolf Scanlan was being held by. Blowing it to kingdom come, but still not doing anything to the wolf holding the gnome. As many of those as I bought for you, and you wait until the last minute to use them. Naruto yelled at the half-elf. I don't see you using your Sun Soul abilities, Vex shot back. I have a limited use of those each day, and I can just get my spear back to hand after it's thrown. You have like 1,000 of those arrows thanks to me, Naruto yelled, before seeing Scanlan get let go by the wolf as they headed towards a cliff and managing to grab onto its jaw. Naruto growled as he climbed out of the carriage and onto the top of it and took aim with his spear as they got closer to a cliff. What the bloody hell are you doing? Percy yelled at the blonde. Just watch and be amazed. Naruto yelled as he took aim with his spear before throwing it hard at the wolf. The spear flew and hit the wolf in the neck before in a flash Naruto appeared holding his spear as he leapt onto the back of the wolf. Holy! Scanlan yelled as he was trying to pry the book out of the wolf's mouth. Thank me later. Naruto yelled as he held up his hand and fired a sun blast at the mouth of the wolf holding the book, making the gnome fall from the of its head and send him rolling on the ground right before the wolf and Naruto went flying off the cliff. No kid. Scanlan yelled, seeing as the wolf still had the book and now Naruto on its back as the cart stopped before the cliff. Seeing Naruto and the wolf leap off the cliff edge. No. Vax yelled in horror. Naruto. Keyleth yelled horrified at this. Tears brimming in her eyes. It can't be true. He can't, Vex said in absolute horror. No. Damn it. Why? Grog yelled in anger and fury seeing this. That damned reckless fool. Damn it. Percy yelled in fury. The group were all silent for a few moments as they all prayed for their friend before. Hey, I could use some help. Naruto's voice called out. The others quickly looked up at this before looking over the edge of the cliff and seeing the blonde was hanging from the side of the cliff thanks to his spear which he had stabbed into the side of the cliff. I got you, kid. Scanlan's hand. Scanlan said as he took out his lute and made his signature giant purple magic hand appear under the blonde and lift him back to the cliff with the others. You unbelievable dumbass. Vax yelled, not sure whether to be angry at the scare or happy the blonde was still kicking. Come on, you really think I'm gonna die like that? Hell no, I'm dying the way nature intended, Naruto said grinning. Face down in your own vomit after a night at the bar? Grog asked curiously. No. Smothered by the large boba s of some tall, tiefling ladies, Naruto said grinning. A worthy death. Scanlan gave him a thumbs up while everyone else looked on flatly at the blonde's preferred death. Glad to see you're okay, Naruto, Vax said as he chuckled a bit. Yeah, but that undead pet of the necrophiliac got away with that book. Well, what was left of it? But you know what, we still have the cart and our stuff, so hey, silver lining, Naruto said as he shrugged a bit. Before the piece of the cliff the cart was parked on suddenly cracked and broke off with the cart and the horses plummeting below with most of the items falling with it. Oh, come on. Vex yelled as she ran over to where the cart had just been and looked down. Kurama barked a bit as he walked over, dragging what looked like a bag before dropping it and giving the group a flat look as he had managed to use his tails as he exited the cart before it fell to save those goods. I'll owe you extra meat, buddy, Naruto said with a grin as he took the bag and pet Kurama a bit, getting a smirk from the fox. Okay, that fox is way too smart to be a regular animal, Scanlan said seeing this. To be fair, how many nine-tailed foxes do you know? For all we know, he's not a regular animal, Vax said as he also pet Kurama. I think I heard mention of a nine-tailed fox back during my classes, but I fell asleep. I recall it was supposed to be the size of like a mountain though. I just assumed Kurama was one of his descendants, maybe, Keyleth admitted. Yeah, right. Mountain-sized fox? Ha! Grog said with a laugh at this. Yeah, I think you misheard that while you were sleeping, Keyleth, Vex said as she shook her head. Yeah, let's keep moving and go make camp for now. We can discuss this subject another time, Percy told them. The group all nodded at this as they kept moving while Kurama looked at Keyleth for a few moments before he grinned as soon as she turned her back. Interesting. Maybe these idiots can help me break this curse after all, Kurama thought to himself as he followed after the group as they made camp in a large cave nearby as Keyleth gathered some sticks and used her magic to create a fire. Unfortunately, she used too much power and made a large geyser of fire. Oops, too much power. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Keyleth yelled before seeing Vax patting out a flame she had caused by being too close when she did it and went to aid him. Maybe not, Kurama thought as a sweat drop formed on the back of his head seeing this. Okay, let's see what this baby can do, Scanlan said, as he pulled out a scroll from the bag Kurama had saved. You got a baby in there? Grog asked curiously. What? No, Grog. This is the scroll I picked up from Brimside's cave. I just gotta figure out how to make it work, Scanlan said, opening the scroll up to read. Oh, this ought to be good, Naruto said, excited to see what happens with Scanlan's attempt. Okay. Nevash, Nevin, Clue, Mehan, Scanlan read aloud before his body shifted and contorted, turning into a frog. Baha! It made you handsomer. Oh, I like it. Grog yelled, laughing at this as he poked the now frog Scanlan. Nevash, Nevin, Clue, Mehan, Scanlan grunted out as he transformed into a massive unicorn, now crushing Grog. Whoa ho ho! I like that even more. Grog laughed out from under Scanlan. Okay, this is pretty funny, Naruto snickered alongside Kurama. Nevash, Nevin, Clue, Mehan. Scanlan yelled, annoyed as his body transformed once more. Whoa, okay, now I'm confused and aroused, Grog admitted as he went to poke Scanlan's, since the latest change had made the gnome gain height as well as turn him into a woman. Dada, hands off, Scanlan said as he slapped the Goliath's hand away before seeing the changes he had received. What the? How the do I look this good? Scanlan asked with a grin. Okay, I'm gonna need a strong drink to get me so ed up I forget this, or at least have someone hit me so hard I forget seeing this, Naruto said as he looked at the group who were sitting around the fire. No alcohol, Percy said with a firm tone. Yeah, we don't need a return of Naruto of the drunken fist, Vax said as he groaned at the memory of after they had received their keep before the feast occurred. Naruto had gotten drunk during a night out. For the last time, Vex gave me the alcohol to see what would happen without telling me it was alcohol. Naruto grumbled as he crossed his arms. Yeah, and you took out an entire bar on your own. Threw 8 people out a window. Stole the bras of every woman in the tavern. Set bras on fire, and almost crippled Grog before we subdued you. That was in the span of 10 minutes, Vex said as she shuddered, recalling the horrors she had unknowingly brought on everyone that day. I still want a rematch with him when he's drunk, Grog declared with a pout. No. Everyone but Naruto yelled at this, including Kurama, who barked in protest. His tails forming into X shapes. Y'all are just yes. Grog and Naruto yelled at this before they all sat around the fire with Scanlan turning back to normal. You know, this forest reminds me of home, a little, Keyleth said as she looked around while patching up Vax. Your home must be nice, Vax said with a smile at her. It's beautiful. And big. And filled with Ashari people I'm supposed to lead someday. Vex is right. Maybe I'll never get my together, Keyleth said with a tone of sadness. Don't listen to my sister. I don't know your people or rituals or what you think you're running from. But I know you. I know you care about others. That's what makes a great leader. Kiki, I believe in you, Vax told her with a smile, getting a chuckle from the druid. Thanks. Friend, Keyleth said, looking away with a blush. Well said, Vax, you have plenty of room to grow, Kiki. Everyone does, at least that's what my master told me, Naruto said as he nodded before walking away from the two, letting them continue to act awkwardly around each other as Vex looked at them annoyed. You know, your brother may fumble a bit with his attempts, but the two are good for each other. There's no need for you to get jealous, Naruto told her as he walked up beside her. What do you know? Vex said as she scoffed at the youngest of them. I know Vax isn't afraid to let people close like you. You try to keep everyone at arm's distance. Despite the fact you told Percy emotions aren't meant to be bottled up, you do so yourself constantly. Naruto said with a firm tone. Since when are you a philosopher? Percy asked, raising an eyebrow at the blonde. Let's just say an old friend rubbed off on me. I won't pry into why you're so jealous, Vex. It ain't my business. I'm just saying maybe listen to your own advice a bit more is all Naruto said simply after some thought. Not wanting to think about the friend he had killed at the moment. Unknowingly getting some quizzical looks from Percy and Vex. Later that night, the group were all gathered around the campfire. She was a holy gnome. Scanlan sang out as he finished a song he was strumming on his lute. Oh, Pike's gonna love that, Vex snickered as she and the others laughed at the gnome bard's new song. I have 5 gold coins, you get friend-zoned ga. Cut the crap, Naruto said with a grin before Scanlan's construct hand took a swipe at him, making him duck to avoid. Okay, so what's the weirdest thing you guys have killed? Grog asked the group with a grin. Oh, that's easy, Vax said with a smile as he started to tell his story. Vax flashback. I will return and I will find you. The tiger-like warrior he was facing off against growled out only for a dagger to embed itself into his forehead. Yeah, heard that before, Vax said as his dagger appeared in his hand again as he walked out of the temple he was in after the tiger man fell through the window to the ground below. Flashback end. Oh man, good one. Grog laughed out alongside the others. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I think the strangest kill I've ever had would be, Keyleth said as she started to tell her tale. Keyleth flashback. The druid looked around at the molten lava-filled area as a Duergar leapt at her from behind screaming, while wielding a massive warhammer. Keyleth blasted him with a powerful gust of wind that sent the Duergar into the molten lava river nearby, screaming in agony as he was slowly being burned and melted to death. Oh no 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 no. Shushu. Quiet. Quiet. Go to sleep, Keyleth told them as she placed her foot on their head and pushed him under the lava to burn faster. Flashback ends. Holy Naruto muttered wide-eyed alongside Kurama, who stared mouth agape at the druid. Pretty dark. How about you, kid? What do you got? Scanlan said wide-eyed before turning to Naruto. Okay. So about 6 months before I met you guys, Naruto started his tale. Flashback. Naruto had taken a job from local law enforcement to investigate some disappearances. Witnesses all claimed that everyone that entered this one particular inn never returned. So he and Kurama naturally went to check it out. The two were greeted with no one around. The place was completely empty with no workers. With the party. What the hell does all this setup have to do with your kill? Vex asked, raising an eyebrow at the blonde. It's called world building now. Shut it, Naruto told her as he continued his story. Flashback continues. Now the two had split off. Kurama had gone into the back office while Naruto was going door by door downstairs to find any trace of the victims or anyone really. Eventually he opened the door to a single room with a toilet in it and a skull on the ground. Okay, so people definitely died here. Why would they leave a skull in a bathroom though? Naruto questioned as he reached down to grab it. Suddenly the lid of the toilet lifted up as a large tongue shot out and wrapped around Naruto's arm. What the? Naruto yelled as grabbed his sickle and started to hack and slash at the tongue only to be crashed onto the floor by the tongue's pull. Closer and closer and closer, he was being dragged towards the toilet as fangs sprouted from between the lid and seat. Before the toilet could chomp down on the blonde, however, Kurama burst through the doorway and jumped over Naruto and pounced on the toilet, smashing through it with his claws. Kurama, I owe you a big steak for the save. Now then, what the is with this inn? Naruto yelled, panting for breath. With the party. Technically the toilet is Kurama's kill, Scanlan pointed out. Oh, I'm still going. That was just set up, Naruto said as he continued his tale. Flashback continues. What the is up with this inn? Naruto yelled as he and Kurama left the bathroom to head back to the front desk, only for the wall nearby to grow fangs and a tongue and attack Naruto, who sliced the tongue off with his sickle. Okay, a hotel full of mimics where we don't know what will attack us next. All in favor of burning this mother down, raise a paw, Naruto said as he looked at Kurama. Kurama raised a paw at this as he smiled. Come on, Kurama, let's burn this mother down. Naruto yelled with a mad grin as he made a sun blast in his hand and threw it at a bookcase, destroying it and lighting it on fire as more fangs and tongues sprouted from the walls, paintings, decor. Everything was a mimic. Burn. Burn it all. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the mother burn. Burn mother. Naruto yelled, cackling madly as he and Kurama torched the place with his sunfire and Kurama's flames. Kurama said nothing to this as he fired blasts of fire in every direction, his tails waving happily behind him as he lit the entire inn on fire. Flashback end. And after that, because we burned the inn down and never found proof or evidence of what had actually happened, we were gypped on our payment by local law enforcement. Naruto finished his tale. You found an inn of just mimics. What is the likelihood of that? Vex asked, baffled. Apparently, if you're us, really ing high. Side note, I now have to worry every time I enter a goddamn hotel bathroom about getting eaten, Naruto explained. Oh, I got a good one, Grog said as he told a tale of how he bit the tongue of a large monster with his teeth and ripped it out with a bite as it bled out. Not that I want to judge, but isn't that an average day for you? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at Grog's story. No, usually I just use my head chopper or my fists, Grog explained, getting some laughs from the group. Okay, that's pretty crazy, but I have you all beat, Scanlan said with a grin. Scanlan flashback. Scanlan was on his back with a brunette woman riding his back with the group. Again, ain't this an average day for you? I mean, barring the dumping them while they sleep? Naruto said with a flat tone of voice. Kid's right. This is pretty normal for you, Vax agreed alongside his sister, who nodded. No, I haven't even gotten to the good part yet, Scanlan assured them. Flashback continues. Yes. As the woman started to hit her, something started to sprout from her neck as a second head shot out, wide-eyed, screaming in icy bliss with a deep-voiced growl making Scanlan yell in shock. Flashback end. Oh, what the Scanlan? Grog yelled in horror alongside the others. Okay, now I have a new fear, so thanks for that, Scan, Naruto said with a shudder at the visual while Kurama opened his mouth and pointed one of his tails at his open mouth and made a gagging sound for emphasis. Hey, I still finished, Scanlan said with a grin at this. Okay, Percy, how about you? What's the worst monster you've faced? Vax asked, hoping to avoid thinking of Scanlan's story anymore. They're in Whitestone, and we'll all be facing them soon, Percy told them with a somber tone, getting silence from the group as they absorbed the info. Buskill, Grog said with an awkward tone. Let's just get some sleep, Naruto suggested, deciding to change the subject. Agreed. Vax and I will get more firewood first, then we'll rest, Vex told them as she gestured for her brother to follow her while the others rested. The next day, after resting for the night and trekking through the woods, the group had covered quite the distance, nearly at Whitestone. Almost home. I never thought I'd see it again, Percy admitted. What's Whitestone like, Percy? Keyleth asked curiously. Yeah, what should we expect? Vex asked as they all caught up with Percy, who was leading the way. It's beautiful. Lush. Orchards always in bloom thanks to the sun tree. They say it was planted by the Dawn Father 1,000 years ago. It's even engraved here in our family crest. A symbol of the De Rolos ties to the city, Percy said, showing his family symbol on his jacket before looking away. At least it used to be, Percy said sadly. We're gonna help you get it back, Keyleth told him. All of it, Vax agreed as he looked at Percy with a firm look. I recall Dad saying he wished we could get fruit from Whitestone, as he said they had the best orchards before they went secluded. You think when we kill those heirs you can start trading with Spira again? Naruto asked as he gave Percy a comforting grin. I'll make sure when we're freed that Whitestone sends him the largest basket we can for free, Percy told Naruto with a small smile as they continued onward. We're here, Percy said as they finally arrived at Whitestone. However, what Percy had explained his home looked like was not the case. The city, the massive sun tree, all of it was decrepit, rotting, devastated. Everything was dead or dying. Percy Keyleth looked at the gunslinger worriedly, seeing the horror cross his face. What have they done? Percy asked, horrified. The group all made their way through the front gates and into town. No guards, Vax said, looking for any sign of enemy forces as they gazed at the broken and decimated buildings. Where is everyone? Grog asked, seeing no sign of life. Or those that were around quickly running indoors. No offense, Percy, but your town is creepy, as Scanlan said as he looked around at the town. I need to find Keeper Yenin, Percy said as he led the group down a street. Who? Naruto asked as he kept an eye out for anything interesting. A holy woman here. She'll know what's happened, Percy told them as he led the way towards the sun tree in the middle of town. You're sure about her? Vex asked him as they walked. She can be trusted, Percy told her unwaveringly. If she's alive, Vex pointed out. Way to stay positive, Vex, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes before the group quickly hid as a squadron of guards passed by. Before they could leave cover, however, loud thunderous footsteps sounded as the group looked up and saw a giant walk overhead. Of course they have undead giants, Naruto whispered under his breath as they all ran while Percy stopped to look at the sun tree and his eyes widened as he gasped. Percy, are you okay? Keyleth asked as she approached the gunslinger before she gasped as she looked at what Percy was seeing as the others joined them. Bodies hanging from nooses around the sun tree, each body dressed in similar garb to each member of Vox Machina. Even a child was killed and hung from the tree dressed like Pike. A young teenager had also been dressed like Naruto himself, dead to the world. Naruto scowled seeing this level of cruelty, while Kurama's eyes glowed red for a moment before he quickly composed himself. It's us, Vex said in horror at the sight. The Briarwoods know we've come, Percy said as he continued to look at the hanging corpses. WWE should cut them down, Keyleth stammered out with a shudder of her shoulders, still horrified by the visual of people mocked up to look like them as crows pecked at their flesh. No, the sun tree's obviously being watched, Percy told the group as he turned away from the hanging corpses as he continued down the streets, slowly followed by the rest of the group. Baiting us to reveal ourselves by killing people like this? Oh, I'm gonna enjoy tearing apart whatever plan these heirs have, Naruto said with narrowed eyes and a trembling fist. Calm yourself. It wouldn't do well to let our anger get the better of us, Vax told their youngest member as they continued following Percy. As the group ran through the streets to see two kids in the dirt who were being led into an alleyway by a woman to avoid sight. The woman then turned to them. Are you crazy? Out of the streets, hide. The woman yelled as she waved them over to hide in the same alleyway as thunderous, loud footsteps echoed as an undead giant passed by the alleyway. Grog, you're part giant, can you vouch for us? Scanlan asked as they all hid in the alleyway. Oh, what, 'cause we all know each other? Grog asked sarcastically. Well, I mean kind of, yes, Scanlan said sheepishly. I expected better from you, Scan. How racist, Naruto said with a mocking tone while Kurama made a sking noise with his mouth to mock the gnome. All three of you, Scanlan grumbled out as he knew he was obviously being mocked. As the mockery continued, the woman suddenly gasped and grabbed Percy by his collar. Why do you wear this? Are you a part of the resistance? The woman asked in shock. Sorry, I don't follow, Percy admitted confused. The Derolo crest. Maybe the resistance is using it, Vex suggested. We're not with them, but we do share an enemy, Vax told her. Yeah, I gave Tall, Dark, and Fugly a new scar on his face, if that helps, Naruto said with a grin. Whitestone is worse off than I expected, Percy said, realizing how horrible things had truly become after the Briarwoods took over. Briarwoods are s, Grog said with a nod as he looked at them. Can't be what you don't have, Naruto snickered. I think it's more he has it but can't get the proper blood flow to use it, Scanlan said with a smirk, deciding to get in on this. Ha! Good one. Naruto chuckled at this as he fist bumped the gnome. Perhaps we can be of use to each other. Tell me, is Keeper Yenin still alive? Percy asked the woman. Why do you want to know? The woman asked, still suspicious of the group. If you want change here, Yenin is the only one who can help bring it, Percy told her, unflinching, getting a nod from the woman. Later, the woman led the group towards what looked like a town square where what looked like a group of people were gathered around a woman in robes. Talk to them. This was Yenin. Friends, I know you have suffered. My heart weeps and my back breaks under the weight of these past few years. But anger makes us reckless. Violence doesn't burn away the clouds. It only makes more smoke. Have faith and wait for a sign. A new dawn is coming, friends. And soon we will bask in its glory together, the old woman told them as the people left the meeting one by nightfall. Well, she at least tries to keep their hopes up, Naruto said as he observed along with the others as the group started to leave while the sun started to set into evening. Kurama scoffed at this as they all approached Yenin, who had just finished talking to the last villager. Greetings, strangers, we don't see many new faces these days, Yenin said as she greeted them. Keeper Yenin. Tell me, what do the Briarwoods make of your sermons? Percy asked from the darkness. They don't attend my services, but their pale guard tolerate me. For now. Yenin told them simply. You truly believe the Dawnfather will send a sign? Percy asked curiously. Sure, that name is forbidden, Yenin told him in a quiet panic as she shined her lantern to get a better look at the group and gasped upon seeing Percy's face. It's you. Oh, but you're not the same. Little Percival. What have you become? Yenin asked softly as she placed a hand on his cheek. I am what they made me, Percy said as he moved Yenin's hand from his face. What matters is that you're back, Yenin said as she lowered her head. I am not back. I'm only here for one thing, Percy said as he turned away from Yenin and walked away a bit before stopping. Then you want what the people want. A trusted Derolo can lead them to freedom. They'll listen to the rightful heir, Yenin said with a firm tone. What I need to do requires discretion. Groups can be messy, Percy told her. But you're leading this group, Yenin pointed out. If Percy is the leader, I vote we mutiny, Naruto said as he held up his hand. Yeah, no offense, Percy, but you're a tiny bit too little to lead, Gorg told him. Wait, we have a height requirement? Scanlan asked, frowning at this. Obviously, Grog said as he crossed his arms. I thought we were all sort of co-leaders, Keyleth said with a nervous tone. Keyleth, that is absolutely ridiculous. Besides, after that Brimscythe fiasco, everyone knows I'm in charge, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. Like hell you are, Vex told him as the group deteriorated into bickering. Kurama watched this for a few moments with a flat look on his face before he put his tail to his head and barked before he fell over and played dead, getting the attention of Yenin. A nine-tailed fox. How interesting. Follow me, all of you, Yenin said as she led the group toward a disheveled tavern after a giant patrol passed through that they sneakily avoided. Hey, I'm a big fan of taverns, but this place kind of looks like, Scanlan said as Yenin approached some barrels. Looks can be deceiving, she said with a smile as she lifted what was painted to look like barrels that was actually a secret doorway. Inside the underground base. No, it's tie on the inside too, Scanlan said as he looked around, seeing that it was an old basement with barrels, a table which were all covered in dust and cobwebs. An old resistance hideout. We can speak freely here, Yenin explained as Grog gasped, seeing ale barrels. You are dreaming of you think there is any ale in there, Naruto said as he shook his head. Just watch, Grog told him as he grabbed a mug and turned the tap. Only for nothing to come out. Seeing this, Grog tried the next barrel. And the one after. So on and so forth until he tried every barrel, but the result was the same. No ale poured. Still watching, Naruto said with a chuckle as he watched the half-giant throw a tantrum. What is this hell? Grog demanded, breaking open the final barrel and seeing nothing inside. Thanks to the Briarwoods, all our resources are dwindling. Including ale, Yenin told him simply. I will murder everyone. Grog yelled, grabbing an ale barrel and tossing it into a wall in fury. You preach pacifism while associating with rebels? Percy questioned. Trust me. I want the Briarwoods gone as much as you do. But I've seen uprisings fail, and if you charge up to that castle you'll be slaughtered, Yenin told him. So what do you suggest? Naruto asked the keeper. The only way to win is if the resistance is strong enough. Yenin told them. And the resistance isn't strong enough because? Vex asked, raising an inquiring eyebrow. Because the resistance leader has been captured, Yenin told them. Ah, there it is, Vax said, expecting that. He's set to be hanged tomorrow. Percy, it's Archibald Desney, Yenin informed him. Archie? But how? Percy questioned before seeing the looks from the others, confused, unnoticing Keyleth going to investigate roots within the cellar. We grew up together. His father worked in the kitchen. We'd raise hell all over the castle. One time Archie and I built the most disgusting stink bomb in history. Ruined a state dinner. Even formed an alliance against my broth, Percy was saying before the memories of his family became too painful. Wait, hold on, mother, I remember that state dinner. Naruto exclaimed. Wait. You were that brat rolling on the ground in laughter? Percy yelled in surprise. You two met each other in the past? Vex asked, raising an eyebrow at this. I met a lot of nobles in the past, not a lot of them stood out. Wait, were you the one with the little sister? She wouldn't talk the entire dinner, but once it was over I remember her running off somewhere like a wildfire, Naruto asked as he had been incredibly young, trying to recall the past. That was my sister Cassandra, Percy sighed, recalling the memories. That's right, Cass. God, I haven't thought of her in decades. I was like 4 when we met. Wait, so when you said your W family was? Naruto asked in realization. Percy remained silent. Naruto said nothing to this but scowled as he stood up and slammed his fist into an ale barrel. shattering it in one blow to release his fury. You're telling me that Hellion is a resistance leader? Percy asked, looking at Keeper Yenin after he suppressed his memories of the past for the time being. You're not the only one who has changed, Percival. You can't take the Braidwoods alone. Free Archie, and the resistance will follow, Yenin told Percy. You're playing on my emotions. And I can't say I blame you, Percy told her as his firm look shifted to a small smile. We'd be starting an uprising, Vex said with a grin. And this town can use some hope, Vax added as he also smiled. Certainly not the worst idea we have had, Percy admitted. Yeah. For the ale. Grog yelled as he grabbed Keyleth into a hug and brought her over to the rest of Tej group. Scanlan the Revolutionary has a nice ring to it. Oh, I can get a beret, Scanlan said with a grin. A jailbreak then? Sounds good to me, Naruto said, putting up a grin as he cracked his knuckles a bit after getting out his anger on the barrel he had shattered. You sure you're okay? Vex asked as he had just punched a barrel in anger a moment ago. Just another reason for me to rip apart Fangs and his corpser of a wife. I'll be fine after some retribution, Naruto declared with his grin turning feral. We'd need a lot of luck, Percy said as he turned to look at Yenin. What you need is faith, Yenin said. At the moment our holy person is elsewhere, Percy said. Yeah, hopefully Sis can get her together and catch up soon. Now what's the plan? Naruto asked the group as they waited a bit before they gathered around a table displaying a map of Whitestone alongside the other resistance members. Yenin's sources tell us Archie is Grog. Give me that. Vex yelled as she swiped a small plastic piece from Grog's hand and placed it on the map to represent where Archie was being held. Okay, so here's my idea to bust Archie out. I'll speak to the local animals. They'll fetch the jailer's keys and free our friends, Keyleth explained. Don't most animals here work for the corpser? Naruto pointed out as he recalled the undead wolves they had encountered, so it stood to reason that any animals here would be undead or far away from Whitestone. A crap. Keyleth groaned out as she had not thought of this. Leave the plan to me, fair maiden. This is a job for Scanlan the Revolutionary. My pitch, infiltrate the prison with all these potions I found. I don't know what they do yet, but let's assume they make me a dun one-man army. Scanlan suggested. If we choose that plan and one of those potions kills, I will laugh at your funeral, Naruto told Scanlan. You all think too much. All we gotta do is kill everyone and leave, Grog suggested. What about Archie? Vax pointed out. Right. Yeah, we kill him too, Grog said. Am I nuts or am I starting to see a pattern with our plans, Enji? Naruto asked as he held up his hand. Naruto is right, those were all bad ideas and you should all feel bad, Vax said with a groan as he looked at the group. I don't know, Scanlan's solo mission sounds interesting. His failure would be spectacular, Percy admitted with a grin. Since when do you encourage this group to act, Ed? Oh, by the gods, it's not infectious, is it? Naruto asked with a dramatic gasp as he was obviously kidding. Okay, no elaborate plans. Get in, get out. Strike like a well-thrown dagger, Vex told them. I can get behind that, Vax agreed. Ah man, I had such a cool pitch for an elaborate plan. Oh well, always next time. Besides, I don't know where I'd find a rubber chicken and drum of acid anyways, Naruto shrugged. I don't want to know, Keyleth muttered. But if we are going to get Archie out of that prison, we need to know exactly where they are holding him, Vex said as she looked at the map. I may have something that can assist, Percy said with a smile. Later that night, after Percy had scoped out the prison through the scope of his rifle known as Bad News, the group had devised a plan to split into two teams. One led by Vex consisting of her, Kurama Keyleth, and Grog who went for the front door. Vax led the other team consisting of himself, Percy, Naruto, and Scanlan as they went for the back door. I still say splitting up is a bad idea, Scanlan whispered. Yeah, but if we can get through the door we can get to them quickly, and draw less attention. How's that going, by the way? Naruto asked as Vax was trying to lockpick the door. Working on it. Almost got it. Damn. Almost there. Wait, I've got it now. Are you kidding me? Vax cursed as his attempts to get the door open failed as his lockpick broke. NG doors. Scanlan groaned as he went to go help Vax open the door using Vax's dagger in the lock to assist turning the lock, while Scanlan used a new set of lockpicks to open it. Unfortunately, the attempt failed as Vax's dagger slipped, slicing the gnome's fingers. My fingers! Scanlan cried out in pain. It's not a door. It's a thing of evil. Vax grunted out, glaring at the door. I'm gonna find a window, Percy sighed as he turned and walked away to scale the building. The frustration grew as Scanlan attempted to bust down the door, tired of playing it sneaky as Vax tried to stop him. Scanlan's foot. Scanlan yelled as he sent his purple magic construct foot at the door only for it to do nothing. Oh! Percy screamed as he fell from his climbing attempts and landed on Vax and Scanlan. I fell out of the window. So what do we do now? Percy groaned. I have an idea, but if you want to keep acting like children, Naruto said as he held up his hand as he watched Vax, Percy, and Scanlan try in vain to open the door. Oh, by all means, Percy said with heavy sarcasm as he looked at the blonde. Naruto walked over to the door and raised his fist before knocking on the door loudly before he changed tactics. The blonde started repeatedly kicking the door hard, splintering the wood with each kick. What the hell are you doing? Vax hissed at Naruto, obviously not happy at what he was doing. Just observe, Naruto said with a grin as he stepped away from the door. No way this works, Scanlan said with a scoff. As soon as the gnome said this, however, the door opened, revealing a guard with a spear. Who the hell, Herc? The guard was yelling before Naruto grabbed him by his arm and spun him around before grabbing him by his head and with a quick jerking motion snapped his neck. Shall we? Naruto asked before another guard walked out whistling a tune with his eyes closed, holding a bucket and throwing it, dousing the group in. Naruto getting hit with the most, seeing as he had killed the spear guard in front of the door. Who are you, oh gods? The guard was asking before Naruto tackled him to the ground and grabbing the bucket before smashing him in the head over and over again, bludgeoning the guard to death as his head was turned to paste. You! Naruto yelled in a rage with each smash to the guard's head. I think he's dead, Percy said flatly. Oh, like you're happy being covered in fancy pants, Naruto grunted as he stood up from the corpse. Can we not discuss that? Let's just find the others, Percy asked. The group quickly went inside and easily found the others along with a group of prisoners and resistance fighters. Oh, thank the gods, Vax breathed a sigh of relief seeing his sister as she aimed her arrow at them as they entered. What's with the crowd? Vax asked seeing the large group. Picked it up along the way. Why are you covered in? Vex asked scrunching her nose at the smell. Because you, that's why. Now point me at something to beat thee out of. Naruto demanded. The group made their way through the dungeon, and soon Percy approached a cell where a dwarf with red hair was chained to the wall and covered in wounds and bruises. Archibald! Percy yelled, trying to get his attention. Percy? The dwarf asked weakly. Vax, get him out of there, Percy ordered the rogue. Alright. Aha! See, I swear that back door was cursed. Vax exclaimed as he was able to lockpick the cell door with minimal effort. Is this the afterlife? Archie questioned. We're not dead yet, friend, Percy told him with a smile. All right, we're getting out of here together, Vex said as she looked at the gathered group. Ha ha ha, I'll give you this, girly, you'll at least die together, Stonefell laughed, wielding a large hammer as he approached the group, the guards behind him holding Scanlan at blade point. God damn, he's ugly. I think I've seen hags with more looks than you, Naruto told the gray-skinned human. Throw down your arms and return to your cells, and maybe I'll let you live, Stonefell ordered, his eyebrow twitching at the blonde's insult. You know, I want to meet the idiot that takes that deal, Naruto told him. Don't believe I'm serious? Fine, kill the gnome. Stonefell ordered to show he was serious. No, I'm too handsome to die, Scanlan pleaded as he struggled against the guard holding him before the guard yelled as a claw pierced through the back of his neck, making him let go of Scanlan. Everyone backed away from the guard as he fell to the ground, revealing Kurama, who ripped the guard's arm off with his fangs, his tails flailing wildly as he glared at the assembled guards. What the bloody hell are you? Stonefell asked the nine-tailed fox. A friend, Naruto said with a grin as he threw his spear at a guard, impaling him through the neck with the lightning spear before Naruto was in front of him in a flash, sending a back fist into the armored helm of the guard and sending his head flying off his shoulders as he removed his spear. These events kicked off a large fight between the mercenaries, prisoners, and the resistance against Stonefell and his guards. For Whitestone, one of the resistance members yelled as they all charged at the guard's weapons in hand along with the others and slashed a guard to death with their blade. Vex notched 2 arrows before sending them flying into the necks of 2 guards, ending their lives while the others charged and met the guards head-on. She notched another arrow to fire at Stonefell, but as she released it, Stonefell used his warhammer to break the leg of one of his own men and grab him to use as a human shield. The arrow finding its mark in the guard's throat before Stonefell callously tossed him aside as he joined his guards in the fray. The guards slowly started to overpower the resistance and prisoners due to their superior training and weaponry, while Percy tried to get Archie out of the line of fire. A guard attempted to tackle the two as they moved, but Vax charged the guard and tackled him to the floor instead, plunging his dagger into their chest. "Go on. Get him out of here," Vax ordered. "Yeah, we have this, Percy," Naruto yelled as he stabbed another guard with his spear before he spun around and kicked a guard into Kurama, who proceeded to maul the guard after restraining him with his tails, breaking each of his limbs before sinking his fangs into the guard's neck. As Percy left with Archie, a guard managed to overpower Keyleth and send her to the floor, while another guard knocked Scanlan to the floor wielding a flail, as Scanlan attempted to flee from his attacks. Kurama, seeing the one attacking Keyleth, immediately tackled the guard to the ground and devoured his face after removing his helmet, letting the druid up. "I've got you, little one," the woman who had helped them yelled as she attacked the guard, killing him while Keyleth helped Scanlan. Before a warhammer smashed into the woman's leg, a king her fall to her knees before moments later Stonefall slammed his warhammer into the top of the woman's head, killing her in a splash of blood and gore. "No!" Keyleth yelled before in her fury. Her body shifted into a white tiger wild shape. Two guards armed with spears and shields stepped in front of Stonefell as she went to leap at him and held her off as Stonefell turned away. "Mother, I ain't letting you leave," Naruto yelled as he charged forward before jumping off Keyleth's back and over the two guards as he chased after the fleeing Stonefell, throwing his spear mid-leap at the man. The spear slammed directly into the back of the man's shoulder as Naruto appeared in a flash of light behind him. "You little ga," Stonefell was saying as he took a swing of his hammer at Naruto, only for the blonde to duck under the blow as he ripped the spear out from him. "You know I'm gonna enjoy ripping you apart like you do to others, jackass," Naruto told him as he readied his spear to attack again, but Stonefell ran down a corridor as fast as his legs could carry him away from the blonde who pursued him. "Come out and play, eh?" Naruto taunted as he turned a corner before pausing as he saw Percy walking along the outside of some bars as Stonefell looked at him. Black smoke wafting off of Percy as a death mask suddenly appeared as he caught up with Stonefall. "That blonde's being a pain in my but what the hell are you supposed to be, freak?" Stonefell asked, holding up his hammer. "I am vengeance for the Darolos," Percy told him with a menacing tone. "The Darolos? That takes me back, some folks you kill because you're ordered to, them I killed cause I wanted to," Stonewall said with a laugh as he readied his hammer. "Let me say you were the one I was least looking forward to," Percy told him. "Off!" Stonefell yelled as he charged forward before Percy fired at him, making the man pause and laugh it off before he saw that his hammer was destroyed. Huh? Stonefell asked, seeing his destroyed weapon before Percy fired again, nailing him in the shoulder Naruto had injured earlier as he walked towards the downed Stonefell as he removed his mask. "I wanted you to know it was me," Percy told him, eyes black and glowing orange. "Huh, Percy?" Stonewall asked, terror in his eyes before Percy shot off his arm and started to shoot him over and over again, unloading on the man. Whoa, what the Percy?" Naruto yelled as he ran forward and grabbed the gunslinger by his shoulder. Percy responded to this by pointing his gun at Naruto's face. But before he could respond, Kurama tackled Percy to the ground, growling and baring his fangs at Percy as he swiped his pepper box out of his hand. Vax running up behind him as he went to check on Naruto. "Are you alright?" Vax asked the blonde. "Yeah, I'm fine. I was about to lay him out before Kurama got him." "Thanks, buddy," Naruto said as Kurama got off Percy and went back towards Naruto, still glaring at Percy. "What the are you doing, Percy? You ran off as we were about to leave." Naruto was already after Stonefell, seeing as he was the fastest of us and could move unhindered. "You jeopardized this entire mission and point that thing at him for what?" Vax asked as Archie and Scanlan arrived to see what was going on. "For what? Stonefell helped slaughter them." And laughed while it happened. Percy yelled, losing his temper as he went to reach for his dropped pepper box before getting in Vax's face. "That gives you an excuse to point that thing at me? You do that again and I'm gonna let Kurama rip out your throat and send you after your family, so you can explain how you became worse than the heirs who killed them," Naruto yelled, seeing Percy was losing it. You dare? I am the sole surviving Dorolo. I will have my vengeance and no one will stand in my way. Percy yelled at Naruto. Percy, you're not the last Dorolo, Archie said as he stepped forward, getting in between the two as he placed a hand on Percy's shoulder. What? Percy asked in shock. Your sister, Cassandra. She lives, Archie told him, getting wide eyes from Percy. Cass is alive? Naruto asked in surprise. Worry about your childhood girlfriend later. We have to get out of here, Vax told him as he led everyone out as there were more guards coming. She's not my childhood girlfriend, Naruto yelled as he and the others ran to meet up with Vex and the others' group. Sorry we're late. We had a thing. Scanlan yelled as he and the others met up with Vex's group as they fought off more guards to try and escape. Grog tossed the booze. Vex yelled at the half-giant as she saw more guards coming. He found booze? Naruto asked, blinking in surprise. Ah, but I just got it, Grog whined as he held the barrel. Kurama rolled his eyes at this before he grabbed the barrel with his tails and yanked it away from Grog before he threw it down the hallway towards the guards. As the barrel sailed through the air, Kurama opened his mouth and sent a fire bolt at the barrel, setting it alight as the burning liquor engulfed the hallway and the guards nearby, roasting them to death as they fled the burning prison. As they left the burning building, Percy smiled as he gazed upon the wreckage as the words Archie spoke earlier brought him elation. Cassandra was alive. I have a sister, Percy said as he smiled. Think on it later, we need to move, Naruto reminded him as they continued to flee. Dorolo Castle. From the castle where the Briarwoods lived, a young woman Naruto's age with short black hair with white streaks in red noble garb gazed upon the burning prison with a stone-faced expression. Cassandra. I'm sure you've heard about your brother. But this changes nothing, Delilah said as she entered the room and placed a hand upon the young woman's shoulders, as she and another rotund man with glasses looked out the window. All three watching the flames dance and burn the prison to cinders. All while Cassandra grabbed at a small necklace around her neck. One that was a small red stone in the shape of a spiral. More specifically, the spiral of the Uzumaki clan. Whitestone. 17 years ago. Green smoke poured out of the opening doors of Dorolo Manor as men, women, and children alike rushed from the noxious fumes out the door. Ha ha ha. Told you that stink bomb was going to be a good one, Percy. A young red-haired dwarf child cackled as he and a boy of about 5 or 6 years old with brown hair and glasses followed after him. Brilliant, Archie, the young Percy laughed as the two ran out. Father is so gonna reprimand them later, but it was funny. A small 4-year-old girl with young brown hair snickered to herself as she stood off to the side watching people run from the horrid stink bomb out the manor doors. Mother and father said they have guests coming to visit today, so I would make myself scarce, Cass, Percy said as he and Archie ran past her into the city to avoid any reprimanding. I didn't do anything. But not a bad idea, Cass admitted with a small smile. Honestly, all the adult talk was boring anyways. She soon made her way outside the castle and into the village markets to peruse the stalls, seeing if there was anything of interest she could use her allowance to buy. Normally, a Dorolo family member as young as her would have a chaperone or escort, but since everyone was running off from the stink bomb, her brother crested, she saw no harm in going off on her own. As she walked down the streets, she saw a boy about her age with blonde hair with whisker-like markings laughing in the middle of the markets, and another man with similar hair sighing at his son's antics. Oh man, I wish I had gotten here earlier. I'd have helped with that stink bomb, the boy cackled. Thankfully we were late, otherwise the stink would be permanent with you helping, Naruto, the man said with a knowing look at his son. Man, I wish I could see the looks on everyone's faces. Naruto snickered as the state dinner had been cancelled until the stink was dealt with. Get back here, you brats. A Whitestone guard yelled, chasing after Percy and Archie as they ran through the markets. Was being chased by guards part of the plan? Percy yelled at his friend. There's always room for that. Just run. Archie yelled back as they continued to run past Naruto and his father. Oh, this is a fun show. Naruto laughed even louder at this, rolling on the ground, laughing his off at this. Cass smiled at this as she continued to look around the market, and as she perused the market and bought a few things, she was being watched by some older kids, who smirked seeing the money she had before they followed her as she made her way home. Their garb signifying they were most likely street urchins from outside town. Ready to make a quick buck. Easy payday from the Dorolo brat, it seems, one muttered as the three boys followed her. As Cass walked down an alleyway to take a shortcut home, The three boys followed, springing into action to rush her and surround her. Huh? Cass asked, surprised, as they surrounded her. Okay, to Rollo, hand over your money and we don't make things get ugly for you. Sound good? One of them asked with a smug grin. But I don't have any money left, Cass was saying before the boy behind her grabbed her by her hair and pulled on it, making her yell in pain. No money? What the hell kind of rich brat are you? Alright, in that case hand over whatever you bought and your jewelry or we make it hurt. Understand? The leader asked with an annoyed tone. Before the three thugs could do anything, however, what looked like a small pellet was thrown into the alleyway, which started to smoke and fill the alleyway with smoke. Cough cough, what is this? The boy holding Cassandra's hair coughed out before he hissed as his eyes started to sting along with others from the smoke, before he hissed in pain as something slammed into his crotch that he couldn't make out through the smoke. This caused him to let go of Cassandra's hair. As the three older boys started cough and rub their eyes, Cass, doing the same as well, she felt someone grab her hand and pull her down the alleyway away from the three older boys. Soon Cass could see through her burning eyes that it was Naruto who had pulled her out of the alleyway and was leading her back into the main street of town. Soon they were in the main square of town where the sun tree was, where Naruto stopped, as they were now in a public area. Sorry about the stinging eyes. That smoke bomb was mixed with some hot peppers to give it an extra burn. Here, this should help if your eyes sting, Naruto said as he handed her a small bottle of eye drops. You just carry around eye drops and hot pepper smoke bombs? She asked as she applied the drops to soothe her eyes. Never know when you might need it for a quick getaway. You know, most people who get saved would thank their rescuer, Naruto told her with a cheeky grin. You call nearly blinding me saving me? Cass asked, handing him back the bottle. Well, considering you were crying, I'd say yes, Naruto told her. I was crying cause of the pepper smoke bomb, Cass told him. Huh, so I slugged that guy in the for nothing then? Ah, well, he still pulled your hair. I suppose that's enough reason, Naruto said as he shrugged. Who are you exactly? Cass asked, baffled by this boy. Oh, call me Naruto. You one of those Demolos? Naruto. De Rollo. And yes, I'm Cassandra Johanna von Musel Klasowski de Rollo, Cassandra said, introducing herself like a proper young lady with a curtsy. How about I just call you Cass? Naruto asked as he chuckled nervously at the mouthful of a name. That's fine, my siblings call me that too, Cassandra said with a giggle, finding Naruto's response funny. The two children then sat underneath the sun tree so they could talk a bit. So why were you just letting those jerks treat you like that? Naruto asked curiously. It wouldn't be proper for a Dorolo to resort to fisticuffs, Cassandra said simply, as she had been told this before. Proper? Who cares about that? If someone's hurting you, take action. Strike back, Naruto said as he punched the air a bit for emphasis. Well, I don't know if I'm strong enough to fight back, Cass admitted with a frown. Naruto frowned at this response before he grinned. Then maybe I'll just have to be around for when you need someone to fight back until you have the strength to. Naruto told her. And why would you do that? Cass asked, confused. Well, friends help each other, right? And after that incident, I'd say we're friends, Naruto told her with a grin. Friends? I don't really have any friends, Cass admitted, as while she had her siblings, she didn't really have any friends besides them. Well, you do now, Cass. Here, Naruto said as he reached around his neck and took off what looked like a red crystal necklace which had a spiral symbol on it, before he reached around Cass's neck and started to put it around her neck. Huh? Cass asked, confused at the necklace, as she tried not to react to being so close to a boy. But she was failing as she was lightly blushing. My mom says it's a symbol of our family. According to her, it gives them strength. Seeing as I'm strong enough to protect you, I figure you need it more than me. Even if I'm in another city when you think you're not strong enough. Give that necklace a squeeze and hopefully it'll give you the strength you desire, Naruto told her with a smile as he finished putting the necklace on her. Thank you, Cass muttered with a small smile and blush on her cheeks. Don't mention it. Now come on, as your friend, I should get you back home before dark, Naruto told her as he grabbed her wrist and dragged her through the streets. Soon the two children approached the Dorolo castle where Minato and Kushina were waiting just outside the front doors. There you are, Naruto. I see you made a new friend, Minato said as he and Cassandra's father Frederick was nearby scolding Percy and Archie along with Kushina. Cass is cool. She needed some help with something and we became friends. Right, Cass? Naruto asked, nudging her. Right? Cass said with a nervous nod. I see. Well, why don't you two go inside and get some food, Minato said with a smile at the two as they headed inside. Was that girl with the brat wearing his necklace? Kushina whispered to Minato. It would seem so, why dear? Minato questioned. Because when someone from my clan gives their necklace to another, that's usually a marriage proposal, Kushina said with a slight smirk. You never did that with me, Minato said, blinking in surprise. It's only for males, dear. You didn't want the Uzumaki wedding where we throw the priest in the nearest volcano, remember? Kushina asked with a teasing grin as her husband started to sweat nervously from the memory. Oh right, Minato muttered, thanking any deity who would listen that their wedding didn't involve ritual sacrifice. Ironically, ing off several gods that would have enjoyed that. But back to this, we can deal with this easily, Haterolo. I have a proposal for you, Kushina said with a giggle at her husband before she yelled at Frederick, getting his attention before approaching him and his wife. Oh dear, Minato said with a groan as he had a really bad feeling on what his wife was thinking. Flashback end. Naruto snapped back to reality as the resistance and mercenaries ran through the streets after escaping the burning prison. Spread word of our escape. Rendezvous in the morning, Archie told one of his resistance members as they veered off to go elsewhere while they ran past the sun tree, still having the bodies hanging from it as they headed back to the base. Soon everyone was back in the base. Time to start talking, Percival. That happened to you? Vax demanded as he looked at Percy. I assure you I'm in control, Percy said with a firm tone. Kurama blew a raspberry at this, sending spit flying. Well said, buddy, Naruto said with a nod. You actually understood him? Vex asked, raising an eyebrow at the blonde. It's not hard to understand. He's saying, Percy's full of Naruto said with a shrug. Kurama held up his paw to his nose at this and tapped it with a claw. See, right on the money. I'm never wrong, Naruto said with a grin as he puffed out his chest. Kurama blew a raspberry at this, getting laughs from Scanlan and Grog while Naruto face planted into the floor. I'm starting to love this fox, Vex said with a smile as she pet Kurama on the head as he snickered. Oh, for okay, I was wrong about that Mermaid Cove, let it die, dude, Naruto grumbled. Mermaid Cove? Scanlan asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Long story. They were just Sahagwans in seashell bikinis, Naruto quickly explained. Well, thank you for the nightmares, Vex said, shuddering at the thought. Back to the point, were you in control when you pointed that gun at Naruto? Vax asked with a glare as he looked at Percy. Yeah, I saw your eyes. They gave off a crazy look. Also, they were glowing orange, which while I love the color, it was definitely ing weird, Naruto admitted. The pepper box is a potent tool. I may have gotten carried away, Percy admitted. Kurama scoffed at this before he hawked loudly and spat on the ground. I am gonna guess that means no? Scanlan asked as he looked at Naruto. Bingo, Naruto told him as he gave a thumbs up. Hooray, soon I'll be able to speak fox, Scanlan exclaimed. Why would you want that? Keyleth asked, confused. Because I'm sure there's some fox-like lady out there I can impress with my tongue in multiple ways, Scanlan grinned. Kurama opened his mouth and pointed at his open maw with his tail before he started to make loud hacking noises. I really hope you mean like half fox creature, half human or something, otherwise I'm leaving the team, Naruto told Scanlan with a shudder. I don't mean an actual fox. What kind of freak do you take me for? Scanlan exclaimed, horrified at the insinuation. Do you want that list alphabetically or chronologically? Vex asked flatly. I swear if you turn that thing on any of us again I will not hesitate. I will kill, Vax was saying before he was cut off. Hey, none of that. I'm fine, and Percy knows we're not gonna accept his edgelord bull, right? Naruto yelled as he got in between the two and pushed them away from each other. Percy holding that weapon. It's like you're a different person, Vex admitted, looking at the gunslinger worriedly. Yeah, that thing, while useful, is giving off some bad juju, dude, Naruto told him as he looked at the pepperbox Percy was holding. What is it? Vex asked as he stared at the pistol in his hands, only for him to stay silent. You gonna answer her? Vax asked, still a bit upset with Percy. When we came here, darling, you promised no more lies. You owe us the truth, Vex said, looking straight at Percy before turning away. Yeah, we're in the belly of the undead beast. Here you owe us the truth at the very least, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. You're right. The creation of the pepper box begins 5 years ago. With my family murdered, I had no way of striking back. So I did the only thing I could. I fled, washed away to a new life. I feared the Derolo name was a death sentence, so I disappeared, wandering aimlessly, My days spent struggling for survival. My nights filled with fear, blood, and cruel nightmares. These unrelenting visions of my family's end. I worried I would go mad from grief. The hatred inside me grew, vengeance burning hotter than black powder, nearly consuming me, until the new vision came, a spawn of science that would bring me the revenge I so desperately sought. I dreamt of a machine that would tip the scales of fortune in my favor. I dreamt of this, Percy said as his memories flashed before him of escaping the Briarwoods, living on the streets and forging his gun. Yikes, no wonder he's single, Scanlan said with a flat tone. That's just cause Vex, Naruto was muttering under his breath before Vex slammed her boot onto his foot, making him hiss in pain. Not the time, Scanlan. Vex glared at the gnome. Do you normally build instruments of death you find in dreams? Vex asked with some skepticism. Not the first time I've been inspired. Does it matter where it came from? Percy questioned. At the moment I'd say yes it does, Vex said as the group continued to speak and argue about this topic while Keyleth went over to the roots of the sun tree and attempted to see what was wrong with it and potentially heal it. Yeah, look, don't get me wrong, that thing's badass, but what are those scribbles for? Grog questioned about the names on the 6 barrels of the gun. The monsters I hunt. Professor Anders, Anna Ripley, the Briarwoods, and until about an hour ago Crayon Stonefell. In my dreams I swore to make a list of those who wronged me. Percy told them. A revenge list? That's a slippery slope. When setting out you dig either 2 or 10 graves for your quest. Naruto said, looking at Percy with a frown. I'm gonna guess that one is from your teacher before he bailed? Scanlan asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, he was filled with wise sayings. When he wasn't drunk or peeping on women, I mean. The wisest pervert I know, Naruto said with a fond chuckle. What about me? Scanlan asked as he struck a cool pose. I reiterate, he was the wisest pervert I know. You're the dunce of the perverts I know, Naruto told him with a smirk. Hey! Scanlan glared at him, annoyed. How many perverts do you know? Vex asked, amused. Far more than I probably should, Naruto shrugged. Who did you swear to exactly? Vex asked, bringing the conversation back to Percy. Also wait, that's 5 names. Who's the 6th barrel for? Naruto asked, looking at Percy. No. Keyleth said in a panic, gathering their attention as they looked to see the tree roots in flames and Keyleth attempting to put them out with a cloth until Vax ran over and opened a crate with a barrel of ale and dumped it on the burning roots. Is that ale? You told me it was all empty. Grog yelled. Looks like there was one left. Also, if it was ale, wouldn't the fire get worse? Naruto questioned. True, most likely it was water, Vax said with a shrug. Must not kill Vax, Grog grumbled, stuck on the potential ale barrel he could have drank. And we've lost him, Vax sighed as Vex walked past him and over to Keyleth. I'm so sorry. The sun tree was. Thought sunlight could. Keyleth was trying to explain that she was just trying to help the sun tree, but Vex got in her face. Inside? Why not just announce where our hideout is while you're at it? Vex asked, angry with the druid, and poked her in the chest until Vax grabbed her hand and pulled her off. Alright, you made your point. It was an accident, Vax told his sister. Hate to interrupt, but this is bigger than all this drama, Horse, Naruto said as he interrupted them. A kid's right. This is bigger than your personal Archie agreed as he nodded. Oi! I'm 21, you Crockett playing mint muncher. Naruto told him with a fake Scottish-like tone, mocking Archie's accent. Them's fighting words. I like him. Archie yelled at Naruto before he chuckled, making the blonde smile. Don't encourage him. He already acts like a fool, Vex said as she and her brother separated and turned away from each other. Who says he's acting? Percy asked with an eye roll. Oi! I'll get even for that one, Percival. I'll find a way. Naruto glared at him. Ooh, I'm so scared, Percy said with an eye roll. Anyway, we have a real chance at reclaiming Whitestone here. Archie told them. Are you sure you want to? I mean, this town ain't even got any ale, Grog said with a scoff. We've seen our share of dark days, but Percival de Rollo is back from the dead. If that won't inspire the people, nothing will, Archie said as he patted Percy on the back. Sorry, Archibald. Right now, I'm only thinking about my sister. Percy told him. I guess they're a close-knit family? Gah, they. Scanlan said, smirking before Kurama slapped him on the back of the head with his tail. Really loving that fox of yours, Naruvex said with a grin, seeing Scanlan get slapped by said fox. He's starting to grow on me too now, Vax said with a grin, watching him slap Scanlan. I know you're eager to rally the troops, but Cassandra's my only family, Percy was saying before Naruto cut him off. Then let's save her, then we rally everyone and take this place back from that corpse, Naruto suggested. He's right. Percy, old friend. I reckon we can do both, Archie said, agreeing with Naruto. By the gods, I wish I had befriended you during that stink bomb incident. Naruto admitted to Archie. Wait, what? By the Dawn, Father, you were that blonde brat rolling on the ground as guards chased us through the markets. Archie exclaimed as he looked at Naruto with recognition. That's me. Now let's get out there and try to find where they are keeping Cass, Naruto said as he nodded. Everyone nodded at this as they all got ready to leave the base, Percy and Archie leading the way. Hey, didn't Cassandra have a little crush on that kid after they left? Archie was whispering to Percy before he was cut off. Just lead the way, Archibald, Percy said as his eyebrow twitched a bit. A little later, the group had snuck their way into an abandoned house which was across the street from one of the mansions which Archie was scouting through a window. The noble de Rollo residences. Once symbols of the connection between Percy's family and their people. Now the Briarwoods hand them out as prizes to their cronies. Stonefell got one. Their enforcer Duke Vedmire lives in the one we passed earlier. And Professor Anders has one. And my scouts revealed the Kestrel, Cassandra, is there with him, Archie explained as he looked through a telescope at the mansion. Then let's go, you lead the way, Archie, Percy said to the dwarf as he pulled up his pepper box. Hate to burst your bubble, but we can't just stomp through the front door. There's 1,000,000 guards and we'll die 1,000 deaths, Vex told them. Is that a lot? Grog questioned. She's right. We've tried and failed before. Also, was the big one dropped on his head at all as a child? Archie asked, worried about Grog's question. I don't know. Grog, were you? Naruto asked the Goliath. I don't think so. I remember someone in my herd saying when I was 2 a warhammer dropped on my head. Does that count? Grog asked. That explains a lot, Vax muttered. Back to the matter at hand. Cassandra is the Briarwoods' prize hostage. Freeing her would be a massive blow. The W City would take up arms, Archie explained. Ooh, what if I lured the guards away from the house? Scanlan asked as he held up his hand and smiled. This got silence from the group for a few seconds before. Ha ha ha. Yeah, good one. Grog said as he laughed. Come on. Real ideas only, Vex sighed out. I could shape that tree into a sort of ladder? Keyleth suggested as, nope, just scouted it. Even more guards posted in the back, Vax said as he came through an opening in the hobble they were hiding in. Yeah, but there wouldn't be if I made them leave, Scanlan said as he looked at everyone with a look of frustration. Ha ha ha. Seriously, how do you come up with these jokes so fast? Grog laughed again. Scanlan, please, now isn't the time to be cute, Vex told him. I am not cute. I am. Extremely. But not like you mean it. Listen, I'm serious. I can create a distraction while you save Percy's sister. Scanlan told them, completely serious. That would have to be an enormous distraction, Percy told him. Yeah, and you're tiny, Grog told him. Well then I'll pick a big target. That bruiser, Venkman, Scanlan told them. Vedmire, Archie corrected him. Yeah, that guy. I'll burn down his mothering house. A fire that big would be seen across Whitestone. Scanlan suggested. The answer is no. It's far too dangerous and you're far too. You, Vex told him. Grog and I will go. I'm much better at this, Vax told him, placing a hand on the gnome who shrugged it off. No, you're the stabby kill guys. I can do this alone. I've got these potions, Scanlan said, holding up his bag of potions. Which do what again? Vax asked, raising an eyebrow at this. No idea. But it doesn't matter. Look, I'm a master distractor. My songs, my yukas, my me. Vex, you're always saying I'm annoying. Scanlan said as he looked at the half-elf. Vex mused as she considered it. Well, let me be annoying. Scanlan told them with a firm tone. Sigh, if there's trouble we can't help, Vex warned him, hoping he'd reconsider. Don't worry about me. I know exactly what I'm doing, Scanlan said as he left to complete his mission. Spinning around his bag of potions as he did so. He's gonna die, isn't he? Naruto asked flatly after he left. Getting a nod from Kurama. Later, while Scanlan was off on his solo mission, the party sat and waited for his distraction to go through. Some like Grog slept and rested. Percy in particular stared out at the horizon of Whitestone deep in thought. Thinking about your sister? Vex asked, placing a hand on his back. Is it that obvious? Percy asked as he raised an eyebrow. She was 13 when you last saw her, right? Such a sweet age, Vex said with a smile. She was a nightmare. Always got me in trouble. Terminally irritating, pompous, utterly incapable of silence, Percy said, recalling the past with his younger sibling, making Vex chuckle. She sounds like Naruto or Scanlan, Vex said, looking at the napping blonde. They're not entirely different, no. I hope she's okay, Percy admitted. Scanlan too, Vex said, looking down in worry. You know, I heard that comment about me. You both, Naruto told them, still keeping his eyes closed. Go back to dreaming about fat Ed tiefling girls, brat, Vex said with an eye roll. More time passed as night fell. While the others slept, Percy kept clicking his pepper box over and over again. Darling, Vex placed a hand on him, getting his attention. Scanlan's probably 3 deep at a brothel right now. Who let that crazed gnome do this solo? Vex questioned, annoyed. You? Vex pointed out. Definitely you, Naruto said, still with his eyes closed, while Kurama, also with closed eyes as Naruto laid against him, pointed a tail at her. Never listen to me again, Vex grunted out. You heard it here, I'm now team leader, Naruto said with a grin, raising his fist in the air. Like hell you are, Vex told him with an annoyed look, ready to throttle the blonde. That's it, I'm calling it, Percy said, standing up. You're just going in? Vex asked him. The longer we wait, the more we risk being discovered. On my shot, we move, Percy told her as he got up. Let's not be rash, Percy, Vex told him as she grabbed him to keep him from leaving. Agreed, as team leader I say rushing in is a terrible idea, Naruto said as he stood up. You're not team leader, Percy and Vex told him simultaneously. Holy, he did it. And it looks like he went all out. Vex said wide-eyed as he looked to see Duke Vedmire's house burning. Oh yeah. He's into dat freaky stuff, Grog said with a grin as he and the others started to stand and watch the manor burn from afar. Kurama blinked in surprise, seeing the aflame house. Holy, that little ant did it, the fox thought to himself as he felt his respect for the gnome go up a bit. He managed it? Holy crap. Naruto blinked, impressed and happy Scanlan actually managed to pull it off. And happy he didn't actually die. He hoped. Move it, men. Forward. Guards from Anders Manor started to run from the manor towards the burning home of Vedmire, leaving it much less guarded. Excellent plan, Vox Machina, Archie said as he grinned at the group. I mean, that is what we're known for, Vax said with a sheepish grin. I thought we were known for winging it and even ing that up? Naruto said as he raised an eyebrow at this. This got a groan from Vex and Percy while Kurama snickered. I'll rally the rebels. When you have her, send a sign, and Percy, try not to get yourself killed, Archie told them with a grin as he held up a hand to Perked. I was dead yesterday. Remember? Can only improve from here. Percy told him with a smile as he clasped the dwarf's hand with his own. Archie chuckled amused as he walked off. All right team, let's go get Percy's sister. Forward crew, Naruto ordered as they went through the rain into the manor. As they approached the door. Naruto, you're not the leader, Percy told him with an eye roll. You're just jealous that I'm the leader and better looking, Naruto quipped with a grin as they made it to the door. Looks clear inside, Keyleth said as she looked in before reaching for the knob to open the door until Vex stopped her from turning it. Hold on. There could be a trap. Vax said as he started to investigate the door for any traps. Gore. Not everything's a trap, you twit. Grog growled out, annoyed at them not getting in already, as he stomped over and tossed Vax aside. Let's do this. Grog yelled as he booted the door open and stepped inside. Only to see a bunch of guards on the banister with bows and arrows trained on him. It's a trap, Grog said, seeing all the guards as they fired arrows at him. 6 arrows pierced the Goliath's torso, making Grog hunch over from the arrows impaling him. You good, buddy? Keyleth asked, worried for Grog. Haha. Oh man, they are Ed now. Vax chuckled, seeing Grog start getting back up. Oh, they're dead. Someone call a cleric. We need some last rites for these dumbass. Naruto cackled as Grog roared with rage as he ran deeper into manor and charged towards the guards. Throwing his axe at one as he climbed the banister and grabbed another by his leg, pulling him through and sending him to the floor below as he climbed up. Come here. Grog yelled at the remaining guards as he grabbed his axe from the corpse, he embedded into the wall and tossed the corpse off before swinging it and cleaving another guard. As the rest of the team entered the room, 3 guards huddled together along the banister. 2 petrified with fear at Grog's rampage and 1 aiming an arrow at the entering mercs before his eyes widened as an earth platform rose up with Vex, Naruto, and Kurama on it. Vex let loose a notched arrow from her bow, nailing the bow guard through the S in his helmet, piercing his eyes, while Naruto and Kurama leapt off the stone pillar onto the banister. Kurama's fangs biting down into the throat of one of the guards, bringing him to the floor, while Naruto went after the other one. Foot dive! Naruto yelled as he brought his feet together, diving down towards the other guard in a stiff-legged dropkick to the top of his helmet-covered head and sending him down to the ground. The metal dented from the impact as it caved in his skull, ending him quickly as more guards rushed out to engage Vox Machina. As Vax engaged a sword-wielding guard, Percy saw Anders up top running away from the group. Anders Percy growled out in fury at seeing the man. Percy ran after his old teacher as Naruto grabbed a guard and threw him off the banister to splatter against the ground with a loud Wilhelm scream, and saw Percy run after the man, fury in his eyes as he chased the old man and exited the room. Not this again. I'm going to help Percy, you guys. Naruto groaned before alerting the team as he ran after to follow the gunslinger. On the edge of the door, he saw Percy walk through an old lab-like room. As he looked around, Naruto waited by the door, spear in hand, in case he needed to enter quickly before following as Percy went deeper and deeper into another room entirely. Naruto rushed after him, spear at the ready, as he hid behind a crate in the hallway behind Percy as Percy, not noticing his presence, slammed open the door to Anders' office as he saw Cassandra struggling with the old professor. "Cass?" Percy asked in shock, seeing her there. "Percy?" she asked wide-eyed before Anders took the opportunity to restrain her now that she was distracted and held her in front of him as a human shield. "Damn, she got even prettier," Naruto muttered before shaking his head as he held out his spear to throw it immediately the moment he needed to enter the room and get Cass free. "Always early to class, Percival," Anders said with a smug grin. "Release her, Anders." "That's an order," Percy demanded, aiming his pepper box at the man. "An order? Scoffs, you Dorolos were always so entitled. My new employer encouraged me to make my own decisions," Anders told him with a smirk as he pulled up a knife and held it at her throat. "If you harm her, I will end you. Let her go and we can discuss a future where you're still breathing," Percy told him, eyes burning with fury. "Oh? You seem to think this is a negotiation," Anders said as Anders brought his dagger closer to Cassandra's neck, ready to slice it open. "Don't!" Percy yelled as before Anders could slash her neck, Naruto threw the spear into the room. It embedded into the ground right in front of Anders as Naruto appeared in a flash of lightning in front of the professor. "What? Gah?" the professor asked in shock, stopping his movement before Naruto's left hand quickly shot up at his wrist, holding the dagger, and grabbed a hold, his fingers digging into pressure points along the wrist as Anders dropped the blade from this action. "Get your filthy hands off her, you son of a..." Naruto yelled as he slammed his fist into the bespectacled man's face, sending him tumbling over his desk. "You?" Cassandra asked in shock as her hand went for the necklace around her neck before she yelped as Naruto picked her up suddenly in a bridal carry after putting his spear back on his back after sending Anders to the floor. "We can have our reunion later. Right now, let's get you out of here." "Percy, I'll be back to help you after I get her out of here," Naruto yelled before dashing out the room to get Cassandra away from the crossfire as Vax and Keyleth entered after them. "Go help Percy take out that fat, I got his sister," Naruto told them, dashing past them with a blushing Cass in his arms. "Is it just me, or was she blushing in his arms?" Keyleth asked Vax. "Grill them later," Vax told her as they entered the room to hear the sounds of Percy's pepperbox firing was heard. Naruto rushed to the earlier lab as Vex, Grog, and Kurama ran into the room, having finished dispatching guards in the entrance. If you're not dead down there, we can use some help," Vax yelled as he went to aid Percy and fight off Anders, and seemed to be in trouble as the sounds of metal clashing with metal echoed through the manor down to the entrance. "Percy and the others are fighting the fat old man, Professor. I'll help as soon as I get Cass safe." "Go help them now," Naruto urged them on as the group nodded before running deeper in while he passed them by as he wanted to make sure Cass was in the clear before helping his team. "Was she blushing?" Vex asked, looking at Kurama, who nodded with a snicker. I'll tease him later, Vex said with a smirk as Naruto sat cast down on a chair in the lab room, while she and her compatriots ran in ready to aid the others. You should be safe here, Naruto told her with a smile. Thank you. Of all the people I expected my brother to bring here, you were last on that list, Cassandra said, looking away from Naruto with a small blush. Yeah, I decided the noble life wasn't for me and forged my own path. You're looking at Taldoriai's deadliest monk. I am better than all the other monks that I know of, which is me and one other drunken pervert monk. Memo to me, meet more monks, Naruto mused in thought. Cassandra smiled a little at this as she was glad Naruto was still funny like he was when they were children. Hey Naruto, I understand you're having a moment with your girlfriend, but if you'd kindly get your back in here and help us, that would be great. Vex was heard yelling from the room where the others chased after Anders. On my way. And remind me to grill you for the pillow talk you use with Percy later. Naruto yelled as he grabbed his spear off his back before looking at Cass. Please stay here and don't get involved. I gotta go save the others. Again. I really should start charging them for how much I do this, Naruto admitted as he mused to himself. We save you more than you save us, you idiot. Vex was heard yelling back. NG ears of a bat, I swear. Anyways, we'll catch up after I go tier anew in your professors. Naruto told the young noble lady before charging in the direction of the others, where he saw his team fighting off suits of armor. That's 1, that's 3, that's 11, that's all the letters. Grog yelled as with each swing of his axe, he clashed with a suit of armor, though his mighty blows did little to the suit. Oh God, mimic armor. Why can't I ever go anywhere without Angie mimics? Naruto yelled out in frustration. They're not mimics, you buffoon, Anders said with an eye roll at the blonde. Oh, thank God. Okay, leave some for me, Kurama. Naruto yelled as he threw his spear at a set of armor that Kurama was fighting and teleported in front of it before sending a fist into the torso of the armor. And his fist bounced off harmlessly. Ah crap, Naruto groaned before ducking under a backhand from the armor as he picked up his spear and made to stab at it. Kurama made to gather flames to blast the armor with a firebolt, hoping magic would damage it, but before the nine-tailed fox could release his flames, the armor Naruto and him had been fighting turned to Kurama and sent a wicked boot to the fox. The force of the hit sent Kurama into the wall as his back crashed against it, shattering the wooden surface. Kurama, you're gonna pay for that, you rust bucket. Naruto yelled as he used his spear to trip up the armor, but alas, the armor didn't move at all. Instead, he responded by trying to bring its mace down on Naruto, who rolled out of the way. Damn, I hate this cursed and weakened body. I'm a mighty forest spirit reduced to this weak frame. This is embarrassing. If I ever get free of this form, I swear I will find that drow that cursed us and kill her. Kurama growled out internally. As much as I loathed having to teach you, I'll relish watching you skinned alive, Anders told Percy with a smug grin as he watched Percy getting backed into a wall by a suit of armor. As the armor held Percy, choking him, Percy pushed his gun into the slats between the armor and fired, blowing off the armor's arm. Oda, Naruto said, blinking at this before with a smirk. He made a sun blast in his palm and threw it at an incoming set of armor, blasting off its legs as it hit in between one of the slats, and the force of the explosive sunfire destroyed both its legs. Having a little trouble there, Grog? Because it looks like you're having trouble, Vax asked as he saw Grog struggling with the remaining suit of armor. Don't you do nothing, Grog warned him as he intended to kill this damn thing. Don't get mad, big guy, Vax said as he walked behind the armor. Don't tell me what to do, smaller guy, Grog warned him. Vax ignored this warning, however, as he used his dagger to slide into the armor at its weak points and slice it to pieces, ending the animated armor once and for all as it dropped to the floor. I hate your face so much, Grog growled out at the half-elf. Oh, relax, this is what a team does now as a team. Now as team leader, I say we take turns kicking this old man's teeth in, Naruto suggested. Right? He looks like he needs killing, Grog yelled as he turned his gaze to Anders. How would you like to kill your friends for me? Anders asked with a smug grin as he licked his lips, showing off his silver tongue. Grog's eyes shined silver at this before he grabbed his head for a moment before he turned his gaze to Vex. At your command, Grog responded. He wouldn't, Vex gasped out in shock. Oh, all kinds of ducks, Naruto groaned at this. Kill Vox Machina, Anders ordered the charmed Goliath. Grog, what are you? Vax was asking before Grog's hand grabbed him by the head and started to lift and squeeze the half-elf's cranium. Vax screamed in pain, unable to break free of the Goliath's grip. "Don't make me have to humble you, big guy," Naruto yelled as he jumped onto Grog's back and wrapped his arms around his head and put him in a sleeper hold to try and knock out the Goliath. Grog in response to this used his free hand to grab Naruto by his ankle and threw him into the wall with incredible force. "Oh god damn it," Naruto yelled as he crashed into the wall, cracking the stone surface. "Naruto," Percy yelled, turning to the blonde. "I'm fine. Focus on Grog," Naruto told him as he slowly got back up as Grog threw Vax into the wall near Naruto. "If I'd known how much fun this was going to be, I would have possessed this lummox and made him rip you apart right away," Anders said with a laugh, Grog parroting his words alongside him. Kurama barked before he rushed at Grog, baring his fangs as he dashed at the charmed Goliath and went to leap at him. Grog went to send a fist into the leaping fox but found nothing but air as Kurama used his leap as a feint to get behind Grog and wrap his tails around Grog's limbs. "Disarm him while Kurama has him pinned," Vex yelled as she took out her bow and fired an arrow wrapped with rope into Grog's shoulder, while Keelf leapt onto his arm to pry his axe out of his hands. It was all for naught as Grog's strength got him freed and sent the two women and Kitsune flying into the wall. "Don't hate me for doing this," Vax said as he got up and leapt at the possessed Goliath and stabbed him in the shoulder with his dagger, hoping to hit where his sister had hit to make him drop his weapon. Grog, however, just threw Vax off of him back to the floor. "Oh, why is he only after me? Oh gods!" Vax yelled as he ran away from the charmed and angry Goliath as Grog chased after him. "Well, you took his kill when he asked you not to," Naruto pointed out. "Either help or shut the up," Vax yelled, running past him. "Oh, I'll help, by skewering that fat," Naruto yelled as he turned his gaze to Anders and pointed his spear at him. "Ha, I didn't expect the idiot blonde to try and attack me first," Anders admitted as he didn't expect Naruto to be that smart. "Hey, I got the jump on you already, fatso. Release my friend or I'm gonna shove this where the sun don't shine and parade you for the village like a meat puppet," Naruto yelled as he ran at Anders. "Amusing threats, but I've wasted enough time," Anders said as he licked his lips at Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened as he gripped his head, his eyes flashing silver before his head went down. When he brought his head back up, like Grog, his eyes glowed silver. "No," Vex yelled, seeing Naruto now charmed before he did the same to her and Keeleth. "If the dumb one can't complete my task, there are many more resources at my disposal," Anders laughed as Grog grabbed Vax to allow him to charm Vax. Anders then turned his gaze to Kurama, who just growled at him, unaffected by his charm as his eyes were glowing red instead of silver. "Fascinating. Immune to my magic? Oh, you're no ordinary fox, are you?" Anders said as he looked at Kurama and Percy, who were the only two he hadn't charmed. Percy looked at Kurama and was surprised that the fox was immune to Anders' charm effect where the others had fallen. "Immune fox or no, pay attention to Rolo. I want you to know how you died. And who did it to you," Anders said as he made the charmed Vox Machina team surround Kurama and Percy against a wall. "Your friends," the group echoed as one at the two. Percy lifted his pistol and aimed it, but Vex shot an arrow at him, making him duck behind cover from the shot. Kurama quickly took cover as Vax threw his daggers at him, while Naruto threw his spear and teleported in front of the fox, aiming a kick. Kurama leapt over the kick and slapped Naruto with his tail, hoping the blow would break the charm, but it didn't work. "A weak hit like that won't be enough," Naruto and the others voiced as one. Kurama growled at this, his anger causing a slightly red aura to form around him before, with a loud roar, he slapped Naruto again, this time with all his strength, and sent Naruto flying across the room and crashing into the wall. "Gada!" Naruto yelled as he fell from the wall. "What is this? What are you?" Anders demanded as he made Keeleth use her vines to slam into Naruto, Percy, and Kurama and pin them to the wall. "Looks like Kurama has more tricks than I thought," Naruto said with a wince. "Kurama? Wait," Anders said as he looked at Kurama before his eyes widened and he started to cackle. "What are you on about, Anders?" Percy demanded, pinned to the wall and watching his old teacher laugh like a deranged madman. "Oh, what an auspicious day. One of the 9 defenders of the forest of Vergen here in my abode. Oh, what a glorious turn of events." Anders laughed. "What are you prattling on about?" Naruto asked, confused, as Kurama growled in a rage while Percy took aim with his pepper box. "You didn't know your pet there?" He's one of 9 forest spirits, and Anders was saying before he screamed in agony as Percy's bullet ricocheted off the downed suits of armor, while the professor was speaking and pierced through Anders' cheek, severing his lower jaw as the bullet ripped through his mouth. The silver tongue moving about no longer in Anders' mouth as it sd its way across the floor as the others snapped out of their charmed state, and the vines holding Naruto, Kurama, and Percy against the wall let them go. What? Keyleth said as they all turned around and saw the tongue moving around on the ground. Duh. Vax finished, weirded out. Get it, I guess? Vex asked, also weirded out by this as the 4 now uncharmed members chased after the tongue. Look at it go, Vax said as they all chased the tongue around the room. I got ya! Naruto yelled as he stabbed the tongue into the floor with his spear now that he was no longer pinned to the wall. After Naruto pulled his spear out, Kurama spat some fire on the remains of the tongue as he glared at it. Once the tongue was incinerated, the group turned to see Percy approach Anders. Black smoke flooding from his steps and the mask on his face as he approached the teacher that betrayed him and his family. We trusted you, you were out, teacher, we would have done anything you asked. And you betrayed us when we needed you most, Percy said as he pinned the helpless man against the window, aiming his gun at the professor's missing jaw as the barrel of his pepper box glowed orange. Seeing the smoke, Kurama started to growl as his fur went on end. You're the face I saw when murder entered my heart, Percy told him with fury lacing his voice. Guys, the smoke, Keyleth said, seeing how much smoke Percy was letting off. With no more words left to say, Percy fired his weapon, blowing up Anders' head and the window behind him, sending the now corpse of his ex-teacher flying out of it. A large orange eye briefly illuminating the room after the loud shot. Percy? Cassandra asked as she came running in after hearing the loud shot and the sound of the window shattering from the lab. Hearing this, Percy quickly took off his mask and ran to his sister. Are you all right? He asked as he checked her for any wounds. Yeah. Naruto saved me before I could get hurt. Not even a scratch, Cassandra told him. Anytime, Cass, Naruto said with a smile and a thumbs up before he fell to the floor. You all right? Vex asked the blonde. I got thrown by Grog into a wall, do I look all right? Naruto groaned from the floor. So did I, but you don't hear me, Vax told him. That's it. You wanna go, Broody? I'll kick your... Naruto yelled, standing up before falling over as soon as I can stand again. He will be fine, Keyleth said with a chuckle as she saw that Cassandra looked worried about Naruto. We should leave. Look for anything useful and make it quick, Vax told the group. When we escaped, I saw you fall. I thought you were dead, Percy told his sister. And I thought you'd come back to check, Cassandra said with a firm tone. Sigh the Briarwoods. They kept you alive? Percy asked, confused on why they'd do such a thing. Of course they did. They had use for me, parading me in front of Whitestone. Loyal and loving. But I've been using them too. Feeding information to the resistance, Cassandra said with a small smile. That was you? There is something hot about a woman turning her weakness into a strength, Naruto said from the floor since no one bothered to lift him up. We're having a moment. Get on your feet before I shoot you, Percy told him with a twitching brow. Oh, so edgy, I blame that bird mask, Naruto said with a fake scared tone as he got up, using his spear as a walking stick till he could stand normally again. You must have wanted to escape, Percy said to his sister now that Naruto had left them alone. Running away was never my strong suit. Cassandra told him. A small jab at his abandonment, no doubt. You won't have to anymore. We're together. Percy told her, giving a genuine smile, just happy his sister was alive as he embraced her. A little later, everyone was gathered around Anders' desk. Apparatus, Anders' only valuable possession, was in his mouth. And a bottle of whiskey that Naruto stole, Vex said, looking at Naruto. It dulls the pain. Naruto yelled as he applied the whiskey to his wounds. Before he tried to take a drink. No. Keyleth and Vax yelled, tackling the blonde to the ground and prying the whiskey from his grip. You all. Naruto groaned as they had freed the whiskey from his hands and gave it to Grog, who downed it. He also has this book about the Forest of Vergen, he mentioned, Vex said, placing the book down on the desk. Keyleth took the book and opened it and started to read it. Say anything about Kurama? Or these 9 defenders? Naruto asked, no longer caring about the whiskey. I'm on page 1. Give me some time to read through it, please, Keyleth told him as she continued to read. Besides, we have other priorities like this, Vex said as she pulled out a scroll for the group to see. That one of them connected dots? Grog asked, seeing all the dots on the parchment. It's a star chart, Grog. These symbols show the sky at a specific time and date. The solstice, Keyleth said as she looked at the chart after putting the book away in her bag. That's 5 days from now, Percy said with a firm tone. Why is it always 5 days later? Why can't it ever be like a year? Naruto grumbled. We need to signal Archie, let him know Cassandra is safe, Vex said. I might have something for that, Keyleth said with a smile as she approached the door and opened it, leading everyone outside. Naruto stumbling along with his spear. You gonna be okay? Cassandra asked the blonde. I'll be fine, don't worry, I always bounce back after a fight, Naruto said with a wide grin. As Naruto said this, Kurama walked past the blonde and smacked him hard in the back with his tail, making a loud crunching sound. Gah! Wait! My back is better. Holy, Kurama is a healer. Naruto yelled in shock as he started to bounce in place and heal. I think it's more he knew your back was messed up after that fight and he decided to be blunt with fixing it, Vax told him as he shook his head. No, we have a new healer. Kurama, you must heal us all until Pike returns. Understand? Naruto asked. Kurama blew a raspberry at this and slapped Naruto with his tails, sending him into Cassandra's chest and then both to the floor. What's the hold up with you? Vex was asking as she turned to see the sight of a blushing Cassandra on her back and Naruto's head in her cleavage. Nothing, Naruto yelled as he quickly shot to his feet. Yes, I fell and Naruto helped me up, Cassandra said as she quickly composed herself. Aha, of course. He's such a gentleman, our Naru, Vex said with a smirk as she turned away. Yup, that's me. Can you not tell Percy about this? I don't want him to get the wrong idea, Naruto coughed out. Of course not, my dear Naru, for a favor I get to call on at any time, no questions asked, Vex said with a coy grin. I already went into debt with my parents. What more do you want? Naruto asked. Oh, Percy darling, Vex said as she turned to the others. Okay, you win. Whatever you want, no strings attached, Naruto told her with a look of panic. Glad to be working with you, little bro, Vex said with a smile as she walked over to the others. This cannot get any worse, Naruto said as he sighed. I think you just tempted fate, Cassandra told him as Keyleth shaped the clouds in the sky into the Dorolo crest. I know, Naruto said with a whine as he slumped his head while Cassandra patted him on the head to comfort him as they looked at the crest in the sky. Bira. Lord and Lady's Palace. It was a normal night at Lord and Lady Namikaze's palace, where said Lord and Lady were eating dinner together in the dining hall. My lord, we have received a bill in your name from a magic shop in Eamon, Kakashi said as he came in holding a scroll. Can't this wait? I'm still eating, Kushina asked with an annoyed look as she was enjoying her dinner with her husband. Where is the bill from, Kakashi? Minato asked curiously. It's from a shop known as Gilmore's Glorious Goods, Kakashi explained as he held out the scroll which Kushina took. Oh, Naruto probably used our tab for stocking up on a few items. How bad could it be, Minato said unworried as he drank some wine. What the? 700,000 gold. Kushina yelled in outrage as she read the scroll. This caused Minato's eyes to bug out before he spat out his wine into Kakashi's face as he walked next to the lord. Not as refreshing as actually drinking it, my lord, Kakashi said flatly. Mask dripping with wine. That little brat. How dare he spend this much money under our name? Oh, when I see him next I'm making him and his band of moronic misfits work off this debt as slaves. Kushina growled. We banned slavery, remember? Minato pointed out. Okay, then I'm putting them in an arena to work off the debt. They can fight monsters or shovel beast. Kushina growled out. If I may ask, my lord and lady, what did the young lord buy to rack up such a debt? Kakashi asked as Minato took the scroll from his wife. It looks like a bunch of equipment. A magic spear, cloaks of protection, healing potions, rings of necrotic resistance, and some things that specialize in killing or hindering undead. What the hell are those idiots looking to fight? An army of undead? It was one vampire and a necromancer, Kushina yelled. I do believe the young lord may have just been wanting to keep his friends safe, which I recall being a main trait of your clan, my lady, Kakashi said with a bow of his head. My dear, we need a new bodyguard, Kushina said with a growl as she glared at Kakashi in annoyance at his good point. We're not firing Kakashi. He's been my guard for decades now and I trust him with my life, Minato said with a firm tone. Thank you, my lord, Kakashi bowed. Kushina growled at this before she smirked as she approached her husband. Oh, please, my love, I'll do anything if you punish him for contradicting me. Anything, she purred into his ear. Even the electric collar? Minato asked after a few moments of thought. I'll throw in the unbreakable handcuffs too. Daddy Kushina sobbed as she licked his ear a bit before nibbling on it. Kakashi, you're getting a pay cut, Minato told him. Of course, my lord. Cough simp cough, Kakashi said as he turned away from them and exited the room. Hey, he may be a simp, but he's mine, Kushina yelled before she pulled her husband into a hug. Kushi, not in front of Kakashi, Minato said with a chuckle. Who cares? Let him watch. It's the most action he'd get outside his O collection, Kushina said with a smirk before she started to kiss Minato, lovingly making Minato laugh before he started to kiss her back before moments later they both growled and he tackled her onto the dining table, ripping off her dress. And that's my cue, Kakashi said as he quickly left the room as the table started to shake violently as Kushina screamed in. Back in Whitestone. I feel a horrible disturbance, Naruto muttered, looking at the sky as they made their way back into town. What, you scared of the Briarwoods being Ed about the clouds? Grog asked mockingly. Not that. Something else. Something far more inhumane. Naruto said as he shuddered. The rebels should be gathering. If they saw the signal, Percy said, looking around, not seeing them. Maybe we shouldn't have announced ourselves with such flair, Vex pointed out. That, if you're gonna announce yourself, do it with a ton of flair or not at all. Roll out a red carpet and stroll in with gouts of flames behind you, Naruto said with a grin. Have you done that before? Cassandra asked curiously. Still on my to-do list still. Last time I tried it, it rained, Naruto said with a shrug as Scanlan ran up to them panicking. Oh, Scanlan, you in missed it, L. I got arrowed a bunch. I had two voices in my throat. Naruto stabbed a stupid tongue in the face. Hey, are you even listening? Grog asked the gnome who was panting for breath after running. We also found out Kurama is some forest spirit, Naruto added as he jerked a thumb at Kurama. There's a whore, Scanlan panted out. Not the time for one of your house stores, Vex said with a sigh at the gnome. Yeah, we already know how you got that rash, dude. Naruto told him with a flat look. No. A horde of undead. Scanlan exclaimed, turning to see a horde of zombies and skeletons shambling towards them in the streets. A horde, got it, Vax said in realization. Kurama, stay near Cass and keep her safe, Naruto said with narrowed eyes as he took his spear off his back and readied it for the fight ahead, while Kurama stepped in front of Cassandra, his tails going wild behind him as he growled. Soon Vox Machina would face the tide of bone. Streets of Whitestone. Undead hordes shambled through the streets towards Vox Machina and Cassandra. The mass amount of undead heading their way with one goal in mind. Devour the flesh of their necromancer mistress's foes. Holy sure, Vax was saying before Percy fired his pepper box at the horde of undead. We may want to get out of here, Vex said as she started firing at them with her arrows. Kurama, keep Cass safe. I got this one. Naruto yelled as he threw his spear at an undead, piercing its face and exploding the head with a burst of lightning before the spear reappeared in Naruto's hands as Kurama barked in agreement as he sent a fire bolt at an undead making its way towards him and Cassandra, burning it to ash. Seeing an undead making its way towards Kurama, Cassandra quickly unsheathed a rapier she had and pierced its forehead, ending its existence before it could do harm to the fox. Kurama raised an eyebrow at the younger Dorolo noble seeing this. What? My brother isn't the only one that has changed, Cassandra said as she quickly wiped the blood off her blade with a handkerchief after pulling it from the corpse. Kurama narrowed his eyes at this before he barked, pointing behind Cassandra with his tails, causing them both to watch each other's back as the horde of undead came at them. Aren't these things supposed to be slow? Vax was asking before some of the undead tackled him to the ground, but before they could bite into him they were sent flying with some wind used by Keyleth. Come on, let's move. Grog ordered as he ran past Vax as Keyleth helped the half-elf rogue up to his feet. Thanks, Kiki, Vax said with a tone of relief before more undead came towards them. In case I wasn't clear before, the undead freak me out. I mean, why? Scanlan said as he ran alongside Cassandra and Korm before their way was blocked by zombie devouring a still-alive woman. Help me! The woman cried out before her breath faded as the undead screeched at them. Kurama growled seeing this before he blasted the undead with his fire while Scanlan screamed like a girl. The still-on-fire undead, however, leapt at Cassandra in an attempt to devour her before a spear blasted into the side of its head mid-leap as Naruto appeared next to his spear. Hands off, ugly! Keep moving, people! Naruto yelled as he kicked the undead off his spear before he yelled at Kurama, Cassandra, and Scanlan. I think I peed myself, Scanlan muttered, running past them still terrified. I could have handled him, Cassandra told Naruto. Oh, my apologies, your royal majesty. This humble servant is just trying to save your Naruto told her sarcastically with an eye roll. Quit being a smart, you idiot. Still thanks, I suppose, Cassandra told him. Anytime, your highness, Naruto told her with a grin. Can you two work out this flirty banter later and get a ing move on? Scanlan yelled at the two nobles. Off, Scanlan. Naruto yelled as he, Kurama, and Cassandra regrouped with the others. Excuse us. Coming through. Grog yelled as he easily cut his way through the horde of undead with his axe. Everyone follow Grog. Vax yelled as everyone followed after their half-giant friend, who was clearing a path as they ran down the streets with more and more undead approaching from the alleys. More of them? Keyleth asked, exasperated, as she made vines to block off the approaching undead after Vex shot one in the face with an arrow. How many dead people are in your stupid town, Percy? Scanlan yelled in a panic as the undead horde tried to make their way through Keyleth's vines. Where'd they all come from? Keyleth asked as she tried to keep her focus. The ground, that's where all dead people live, Grog said matter-of-factly before more growling came from behind them. Do you hear that? Keyleth asked worriedly. Sounds like hundreds of them, Vex said as she listened. Thousands, Percy said as he held his pepper box at the ready as an undead stepped forward and growled at them. Before it could make its way towards the group, a sword swung through the undead, cutting it down the middle, killing it, revealing one of Archie's rebels had killed it. This way. There's a safe house. The rebel yelled after them as she beckoned the group to follow her. The group quickly ran after the rebel towards a big house down the street. Inside. The rebel yelled as she stood at the door waiting for them to enter. The group rushed in as fast as possible, getting behind the door as the rebel locked it. Keyleth tripping over her feet, hitting the ground as she made it inside. Thank the Dawnfather you made it, Archie greeted them with a lantern. Barely, Keyleth said as she caught her breath as Vax helped her up. Yeah, that is asking for an impaling, and not in the way she probably likes with her undead doll, Naruto growled out. We saw your message in the sky. Percival, what's our next move? Archie asked his old friend. You're asking me? Percy questioned, confused why he was being asked. Well, I assumed since you're the rightful heir, Archie tried to explain. Titles don't matter anymore. You're the leader, Archibald, Percy told him, walking away from the group. Naruto saw that Cassandra was bothered by this and slightly scowled after Percy walked away. Thanks for keeping me from becoming zombie kibble, Vax thanked Keyleth. Oh, no problem. You probably would have been fine, Keyleth said, embarrassed at the thanks from her crush. No, I wouldn't, Vax told her genuinely, making her look at him in surprise at the admittance. Stuck in a death trap with no way out, someone always eats the little guy first, Scanlan was saying in a panic while he paced before he yelled as Kurama slapped him in the back of the head. Kurama barked at Scanlan before he slapped him in the face, this time sending him to the ground. I think he's telling you to get a hold of yourself, man, Naruto said as he nodded at the fox. And just when I was about to do it, Vex said, smirking. Yeah, but if you did it, Scan would just think it was hot, right, Kurama? Naruto asked the fox. Kurama nodded at this as he gave the gnome a knowing look. Hey. Yeah, I would, Scanlan admitted before loud growling sounded outside, getting everyone's attention. Oh God, they found us. Scanlan panicked. Shut up, you idiot, or I'm gonna have Kurama use you as a chew toy, Naruto hissed at the gnome. Kurama gagged at this, obviously not a fan of the idea. Nobody move, Akri ordered as he made everyone get low to the ground. Scanlan, however, still terrified, walked back towards one of the walls, only for an undead to burst through behind him and bit his right arm as more undead came crashing through the walls and floors. Scan. Oh, this. Everyone shield your eyes and take cover. Naruto yelled as he put his hands together and started to charge up a ball of light in his hands before throwing it towards the center of the room. The ball of light exploded in a blast of radiant flames in a 20-foot radius, while everyone closed their eyes or took cover. Scanlan being shielded ironically by the undead on top of him and pinning him to the floor as each undead was incinerated by the radiant fire. Where the was that this time? Vax asked, not expecting Naruto to pull that. Costs a lot of stamina to use that move, so I use it sparingly, Naruto panted out as more undead started to enter. We need to keep moving, Vex said as she grabbed Scanlan now that he was freed. How bad is it? Scanlan asked, getting to his arm. Not as bad as it could have been thanks to that ring of necrotic resistance Naruto got you, Vex said, looking at the wound. Oh good, good. Scanlan sighed out. I expect a thank you, Naruto told the gnome as they ran out the house. Fine, I'll name my next kid after you, Scanlan told him as Vex helped him out of the house. The hell you will. I don't need my name attached to the legacy of the living cold sore. Naruto yelled as he stabbed an undead in the face to let the others retreat from the incoming horde as the group made their way to a ladder to head up to the rooftop out. Unfortunately, while Vox Machina, Cassandra, Kurama, Archie, and some rebels made it, not all did. The ladder yipped over, leaving 2 rebels behind to be devoured by the undead inside. The group forced to listen to the screams and sounds of flesh being eaten. Whitestone ain't worth this, one of the rebels on the rooftop said as he and a few others turned away from the group, walking off to most likely flee the city. How pathetic, Naruto said, looking at the cowards running away. What did you say? One of the fleeing rebels asked. I didn't stutter. You're pathetic. One bad fight and you're willing to let them take your home? You're a disgrace. Where's your pride in your city? Your homeland? Your roots? Naruto asked the group. Didn't you leave your own home? Percy asked with a flat tone of voice. I left the noble life behind. But I never disparaged where I lived or where I come from. I only sought to find a purpose outside of it. But unlike them, I would never abandon my home to this fate, Naruto said as he scowled at the fleeing rebels. If you think insults will keep us to be devoured for this, you've got another thing coming. Let's go, the fleeing rebel leader said to his friends joining him. They're losing heart, Percy. Say something to them, Cassandra told her brother. That, or you can continue to be a wuss and let your family down some more. Ow, ow, ow. Naruto said as he looked at Percy before Vex grabbed his ear and twisted it. Cool it. Now the ranger told him with an icy glare as she let Naruto's ear go. I can't. Julius was supposed to rule, not me. PC told his sister with a frown. Julius is gone. And I've been with the Briarwoods for years. No one trusts me. You are next in line. The long-lost Dorolo, Cassandra told him. Who doesn't trust you? I'll break their arms. No, their legs. No, their arms and legs. I'll break their legs with their arms. Naruto asked as he looked around for anyone to say anything, causing some people to look away sheepishly. But Naruto's rant was stopped when Vex grabbed his ear again and twisted it. Ignore him, please. This one is special, Vex said to the townspeople. Yes, his mother dropped him on his head a few too many times, Vex said with a smirk. You both! Naruto exclaimed hearing this. You're not our type, the twins declared together. Yeah, I'm not a shy redhead and an emo with a permanent face, Naruto said, smirking at them. This made the 2 siblings pause as they both approached the blonde, drawing their weapons. Little help? Scanlan requested, gesturing to his arm and stopping the twins from killing their fellow party member. Keyleth rushing to check on Scanlan's arm. You should be fine, thankfully, due to Naruto's ring. It's stopping the necrosis, meaning we won't have to amputate the arm. Keyleth said, inspecting the wound. Oh, thank God. I'll still be able to use this hand to do things to my instrument if you get my meaning, Scanlan sighed in relief. That's it, I'm asexual. Naruto yelled before covering his mouth in disgust hearing this. We don't have time for any of this. Archie yelled, getting the mercenary group's attention as he looked down at the streets where a horse of undead was looking up at them. Please tell me you can use that sun blast move again? Scanlan requested as he looked at Naruto. Oh sure, if one of you can carry me after I pass out. Naruto told them with heavy sarcasm. Save it for a last resort. Let's be anywhere but here, Vex ordered as the group ran across the rooftops to flee the undead before shimmying down a pipe into an alleyway. Whoa! Cassandra was climbing down before her hand slipped, making her fall from the pipe. I got you, Cass, Naruto said with a grin as he caught her in his arms before putting her down. Thanks, Cassandra said with a small smile. Is there something going on here? Scanlan asked with a smirk as he saw the 2 interact. No. Why do you think that? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Your hands still on her hip, Vex smirked at the blonde and younger Dorolo. Sorry, Naruto coughed as he let go of Cassandra. You think we're safe yet? Vax asked as he looked around for any sign of the enemy. Yeah, maybe we can stay in this alleyway for forever, Keyleth suggested. In that case, I call the dumpster over there. Naruto pointed at a nearby dumpster. Before anyone could rightfully call the young monk an idiot, the group heard more growling nearby. The group rushed down the alleyway towards the sound to see a large, undead giant approaching them. "The bag," Percy ordered Grog, holding out his hand. Grog handed Percy the bag of holding on his hip as Percy started to rummage through it looking for something. "I don't mean to rush you," Vax was saying to the gunslinger before Percy cut him off. "Then don't," Percy said as he pulled out a large gun-like device that he started to fiddle with. "That things is coming up on us," Percy, Naruto said as he readied his spear. "Patience is a virtue," Percy said as he finished putting together his new weapon and pointed it towards the giant. "Taking his time to aim." "Not right now, it isn't," Naruto yelled as he just saw Percy standing there in the middle of the street not doing anything. A loud bang echoed through the streets as Percy pulled the trigger on his gun. The blast of gunpowder and flame from the large gun slammed into the giant's shoulder and tore through it, ripping through its arm and chest as the undead monster fell to the ground with a loud thud. Completely dead. "Holy! Do that again," Grog yelled, smiling at the destructive capabilities of Percy's weapon. "Wish I could." "Sadly, it's still a work in progress," PC admitted. "One shot. Faye, I can do way more with my sunblast." "That being said, say, Percy, old buddy, old pal," Naruto was saying. "I'm not making one for you," Percy told him flatly. "You surprising nobody," Naruto yelled as more giants came forward. Led by Vedmire, the giants lay waste to them. Vedmire ordered the undead giants, "Scatter. Regroup at the sun tree." Vex yelled out to everyone as they all ran from the giants splitting off. "Kurama, keep Cass safe," Naruto ordered before seeing a roof of a house thrown behind him separating Scanlan from them. "Scanlan," Naruto yelled, running back for the gnome. "You think I wouldn't learn from our last encounter?" Vedmire asked with a glare as he dodged Scanlan's lightning attack. As Vedmire swung his blade at Scanlan, Naruto's spear stabbed through the top of the roof wall, dividing them, and Naruto appeared perched on it. "Hey fugly, only I get to kick that gnomes," Naruto yelled before with a shout and a leap. He kicked Vedmire's blade, sending it flying out of his hand and slamming into the head of a nearby giant, making it fall to the ground dead. "You're dead along with that gnome for that," Vedmire growled out. "Rain check, baby. Go get your overcompensating blade before making threats," Naruto yelled as he grabbed Scanlan and put him his shoulder before running off as Akri and his rebels rushed in to attack the undead forces and giants Vedmire brought. "You and me, just like old times," Akri yelled after Percy assisted him by shooting a zombie Archie had cleaved. "That desperate are we?" Percy asked, firing at more undead. "You joke, but back then we could take on the world. My men would be honored to fight alongside a Dorolo. If you would only tell them," Archie told the gunslinger after tearing through another zombie with his axe. "Unlikely. Although I did keep a smelly son of a cook from being executed," Percy fired back at Archie as he snapped the head of an undead while reloading his pepper box. "Oh, that was you? I remember some gangly yapping at me through the bars," Archie joked with a grin before hearing Scanlan scream. "I said take a rain check, baby," Naruto yelled as he ran away from Vedmire, trying to get Scanlan away from him. "Do you have to insult the guy trying to kill us?" Scanlan yelled in a panic as he saw Vedmire was ready to kill both of them. "Always," Naruto cackled as he continued to run. "I'll kill both of you, little s," Vedmire growled, hurrying after them. "That doesn't make me want to stop, dumbass. Next time try saying you have cookies," Naruto snickered, mocking the Duke before Archie rushed at the Duke in a tackle. "Get Scanlan out of here." "I'll deal with him," Archie ordered as he swung his axe at Vedmire, who blocked with his blade. "Dach, I have no time for you," Vedmire growled as he pushed Archie back with his blade before taking a swing, bisecting the dwarf resistance leader in an instant as the dead dwarf fell to the ground in two halves. "No," Percy muttered in horror, seeing his old friend killed. "Mother Naruto yelled, dropping Scanlan on the ground before he launched himself at Vedmire. The force of launching himself at the Duke cracking the ground as he sent a harsh haymaker at Vedmire's face. The monk's fist colliding with the Duke's face and sending him flying across the street as he crashed into a nearby house. "You're gonna die for that," Naruto growled out as he readied his spear as the Duke came out of the decimated house. "Guess you want to join that short in the Shadowfell, huh?" Vedmire smirked as he readied his sword. Naruto growled at this before he saw the rebels falling back away from the horde of undead. He's gone, Percy. Naruto, retreat. Come on. Vex yelled after the young monk while pulling Percy away. You better run, boy, or else you'll end up like Archie there. Vedmire smirked. This isn't over. Percy has his list and you just made mine, Naruto said with a growl as he ran to help cover the rebels' escape, jabbing and punching any undead within sight, chasing after them as they continued running through the streets until their escape was cut off by more undead coming down the street towards them. They just keep coming. Vax yelled, annoyed. Stand back, I'll handle this, Naruto told them as he went to move forward to blast another searing sunburst, even if it would take him out of the fight. However, before Naruto could take a step, Keyleth started walking towards the incoming horde. No, I've got this. Everyone stand back, the Ashari druid told them as she channeled her magic, blasting cold wind and snow at the horde of undead. The horde, however, did not slow down. Damn, Vax muttered, seeing them barely impeded by the icy winds Keyleth had summoned. No, come on please. I need more. Keyleth pleaded as she pleaded with her magic for more power to save her friends. To protect them for once and not have to be the one being saved. To not be useless. The red-haired druid's eyes started to glow blue as her hand became wreathed in a blue glow before launching her hand forward, summoning a massive burst of ice as the wind grew. The undead started to slow down as their bodies began to freeze over. Ah! She yelled as she summoned her power. Keyleth brought her other hand forward, glowing as well as shards of ice and cold wind grew even more. Within an instant, a large glacier formed within the streets, cutting off the undead and their pursuit, freezing them in place. The power behind her magic, however, left Keyleth panting, her hands covered in shards of ice as she fell to her knees. Kiki, where did that come from? Vax asked as he ran over to check on her. Not really sure, Keyleth admitted as she panted for breath. Told you it was only a matter of time for you to get stronger, Naruto grinned as he whistled at the giant ice wall, impressed. He's right. Have I mentioned you're amazing? Vax asked Keyleth with a smile. Yes. Yes, we still have to go. Vex yelled as she led them towards the sun tree where everyone was gathering. Is somebody jealous? Naruto asked with a smirk at Vex. Shut it or I'll tell Percy you want to, his sister Vex told him with a glare. That's a damn lie, Naruto yelled, running after her. Is it? Do you think he'll believe you over me? Vex asked smugly. I hate you, Naruto said as he scowled at the ranger. Oh, how horrible. And remember, you still owe me for me catching you holding her. Wouldn't want that to get back to Percy, would you, dear? Vex asked as they came to the sun tree. Yeah. Blackmailing half-elf psycho, Naruto grumbled under his breath. What was that? Vex asked with a twitching brow. I said you're very pretty and never wrong, Naruto said quickly. That's what I thought you said, Vex said as their group met up with the remaining rebels and others at the sun tree. Archie, he didn't make it, Percy said to Cassandra. We heard. Now it's your turn to lead them, Cassandra said with a frown. Can't be me, Cassandra. I'm not a leader. I ran. PC told her, looking away in shame. But you are here now. Yours wasn't the only life shattered that day. We're all here. The time is now, Cassandra told him, walking over and placing a hand on his shoulder. Cass is right, so stop being a coward and step up, or is this W thing just about you wanting your own petty revenge? This is your home. Your city. Your people. You're a Derolo, right? Fight for your home, Naruto said as he walked over to Percy and Cassandra. Percy went silent, absorbing the words of the two as he looked around at the injured rebels before walking in front of everyone. I am Lord Percival Frederickstein von Muselklassowski de Rollo III. Percy started to tell the gathered rebels and villagers. Klassowski ow. Naruto snickered under his breath before Vex stomped hard on his foot, glaring at him to be silent. On the day the Briarwoods took Whitestone, I watched my family die. Despite my desire for vengeance, I fled, and fear kept me from my home. We have all lost. But Archie never feared, never wavered. He willingly gave his life for all of us. For Whitestone. His sacrifice, your sacrifice, and the sacrifice of my family shall not be in vain, Percy told them all as he walked over and pulled a sword from an undead corpse before holding it up as he turned to all assembled. Today is for Archie, for the Derolos, for Whitestone. PC finished his speech, getting cheers from all the rebels. Let's kill Angie, everything. Grog yelled out as the villagers cheered. Kurama smiled madly hearing this as he barked in agreement, flames shooting out of his nostrils. Well said, Percy. Naruto grinned as he looked to see Cassandra off by the sun tree. Tears in her eyes from her brother's speech before he walked over and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Cass. We'll save your people or die trying, Naruto told her with a small smile as he wiped her tears away from her eyes with a finger. The moment was interrupted as the ice Keyleth had summoned to cut off the sun tree's path was shattered as undead giants broke through along with the rest of the undead army. All heading towards the sun tree. Leave none standing. Percy yelled as he readied his pepper box while Vox Machina and the rebels engaged the undead. Grog was attacked by a group of undead which piled onto him, which Vex tried to aid him. Meanwhile, Kurama was sending bolts of fire from above down onto undead targets to incinerate them before they could make it to the rebels. Take 'em all out, Naruto yelled as he and Cassandra fought back to back against some undead. The youngest Dorolo used her rapier to stab the incoming undead, while Naruto stabbed his spear into one before sending a back fist into its decrepit face and taking its head off. Hell of a time for performance issues, Scanlan growled out, his arm stinging and making him unable to use his lute at the moment. You know I'm in love with you, right? Vax asked Keyleth as the horde of undead started to get closer and closer. Everyone knows, Naruto yelled as he threw his spear at undead giant, impaling it through the chest before summoning his weapon back and spinning it behind him and stabbing it through the head of a zombie coming up behind Cassandra while she stabbed one in front of her in the head. You! Vax yelled at the blonde before turning to the blushing Keyleth as the two made to kiss, only for Keyleth to stop as her eyes widened in realization. Wait, what? Now? This is like the worst time, Keyleth exclaimed before she walked away and bashed a zombie in the face with her staff. Pull back. Everyone up the tree, Percy ordered, seeing them all getting overrun by the undead army. It was an honor fighting with you, Percy said as he and Vax clasped hands in friendship. It was a valiant effort, friend, Vax told him. Well, there are worse ways to go out. I always thought I'd be smothered by a tiefling to death, but if this is it, then can I just say US are the bestest I know, Naruto said as he held up his spear, grinning as he readied himself for a final stand against the undead horde. As everyone made their final stand on the roots of the sun tree, a crack of thunder was heard before the sky lit up with a golden light before it shot down at the ground, bisecting an undead giant in half L before exploding in a massive amount of bright light. The dust settled as a glowing figure stepped out from the light, revealing Pike. Covered in a golden light and wearing a set of armor. Sup? Pike asked with a grin as she greeted everyone. Pike! Naruto yelled wide-eyed as everyone ran over to greet their friend. Holy! Keyleth yelled, seeing the damage the gnome cleric had caused with her arrival as all of Vox Machina surrounded her. How you look. Like an angel. Scanlan said before reaching out to touch her, only to wince from the pain in his arm. Pike smiled softly at him as she placed a hand on his wound and closed it. Healing the bard. Whoa. Marry me? Scanlan told her with a laugh, seeing his arm fully healed. Okay, let's do it right now, Pike told him, grinning. Wait, what? Seriously? Scanlan blinked at this and surprised. Yeah, I'm gonna call bull. The real Pike wouldn't lower her standards this low, Naruto said as he raised an eyebrow at this. Oh, I'ma catch you, idiot, Scanlan yelled at Naruto. No, anyone with you will catch something. There's a difference, Naruto fired back. I'm kidding anyways. It's good to see you guys, Pike said with a laugh at this as everyone approached her with Grog immediately embracing her in a bear hug. I missed you so much. Pike, you're glowing and kind of buzzing. Are you dead? Grog yelled as he hugged the gnome cleric before looking at her in panic. Astral projection, Pike answered with a smile. You're what? Grog asked, confused. I'm here, buddy, but my body is back at the temple. I still felt that bear hug though, which definitely hurt, Pike explained as Grog put her down as the undead forces continued their march towards the mercenaries and rebels. Listen, how about we talk about it after we murder these unholies? Pike suggested with a grin on her face before she turned to face the undead. The cleric power flowing into her hand as she summoned a golden glowing mace into her hand, kicking up dust from the summoning. The undead paused, seeing this as one's jaw literally dropped from its face. Pike slammed the glowing mace into the ground, summoning from the sky a massive beam of holy light that incinerated a large portion of undead before she threw the mace into the crowd. spinning it like a boomerang as it cut through zombies and an undead giant before returning to her hand. Whoa ho ho! Talk about an upgrade, sis! Naruto yelled out, smiling at the display of power. Before he threw his spear at an undead pike had missed and made it explode in a flash of lightning before it returned to his hand. Looks like you upgraded too. New spear, little bro? Pike asked with a smirk. What can I say? Gilmore knows quality. Naruto smirked back at the gnome as the group continued to fight. Another confounding gnome? Vladimir growled out, seeing this display of power, but before he could make a move he raised his blade, blocking a strike from Naruto, who had already spotted him. Where do you think you're going, fugly? Naruto asked with a glare at the Duke. You again? Vedmire growled out, annoyed at the blonde monk. I told you you're on my list. And I ain't gonna stop till you're deader than your life, Naruto smirked. This is impossible, Vedmire was saying before he was slapped by Naruto's backhand to the face, making him back up. Ooh, I think I knocked a tooth loose on that one, Naruto snickered. Vedmire yelled as he swung his blade down at Naruto, hoping to cut the blonde monk down. Naruto just smirked as he stepped to the side, avoiding the blade before with a shout he sent a fist flying at the hilt of the blade's side. There was a pause before cracks started to form on the hilt. Vedmire's eyes widened as he watched his sword break and shatter into pieces. Having some problems with your sword? I hear that's quite common in older men. Naruto grinned, while the mercs and rebels were overrunning the undead thanks to Pike blessing their weapons with holy light. Oh, this, Vedmire said, I said as he turned around to run away, but before he could get far, several shots were heard as his kneecaps exploded, causing him to fall to the ground. That was for Archie, Percy said as he walked over holding his smoking pepperbox pistol. Nice shot, Naruto whistled, seeing this. It was nothing. Congratulations, Vedmire, your name isn't on my list, but my friend here has you on his. Go ahead, Naruto, Percy said to Naruto. Nah, he's not worthy of a warrior's death, though I think the people here have a grievance to file with you, Naruto said with a cruel smile as the people of Whitestone started to approach the downed Duke. Wait. Mercy, please. Vedmire begged, seeing the crowd of angry citizens with weapons drawn. Oh, please, like you would give any to them, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes, while Kurama scoffed hearing this. Indeed. They will show the same mercy you have granted them all this time, Percy told him, walking away from the soon-to-be-dead Duke. No. Stay away. Get off me, you ballbag. Get away, Frogak. One by one the citizens stabbed and slashed at the downed Duke, slowly taking their pound of flesh from his hide. For Whitestone, a villager yelled as everyone charged the undead. Even Keeper Yenin had shown up to assist. Yenin? It's not safe here, Percy said as he walked over to her alongside Naruto and Kurama. The Dawn Father called and I answered. Our people can handle it from here. Go, Percival, go claim what is yours, Yenin told him. I don't know how to thank you, Percy said as he nodded at Yenin. Do it by killing that corpser and her undead doll, Naruto said as he patted Percy on the back. What he said, Yenin said as she nodded at this and smiled. Ha! Oh, I like her. Naruto grinned as he walked next to Cassandra and Kurama. Well, fearless leader, Leadvex said as she smiled and placed a hand on Percy's shoulder. I thought Naruto was the leader? Cassandra asked, confused. See, Shianji gets it. Naruto yelled as they all started making their way towards the castle. He wishes, Vax said with a scoff hearing this. He's more like the demented little brother of the group, Pike said, nodding. I'm not demented. Naruto yelled hearing this. You choked a goblin with his own intestines, Keyleth pointed out. That or had it coming. Naruto yelled in defense of his actions. What the hell did he do to deserve that? Cassandra asked, a bit disturbed at the image. Spilled my ramen and called it a poor man's soup. Naruto said simply. Like I said, demented. Pike nodded as the group came upon Castle de Rolo as they entered through the dungeons. The best way into the castle is our hidden tunnel, Cassandra said with a small smile at the memories of using it. It was good enough to hide from nannies and tutors, Percy said as he smiled at Cassandra. And know-it-all older brothers, Cassandra told him as the others went on ahead of them. Sigh, Cass. I'm so sorry. I wish I could go back and do things differently, Percy told his sister, his voice filled with regret. I know, Cassandra said, not looking at him, but her tone no less filled with pain at the memories playing in her head. Percy, your castle is nice, Keyleth said with a sheepish smile as they walked through the dungeon. This is the dungeon, Keyleth. The Briarwoods will be found elsewhere, Percy said as he shook his head a bit. It's a nice dungeon though. I love all the misery you've got on display. Naruto said with a grin as he tried to lighten things up. That's all dungeons, you little smart brat, a man's voice said from inside a cell, making Naruto freeze. Who's there? Pike asked as she walked towards the bar, her glow illuminating the figure inside, revealing an older man with long spiky white hair and warts on his nose. Holy! Naruto yelled as he looked at the man with wide eyes before he smiled brightly as he approached the cell door. Kurama, however, groaned after seeing the man. We can't afford to free someone we know nothing about, Vex told him. I know him, don't worry. That is you right, master? Naruto asked as he looked at the old man. Now when you say Master Herc, Scanlan was asking before Naruto grabbed him by his throat. Do not ruin this moment for me, Naruto growled out at the gnome bard before dropping him. It's nice to see you again, brat. Still dragging around that fox, eh? The old man said with a smile as he approached the cell door before looking at Kurama, who just spat at his feet. Of course. I'd never abandon Kurama. He's my partner and family, Naruto said with a grin. And who exactly are you to Naruto? Vex asked with a quirked brow. My apologies, my dear elven beauty. I am the legendary sage of the forests outside Spira. I am the lord of the mountains. I am the gallant, the bold, the brave, the handsome. I am Jiraiya. The now named Jiraiya introduced himself, striking a pose. This got a smile from Naruto seeing this. Silence was all that came from everyone else. Well, he makes a good introduction, Scanlan said with a chuckle as he rubbed his throat. Naruto, didn't you say your master disappeared like 3 years ago? Keyleth asked. Yup, said he was heading into town and never showed back up. What the hell are you doing here? Naruto asked as he looked at his master. Got word about some crazy happening here and decided to take a look and see what was going on. Unfortunately, I was captured by the Briarwoods the moment I set foot in the city, Jiraiya admitted. He's lying. He peeped on Delilah while she was bathing and got captured, a female voice said from another cell. This caused Jiraiya to face plant into the ground while Kurama snickered. Oi! I'm reuniting with my student. Damn it! Jiraiya yelled at the figure in the other cell while Percy froze at the voice. Who the hell is that? Vax asked as he looked at the woman who had one arm and short black hair. She probably won't answer. She's not that talkative. She was just thrown in here a while back, Jiraiya said with a shrug. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't like talking to a pervert who keeps asking me to disrobe for inspiration for his sleazy books, the female figure scoffed. Sleazy? I'll have you know my books are amazing. Ask anyone and they'll know my glorious work. Jiraiya yelled. Wait. Are these the books with the orange cover Naruto had when he joined? Pike asked as her eyebrow twitched. Naruto started making a killing gesture under his neck to his master, but this went ignored as well. Indeed, fair holy maiden. I knew even those of the divine would enjoy those works of art. Tell me, what's your favorite chapter in which book? Jiraiya asked with a grin before. Clang. Pike's mace nailed Jiraiya in the face, sending him back into the cell into the far wall, making Kurama bust out laughing on the floor. Thank you for that. He aggravates me to no end. Now listen, I'm a foe of Silas and Delilah. If you're looking for them, I can help take you to them if you free me, the female figure said, approaching the bars. Before any of the others could say anything, Percy approached the cell, pepperbox in hand and smoke coming off of him as he pointed his pistol at the figure inside. This is the only freedom I offer you, Dr. Percy told her, wearing his mask, and his voice distorted as memories flashed of the horrors and tortures this woman unleashed on him in the past. Percy, wait! Keyleth yelled out. Naruto quickly grabbed Percy's arm and jerked it into the air, sending a shot into the ceiling above. Percy, what are you doing? She is unarmed. Keyleth yelled. So was my family. Percy growled out as he jerked his arm out of Naruto's grip. Percy, she may have something we can use. They kept her alive for a reason, Cassandra said as she blocked her brother's path to the cell. Mind telling us who the hell this is? Vex asked, genuinely confused by all this. Dr. Anna Ripley. Another Briarwood pawn I'm about to remove from the board, Percy told them, taking off the mask and raying his gun. And here I thought you were the intelligent one. We're both engineers, Percival. We know the value of knowledge. You must be curious as to the information I possess, Ripley said with a smug grin as she stepped closer only for Percy to aim his pistol at her head. Pro tip, if you're gonna run your mouth, don't do it to someone ready to kill you though. If you are as much of a piece of garbage as the rest of the pawns we killed tonight, you probably deserve it, so by all means keep it up, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. I'm not that curious, Ripley, Percy said, uncaring of what she had to offer. Brother, wait, Cassandra pleaded with him. Why should I? Percy demanded, annoyed at his vengeance being denied. I've been with the Briarwoods for years, and I know next to nothing about their motives, Cassandra told him seriously. Fine. Interrogation. Then she dies, Percy said, turning away and giving a nod to Vax to free her. Gotta say, brat, you chose a pretty unhinged group to adventure with, Jiraiya said with a groan as he rubbed his jaw. I mean, I had an eccentric teacher, Naruto said with a smirk. Had touché now about getting me out, Jiraiya was saying before he was cut off. There is no way in hell you can think of freeing that damn pervert. Ripley yelled, hearing this. Oi, I'm at least useful in a fight. What are you gonna do? Wave your nub at enemies? Jiraiya yelled at the imprisoned doctor. I like this guy. Grog chuckled out. Plus, he's a great writer, so he's got my vote, Scanlan said with a grin. You read his books? Pike asked, turning to Scanlan. What? Naruto, let me take a look before you, Keyleth and Vex burned them. They were glorious works of art, by the way. I especially loved the scene in Book 5 Chapter 8, Scanlan said with a grin at the white-haired monk as Vax freed him before freeing Ripley. Thank you. Beautiful women and people who understand real art. I like your friends, kid, Jiraiya said with a grin as the door opened for him to leave. Before Vex kneed him in the stomach, making him wheeze in pain. Pro tip, Pervy Sage, don't hit on my teammates for your own safety, Naruto warned with a wince while Kurama snickered. Noted, Jiraiya groaned out. Okay, quick sidebar. Percy, we gotta deal with this smoke thing, Scanlan said, gesturing for them to move to another area of the dungeon to talk in private while Vax and Grog watched over Ripley still in her cell. Not this again, Percy said as he rolled his eyes. It's been getting worse, Keyleth told him seriously. Pike, can you divine anything from the smoke? Naruto asked the cleric. If Percy will let me, Pike said, looking to Percy for permission. Getting a nod from the noble as he bent down for Pike to inspect him with her magic. Pike placed her hands on Percy's chest and gasped as she felt a magic source affecting him. Percy, look at me, please, Pike told him worriedly before something made her back away in horror. Pike, you okay? Naruto asked worriedly. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but something is clouding your soul. We need to get you to a temple, Pike said after taking a calming breath. Really? With rebels at the gates and the Briarwoods in this castle? Have you all gone mad? Percy asked, bewildered by the suggestion when he was so close to his vengeance. If she says we need to get you to a temple, most likely some kind of demon or wraith is squatting in your soul, Jiraiya said as he stood up after recovering from Vex's attack. What do you know about it, pervert? Vex asked, raising an eyebrow at the old man. Woman, I have seen a lot of crazy in my travels. I know of quite a few beings that mess with mortal souls. And most of them aren't good. Jiraiya said seriously. Enough. Everyone's concerns are appreciated truly, but we must press forward. As soon as this is settled, I will sort it out, Percy told them as he walked away. Will you? Pike asked, not believing Percy's claim, making him pause. I swear on my family's name, Percy told them before continuing his walk. Well, I'm convinced, Jiraiya said with a roll of his eyes. Hey, watch it, he's been through a lot of, Naruto said with a glare at his mentor. Newsflash, kid, so has every adventurer. You think anyone who does this kind of has happy childhoods? Jiraiya asked with a roll of his eyes. I did mostly. Kind of, Keyleth said as she raised her hand. Well, there's an exception, apparently. Jiraiya blinked at that admittance as Ripley's cell opened up. Everyone ignored this as Percy entered Ripley's cell and tied her up before shoving her against the wall. Alright, you worked for the Briarwoods, so why would they imprison you? Percy began his interrogation of the doctor. Hey, would you believe I had moral objectives to their plan? Ripley asked, chuckling before Percy pushed his gun into her chest, pressing her against the wall. Next quip, and I am gonna take your other arm, Naruto said, walking forward, spear in hand, as Percy kept her pinned against the wall. It was a simple transaction. They needed an engineer. I needed a patron to fund my experiments. When my job was complete, I thought it was time to leave. They disagreed, Ripley explained, seeing no other way out of this scenario. Typical mercenary mentality. Paycheck and money over morality and conscience, Jiraiya said as he scoffed. You peek on women for smut books. You're an expert on morality? Vax asked the old monk. Yeah, but I haven't killed innocents just because my village got burned down by mages, Jiraiya said with a firm tone. You dare? Ripley glared at Jiraiya as she shot at him before stopping as Percy pointed his weapon at her. Think you touched a nerve, pervy sage, Naruto said with a grin at this. Enough. Give me a reason not to shoot you now and head to the throne room and doing the same to them? Percy demanded. Because Percival, they aren't there. Their concerns lie with the ziggurat, Ripley told him. The what? Grog asked, confused at the word used. The zipper. That thing in the skin book of evil. It all makes sense. Scanlan yelled as he smiled as it was all starting to make sense. Well, somewhat. The hell is a zipper, twat, and why does it sound kinky? Jiraiya asked. Does anyone in this group have a brain cell? Vex groaned out. Kurama raised a paw at this, smirking at the half-elf. I walked right into that, Vex said after a few moments of thought. Their ritual, whatever it is, it'll happen there. And the ziggurat isn't up. It's down, Ripley told them all. The dark power I sensed through the sun tree's roots, Keyleth said in realization. I think she is telling the truth, Cassandra said as she stepped forward to look at Ripley. I agree, she is heartless but pragmatic and always makes the move that saves her own hide, Jiraiya said with a firm tone. Your opinion of me means nothing, pervert, Ripley said as she rolled her eyes. I know. Your father would be disappointed in you if he still lived, Jiraiya said, turning away from her. The dead have no say in the affairs of the living, Ripley told him with a scowl. I don't trust a word she says, Percy admitted, glaring at Ripley as he pressed his pepper box into her forehead. Before he could pull the trigger, Cassandra placed her hand on his to prevent him from firing. Then trust me, Cassandra said calmly, making Percy look at her in surprise. If you let me live, I can take you there, Ripley said with a calm tone. Fine, Percy said as he pulled his gun away from her head and stepping away, allowing Ripley to sit down and catch her breath before smirking. We're only sparing your life because you're useful to us. For now, Cassandra warned her with an icy glare. So wipe that smirk off your face before I remove it, Naruto said with a firm tone as he didn't trust Ripley for a second. Ripley said nothing to this as she stood up and exited the cell. To collect her bag. Wait, Percy said as he grabbed her bag before she could reach for it to inspect the insides and make sure there was nothing that could do harm to the group. His eyes widened as he saw a firearm similar to his pepper box being worked on but incomplete and dismantled. You've been busy, Percy said, looking over to the doctor before taking the weapon out and placing it in his jacket before dumping the remaining contents of the bag. I would just destroy it, but that's just me, Naruto said with a shrug. Shall we go then? Percy asked her as Ripley looked annoyed at what Percy did to her things, though her face morphed into a smirk as he walked past her. He never thought you and I would work together, Ripley said, smirking. At the moment you are the luckiest person in Whitestone. 'Cause you're at the bottom of my list, Percy told her before walking away from her as the group traversed the dungeons, making their way to the ziggurat. So Cassandra, was it? Seeing as we are two unattached adults, ow. Scanlan was saying with a suave smirk before he yelled as Naruto smacked him in the back of the head. Not a chance in hell, Naruto said as his eyes narrowed in a death glare like he had seen his mother do many times. Holy! Scanlan muttered, seeing visions of his impending death flash in his mind. And why did half of them involve getting neutered? That's what I thought, punk, ow. Naruto said with a smirk as he walked backwards before he was stopped as he ran into Percy, who was glaring at him. What's with the glare? I'm stopping Scanlan from hitting on your sister. You should be thanking me, Naruto said as he looked at his friend. And why would you care? Percy asked with a cold tone of voice. Because we need Scanlan alive and you not to shoot him in the face for defiling your sister? Naruto asked. Percy continued to glare at the young monk in warning before he continued to walk. I'm starting to think he doesn't like me much, Naruto said, as he looked at Cassandra, who shook her head. Oh, you think? Jiraiya asked as he and Kurama snickered at this. So since you were Naruto's master, do you have any fun stories about your training him? Vax asked curiously. This got a groan from Naruto while everyone else paid attention. Well, there was the time the kid tried a shot of my whiskey, and Jiraiya was saying before the group of mercenaries cut him off. We know. All but Grog yelled, horror in their eyes. Oh, he's had booze around you then. Yeah, it's why I didn't train him in my drunken fist. He was a natural but no control. So many crippled tavern goers, Jiraiya chuckled. We get it, Naruto sighed out as he shook his head. And that tiefling bartender, he ended up smacking her and asking her to step on him. Ha! What a show. Jiraiya chuckled out. This caused Grog, Vex, Vax, and Scanlan to burst out in laughter. Not my best moment, I'll admit, Naruto sighed out. But it was hilarious. You ever get unbanned from that bar, by the way? Jiraiya chuckled out and asked Naruto curiously. No, because apparently her husband owned the bar and was unhappy with my request to his wife, Naruto said flatly. You smacked a married woman's? Keyleth asked wide-eyed. I was drunk. I have some standards for myself. I'm not Scanlan, damn it. Naruto yelled in defense, not noticing Cassandra's eyebrow twitching at the story being told. Hey, wait, was the wife into it? Scanlan yelled before asking his question to Jiraiya. She kicked him in the stones and dumped a tray of drinks on his head, Jiraiya explained, getting more laughs from Vox Machina. I am so pranking all of you for this, Naruto grumbled under his breath. Interesting company you keep, Ripley told Percy with a smirk on her lips. I recall you having more digits, Percy said with a cold tone. Innovation is dangerous, especially when you mix science and magic. Ripley told them. I'm not an expert on the field, but isn't that what's the word I'm looking for? Jiraiya asked. Ing stupid? Naruto asked, raising a hand at this, as even he thought mixing magic with machines was idiotic. And that's why you're my favorite student, Jiraiya laughed. I'm your only student, Pervy Sage. Wait, have you been training someone else? I thought what we had was special? Naruto asked in faux shock. You're the only one stupid enough to accept his offer, Ripley said with a scoff. Ha, insults. Well played. Let me give you a hand for that. Oh, too soon? Naruto asked with an eye roll. Enough, this ziggurat, you found it for them? Percy asked, Ripley getting things back on track. Not just found, restored. Improved. At the Briarwood's request, I was able to augment the structure with a particular mineral. Ripley explained as she moved some boards off a blocked-off entranceway to make a path for the group. Residuum, Percy said with a firm tone. But to what end is anyone's guess, Ripley said as she led the way into a hideaway. Percy walked past her and stepped on a stone tile on the floor of the hideaway, forcing Ripley to rush in and shove him out of the way as a trap triggered, sending wooden splinter shuriken all over the room that would have no doubt skewered Percy. You didn't think to warn us about the traps? Or is that against your cold union rules? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. They have rules now. Last time they just wanted to skewer me with hot knives, Jiraiya said, snorting at his student's words. Worked even better than I designed. Should I take the lead? Ripley asked as she approached the wall and deactivated the trap before turning to Percy, who pointed his pepper box at her head. By all means. Easier to keep an eye on you, Percy told her with a firm glare as Ripley led them further down towards the ziggurat through the remains of a laboratory in a cave. A buddy? Pike asked as Grog poked her shoulder. Oh, I mean, you feel real. Grog said, still confused on the glowing. I am Grog. I'm just not entirely here, Pike tried to explain. Right? So it worked? I mean, you said sorry? Grog asked. Well, I had things I needed to figure out. And once I did, let's just say I know who I am now, Pike said with a smile. Well, duh. You're my best friend. Except now you glow in the dark, Grog told her with a laugh as the two focused on continuing through the dark crypt. How are those wounds? Vex asked her brother, ignoring Grog and Pike's conversation. I've survived worse, Vax told her with a downcast expression, making Vex look at her brother before putting two and two together. I warned you those roses have thorns, Vex said as she lightly tapped her brother's shoulder, obviously referring to Keyleth, ignoring Vax's sudden confession. That's how you comfort family? Naruto asked before scoffing. Oh, I'm sorry, like you can do better, you little brat, Vex asked as she scoffed at the blonde. Well, I would tell him if he actually cares about someone, then you don't give up, you fight for them. Not back down like a punk. Also maybe save the confession for when you're not getting overrun by enemy forces, Naruto said as he thought to himself a bit. I like his speech more, Vax said with a small smile. Vex sked at this while they continued to walk. Keyleth meanwhile frowned a bit as she had overheard everything. Perhaps you're in need of some counsel, young Ashari, Jiraiya said, seeing her look. A maybe? Keyleth said nervously, not sure what advice Jiraiya could offer for what she was thinking. Kurama, who was walking next to Keyleth, scoffed at this before he put his tail to his head and barked before falling over and playing dead. Relax, I'm not going to judge. Matters of the heart are often difficult to justify with action. We mortals are creatures of intense emotion, some good and some not. If it's any consolation, I don't think your denial of a confession is wrong given the timing. But just cause it was denied now doesn't mean it can't be sought after later on. Think on it after your mission is complete, Jiraiya said with a soft smile. Keyleth said nothing to this for a moment before she smiled and nodded in appreciation at the elder monk. Ugh, this entire group is a bad drama, I swear I almost miss my siblings. Even Shikaku, Kurama thought, scoffed as he continued to walk with the others. Wasn't expecting good advice on matters of the heart from you, old man, Naruto admitted, turning to Jiraiya having overheard that. What can I say? I'm a complex individual, Jiraiya said with a grin. Yes, the drunken pervert monk is the very definition of complexity, Naruto said with a flat tone as he turned away from his old master. You have no idea, kid, Jiraiya muttered under his breath with a sigh. His gaze lingering on his old student a moment before shaking his head to remove the thoughts. Such a well-constructed weapon. Do the barrels rotate by gear or wheel? Come now, you must be dying to talk shop with an intellectual equal. Your friends seem pleasant enough, but your mind is on another level, Ripley said as Percy held her at gunpoint, continuing to make her lead them. She has a point. Your mind is unlike any I've come across, Cassandra said to her brother. Thank you, Cassandra. Percy thanked his sister with a smile at the compliment. Not a compliment, Cassandra said with a chuckle. Ha! In your face, broody. Way to knock him down a peg, Cass. Naruto snickered at the exchange. Must you involve yourself in this? Percy grumbled, annoyed at Naruto's snickering. Let me think. Yes, Naruto said after a moment of thought. This way we're getting closer, Ripley told them, leading them down a stairway. For your sake you best hope so, Percy told her as she led him into a crypt filled with tombs. Stand back. That stone person is armed. Grog yelled, seeing a stone statue with a stone sword. That's a grave, Vax told the Goliath as he walked over and used his flaming dagger as a torch to inspect the statues. Wait, when the hell did your dagger light on fire? Where do I get one of those? Naruto asked the half-elf rogue. You have a teleporting lightning spear and you're impressed by a flaming dagger? Cassandra asked with a quirked brow. I can't use my spear as a torch or my sunfire as one. That'd be so useful, Naruto grumbled. You know what else would work in that scenario? Cassandra asked. What? Naruto asked curiously. A regular torch. Just carry one of those, Cassandra said flatly. That was just mean, Cass, Naruto said as he pouted. Oh, relax, they don't keep you for your brains. They keep you 'cause you can fight and are cute, Cassandra said, smirking as she walked away. Ow. That was really Maya. Wait, you think I'm cute? Naruto asked, blinking in realization. Where are we? Vex asked, hiding a smirk at Naruto and Cassandra's banter. Our family tomb. It holds generations of Dorolos, Cassandra explained before the grave Vax was investigating opened up, sliding to the side. We've got visitors, Vax said with a grunt of annoyance. Wait a second. Did Lady Briarwood raise all the dead? Vex asked in realization as the graves opened up as the deceased Dorolos of generations past came out in a swarm. Uncle Nathaniel? Cassandra asked, seeing one with a monocle and a mustache. Hi, I'm Keyleth. Friends with your nephew. Oh God, you smell like. Keyleth introduced herself to the risen corpse of Cass and Percy's uncle as he charged after her before cringing at the smell, as she held them at bay with her staff before blasting them down with a gust of wind. Meanwhile, Pike blasted an undead Dorolo approaching her and Grog with holy light incinerating it. This is wrong, Pike said, unhappy having to do this to Percy's ancestors. Oh, I know. Isn't it great? Grog asked excitedly before running over and tearing a zombie apart with his bare hands. Would you rather be eaten? Naruto yelled as he spin-kicked one undead in the head before he threw his spear at another, easily destroying it and teleporting to his spear. Kurama meanwhile used his tails to wrap around one of the undead and threw them into the air before blasting them with a bolt of fire from his mouth, turning them to ash before they hit the ground. An undead had pushed Ripley down and was about to bite onto her before Jiraiya kicked the undead in the head, instantly shattering its head and torso. This changes nothing, Ripley said with a cold tone of voice as she slapped the hand up offered by Jiraiya before she got up on her own and strode past him. You're welcome. Jiraiya shouted at her before an undead shambled up to him from behind before Cassandra jabbed her rapier into its head, ending its existence. Perhaps focus on the fight, Cassandra suggested to the old monk. Ha, I see why the brat's been ingu the W time. Jiraiya grinned before he backhanded a corpse in the face. What? Cassandra sputtered out at his statement before an undead tried to tackle her from behind. Before it could make it, a lightning spear slammed into its face, exploding it before Naruto appeared next to the undead and kicked its remains away from Cassandra. Stay alert, Cass, Naruto said casually as he dusted himself off before rushing towards another undead, throwing a tornado kick into its face and exploding it from the impact. Meanwhile, Grog grabbed two zombie Dorolos and slammed them together in a shower of bone dust and rotting flesh. Laughing as he did so, how long's he gonna stay like that? Keyleth asked Vax as the two looked at Grog basking in the destruction he was causing as he had managed to kill the final undead. No telling really, Vax admitted. Drop it, Ripley, Percy said with a firm tone as he pointed his pepper box at Ripley, who had picked up a blade. You still think you can do this without me? Percival, I'm not what you should be worried about. Ripley sighed out before she felt something poke at her neck, making her stiffen. We know we can do this without you, Dr. Crazy. Now drop it or I'll slice out your throat, Naruto said with a scoff as he placed his spear at Ripley's neck. Quite bloodthirsty for the pervert student, aren't you? Ripley asked with a smug tone before Naruto pushed forward a bit in warning, making her go silent as the spear was brushing against her throat. You want to test me? I don't trust a word you say, and I'll have no problem sleeping tonight if I add you to my kill list. So go on, keep running your mouth. See how long that lasts you, Naruto warned her with a glare. A kill list, you say? I'd be very much interested in hearing who else is on that. Ripley said before dropping the sword and walking towards the wall nearby before she turned towards Naruto. I suppose it's best I don't end up like Sasuke Uchiha? Ripley asked smugly as Naruto froze before his eyes narrowed and Kurama started to growl as his fur stood up. Who? Grog asked, confused at this. You're dead. Naruto yelled before he ran at her. Rage in his eyes before Jiraiya grabbed him and held him back. Kid, chill out. Calm your mind. Jiraiya told him, struggling to keep him held back. ELLNG got you. Naruto roared out as he struggled against Jiraiya's grip. Quite the temper he has, Percival? Ripley asked smugly before walking down the doorway she opened. Just keep walking, Percy warned her as he followed Ripley down the entrance. We will catch up, Jiraiya said as he kept Naruto held back, and after everyone had left, Naruto started to calm down a bit, since it was only him and Jiraiya. You can let me go now, pervy sage, Naruto said with a slight edge in his voice. Not until I'm sure you're calm. I've never seen you that addition. And Ripley's a master at getting under people's skin. Trust me, I know. So until you're fully calm, we're staying right here, Jiraiya told him. Fine, Naruto growled out, annoyed but unable to do anything with him being held back like this. So what happened between you and this Sasuke Uchiha? From what I hear, the Uchihas were a noble family that got pet of everything after they got outed for running an underground smuggling operation, Jiraiya asked as he had heard some rumors here and there while he was imprisoned. Yeah, well, you have me to thank for that, I guess, Naruto sighed out with a frown. Huh? So you outed them? That's a good thing, ain't it? Getting their misdeeds shed into the light? Jiraiya asked, confused. Except I helped them, Naruto said as he frowned. Jiraiya let Naruto go hearing this. No, I didn't help with the smuggling. I didn't know about that. I was looking for work after you disappeared and they offered me a good pay to help them with jobs. Mostly guard jobs for their youngest son Sasuke. Things were great until I found out what was going on. They were smuggling in slaves. Tieflings in cages on the docks at night. Kurama and I killed the guards and slavers there. I snapped the buyer's neck and took the key to free everyone. I didn't know it was my best friend until after I freed everyone. Naruto said as he clenched his fists as he thought back to what happened. Jiraiya said nothing to this for a few moments before he sighed. The Uchihas take family seriously. Ripley must have heard what you did from someone from that group who you didn't kill, Jiraiya said seriously. Probably. Anyways, after that fiasco, a few years later I found this group of misfits when I took a job guarding some bandits and their loot. The leader had a bounty on their head and wanted some extra protection. These guys came looking for him to collect and I joined up, Naruto said as he recalled what happened next. You didn't know he had one until they showed up, did you? Jiraiya asked flatly. You honestly think I'd have worked for a bandit as a guard? Give me some credit here, Naruto asked with a scoff. I get it, you played dumb until you could have the opportunity to claim it yourself, but they showed up, Jiraiya said with a knowing smirk. Yeah, and since then I've been on their team being doted on as the little brother of the group, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. They don't know about the Uchihas, huh? Jiraiya asked as they started following after the others. Never came up. We don't really bring up our pasts until they're back in our faces, Naruto said with a shrug. I see. For the record, I don't think you did anything wrong, Jiraiya told him. Just focus on helping Percy and Cass get their home back, Naruto said with a firm tone as they soon caught up with the others who were in front of a massive door. Sure thing, kid, Jiraiya said as she nodded after a moment. Naruto, perfect timing, Vax said as he turned to greet Naruto. I see a door. Shall I, seeing as you obviously don't want to up to grog? Naruto asked with a knowing smirk. Yes please, Vax sighed out at this. Nah, I want to hear you beg him for help, Naruto snickered. Oh, you mother, Vax groaned out. Or I can have you beg me to open it instead. Which of us would you prefer to grovel to? Naruto asked, smirking. Oh Grog, you are so mighty and I am so weak. However can little old me survive without you, Vax pleaded with the flattest tone he could muster. Well, since you asked so nicely, Grog grinned before shoving the door aside to reveal a green light-filled hallway. Some of my best work. This far below Whitestone it took ages, Ripley admitted as everyone entered into the hall being led by Ripley while Vex, Vax, Naruto, and Jiraiya took up the rear. I don't trust her, Vex said seriously. You don't trust anyone, Vax reminded her. Well, except you, Vex admitted to her brother. Funny way of showing it sometimes, Vax told her, walking away from her. Not even glancing at her as he did so. I warned you, Naruto said as he and Jiraiya walked up behind her. Zip it or Percy won't let you leave here alive, Vex told him with a glare. Oh, I believe you. I mean, you don't trust anyone, so why not get them killed? Who cares, right? Naruto asked with a glare as he shoved past Vex. That's not what Vex was saying before cursing as Naruto walked away from her. Yeah, the brat takes loyalty seriously. Jiraiya told her as he shook his head as he could see Vex wasn't being cold or cruel, she just had trust issues. If he takes loyalty seriously, then why is he keeping whatever Ripley brought up from us? Vex fired back. Did you share whatever happened with your past that made you not trust people with your team? Jiraiya asked pointedly. Vex didn't respond to this as the monk had her there. Look, all I'll say is that if your team has something good going for it on the horizon, then let them all shoot for it. Don't let the what-ifs bog you all down. Jiraiya told her with a firm tone as he walked past her. You're the expert on that too? Vex asked curiously, making him stop. I'm the expert on what-ifs getting the best of you and making you halt on what you truly desire, Jiraiya said after a moment before continuing to join the team, leaving Vex to ponder his words. Hey, just to point this out before we get ourselves killed, but we have evidence now, we can just drop this W thing and go back and fight our day in court, Scanlan pointed out. Oh, and abandon the revolution we caused? Keyleth asked with an upset tone at the thought of abandoning the people. Whatever they are planning, we need to end it. Down here, Percy told them all with a firm tone. Right. Yeah, dumb suggestion, Keyleth. Scanlan wilted under Percy's look towards them before shifting the blame to Keyleth. Yeah, I'm real disappointed in you, Keyleth. Grog nodded in agreement with Scanlan. What? No, Scanlan sighed. Keyleth was starting to say but gave up. Hey, don't pass the buck, because you had a bad suggestion, thigh high. Own that you're a ing idiot like a real gnome would. Naruto yelled in defense of Keyleth. Wouldn't most gnomes pass the buck like he just did though? Jiraiya asked curiously. Sis wouldn't, right, Pike? Naruto asked the glowing cleric. Pike said as she shrugged. Oh, come on. How the hell am I more of a good person than the holy cleric? Naruto yelled. She's messing with you, brat, Jiraiya said with a chuckle as he saw Pike's smirk. I hate all of you, Naruto groaned out at this. Even me? Cassandra asked curiously. You get a pass as you haven't built up any bad karma, Naruto told her with a shrug. This caused Cassandra to pause for a moment. This went unnoticed by everyone but Jiraiya and Kurama, whose eyes narrowed slightly seeing Cassandra pause. Soon the group came to a room with a large mechanism in the center of the room over a large mechanical platform indent in the floor under it. Percy? Any idea what we're looking at? Keyleth asked as she looked at Percy. It's a drug factory. We just hit the jackpot. Anybody have a pipe? Scanlan yelled as he ran forward towards some white powder in the platform indent. Before he could do anything with it, Percy slapped the gnome bard, making him drop the powder. I'm fairly certain that would be an unpleasant trip. This is residuum. The pipes must carry acid for its chemical refinement process, Percy said with a firm tone as he looked at the room. Looks like they're making a lot of it, Vex said, looking at the amount of powder and the large machine. So snort it, don't burn it? Naruto asked curiously. You're a moron, Vex sighed out at the blonde monk. Why are they making so much? Vax asked as Percy jammed Ripley with his pepper box. This was Anders' domain, I only helped them with the ziggurat, Ripley explained. And seeing as he's feeding worms, we'll have to figure out the why later, Naruto grumbled. What the heck is this for? Keyleth asked in the indent, seeing a large drain. As they all looked at the drain, Percy noticed his pepper box glowing before a new name started to appear on the side of the barrel. Cassandra de Rollo's name, to be precise. Cassandra! Percy yelled wide-eyed as he saw Cassandra standing a bit away on the stairs leading out a large doorway holding a lever. Cassandra glared down at the group before pulling the lever, making a large glass door close in front of her. As the doors started to close, Vax, Naruto, and Jiraiya ran at the doors, the half-elf and elder monk making it through with a slide while Naruto impacted into the glass door with his shoulder, bouncing off from his charge with no effect on the door. Damn it, Cass, what are you doing? Naruto yelled, seeing Cass draw her rapier at Vax's neck, which made Jiraiya halt in his sprint towards her since she had an ally at sword point. Percy, tell your sister to stop taking the before I forget my manners, Vax said as Percy joined Naruto at the doors. Cass, what are you doing? Percy demanded his little sister. Answer him, Cass. What the hell is going on? Naruto demanded before his eyes widened as two figures stepped out of the shadows. Excellent work, dear Silas said as he and Delilah walked out of the darkness. Jiraiya quickly turned to throw a punch at the vampire, but froze in place as Silas used his vampiric gaze on him. Oh, they released the toad from the prison, it seems, Delilah said with a tone of annoyance at seeing the monk who peeked on her once before. Let him go or I swear I'll kill both of you, Naruto yelled as he slammed his fists against the glass door. I'll look at the little fox trapped in a cage, Delilah said, smirking at Naruto. Vax quickly moved to attack Silas with his daggers, but he too quickly fell to his gaze. Becoming a mind slave just like Jiraiya. No, brother. Vex yelled in horror at her brother being mind-controlled. Why are you doing this? Percy asked his sister, heartbroken by this betrayal. You did this to yourself, Percy. The day you left me lying in the snow, choking on my blood like a hunted animal. My brother abandoned me, Cass said with a glare as her eyes glowed briefly green like Vax and Jiraiya's eyes. Cass, what the are you? Naruto was saying before Cassandra cut him off. You wouldn't understand, Naruto, Cassandra told him firmly. Is that you, or are you spewing bull that they are feeding you like a good little puppet? Naruto asked with a glare at Silas and Delilah. I'm not a puppet, Cassandra told him as she turned away from both Naruto and her brother. Bull, you aren't. The Cass I knew wouldn't sell out friends or family. The Cass I knew was a spitfire and a fighter. Naruto yelled as Cassandra briefly looked back at him. The Cass you knew? We barely knew each other for a few days. You haven't seen me in years and just assume I'm the same girl you met one time? Cassandra asked with a scoff before turning away. I have a new family now. One that transcends death. One that will never leave me, Cassandra said, walking towards Delilah and Silas. They're using you, Cass. You can clearly see that. You are Cassandra de Rollo, damn it. Naruto yelled at her. I am a Briarwood, Cassandra yelled, turning back to face them. Percy fell to his knees in shock at the declaration, dropping his pepper box as tears came to his eyes. You, Pike growled out, looking at Ripley. I'm just as trapped as you are, Ripley told them. I must say, I'm quite surprised to see you out of your cage like the monk, Anna. A delight that you've gotten yourself recaptured, Delilah said with a condescending smile while Ripley flipped her off. Poor Ripley. Always the unlucky one, Silas chuckled at the captured one-armed woman. Stop, if you value your lives, you'll let my brother go. Vex demanded. Let my teacher and Cass go too, or I swear to every god or goddess that will listen I'll make you both suffer a fate worse than death. Naruto yelled. Ah, that Uzumaki temper. If only you had your clan to fall back on to carry out that threat. A shame they were wiped out by a dragon in the past with no remains left. They would have been useful to our plans. Delilah chuckled out, walking towards the glass door as Naruto slammed his fist against it. I don't need a clan to make you suffer. You better make sure I die here because if you don't I'm coming for you and your vampire toy there. And I won't settle for a scar. I'll make you watch as I grind every bone to dust and tear every piece of flesh till he's nothing but ash. And when he's dead I'll settle on you. I will rain every agony imaginable down on you. I will make you both beg for a quick death that will never come. Naruto yelled in pure fury at the two before him. Okay, now I see his mom in him, Scanlan said with wide eyes at Naruto's rant. Oh, I see why the Uchihas want him dead. He's quite scary, isn't he? Did you say a similar rant to Sasuke Uchiha when you snapped his neck? Delilah asked unafraid. Naruto yelled at this as he started to punch the glass door which didn't react to his attacks. Don't fret. We'll take excellent care of them all. Old man. Be a lamb, would you? Silas asked with a smirk as Jiraiya slammed his fist on a button before Silas led him and Vax away with him, Delilah, and Cassandra. The floor suddenly closed off with a metal cover. The pipes in the room shook before green liquid sprayed from the large nozzle in the center of the room. A rat in the center running towards them had been splashed, showing its skin and innards melting. That the room was filling with acid. An acid trap? Oh, real original. Pike yelled out angrily at this turn of events. Vax, brother, wake up. It's me. Wake up. Vex tried to implore her brother to help, but he was too deeply caught in Silas' mind control as he walked away. Wait, come on. Don't you at least want to see Grog die? Scanlan asked. Grog turned to Scanlan at that with a confused look as the acid started to fill up the room faster and faster. Already getting to the group's feet. Guys? Keyleth said as she backed away from the acid. There must be a way out of this. Anyone have a plan? Ripley asked, turning to the group. Vex? Pike asked, turning to the ranger. Why are you looking at me? Percy, a little help? Vex said as she looked at Percy, who was still in shock after Cassandra's betrayal. Yeah, I think Percy isn't home right now, Naruto said as he made a crazy motion with his finger at his head. Damn it. Try to stop the acid. Vex ordered the group. Oh, Pike, can't you just, pass through walls? Scanlan suggested to the cleric. I'm not a ghost, Scanlan. If I break the connection there's a chance I won't be able to come back, Pike explained. Then let's get to smashing. Grog suggested, running to the door with Pike as they started to bash their axe and mace, with Naruto joining in, sending a flurry of fists and spear jabs into the door. This is pointless. It would take time, we don't have to get through, Naruto growled out, annoyed at this, as despite the three teaming up on one spot there wasn't even a crack. Welp, I'm out of ideas, Grog said as he lowered his axe. The feed pipe. If we can cut it off it might buy us some time, Ripley suggested. And how do you propose we do that? Vex asked, seeing supplies being swallowed up by acid. Keyleth looked at the pipe and after a moment of thought she raised her hand and clenched it, causing some vines to come out of the ceiling and wrap around the pipe and crush it. Ah yes, Keyleth cheered, glad it worked. Nice one, Kiki. Naruto grinned at the druid while everyone cheered or sighed in relief. A problem, fam, Scanlan said, pointing to the vines as the acid seeped, though a small. Now refilling the room as more and more S formed in the vines, releasing more acid out than before. Oh, not what I was going for, Keyleth said with a groan. Your castle has lousy plumbing, Percy, Scanlan said, shaking in fear. Alright, new plan. Stay out of the acid. Vex yelled, worried about the room filling with acid. Scanlan's hand. Everyone pile on. Scanlan yelled as he strummed his lute, summoning his purple magic hand for everyone to get on. Everyone barring Percy moved. Percy, get over here. Pike yelled, seeing the acid reaching his feet. But despite the acid burning him, he did not move. Oh great, Percy's broken, Grog said with a shrug. God damn it. Naruto yelled as he reached down and grabbed the gunslinger before bringing him aboard the flying purple hand. It won't last long, so unless you want to go swimming we need a plan fast, Scanlan said as he kept his focus on keeping his hand construct formed. Percy snapped the out of it. Vex yelled, slapping him in the face. Despite the slap, Percy didn't move. I've got this, Vex. Hey Percy, I have been checking Cass out hard since we met up with her. Who would have thought she'd have such a nice... damn. Naruto said before he looked at Percy, who was still unmoving until his eyebrow started to twitch violently. I figured that would work, Naruto admitted, blinking in surprise. Kurama held up 3 of his tails and slowly lowered his tails, and when he got to 1, bam! Percy pistol whipped Naruto in the face with his pepper box. On my nose! Naruto yelled, holding his bleeding nose in pain. Good, you're back. Listen, we're not abandoning you, so don't you dare abandon us. You want to save your sister, and I want to save my brother, Vex was saying before she was cut off. And my teacher. I think it's crooked. Naruto groaned out as he held his nose. The point is, if we want to save them, you have to save us, her, and now Percy. Vex continued, ignoring Naruto's input. Right, Scanlan, can you get us to the ceiling? Percy said as he stood up and looked around. Of course not. You airs are too heavy. Wait, that's it, heavy. Scanlan yelled in realization as he started to strum on his lute like a madman, which caused them all to be lifted even higher. Ah, the mechanism. The walls. There. Percy yelled, pointing at a machine. Oh heck yes, Percy. Keyleth yelled with a smile as Pike jumped over to the machine and slammed her mace into it, sending 2 metal panels down into the acid below and exposing the innards of the machine. The switches are interconnected. There appears to be a third to be pulled simultaneously, Percy said after he jumped onto the machine and looked at the inside. Exactly, we need to triangulate its location. Ugh, there's no visible controls on the outer walls, Ripley said, looking around for something to help. The drain. The stopper. Percy told them in realization. In the acid? You have to be insane to go in, Keyleth was saying before she was cut off. I'm going in. Grog yelled before Ping D and diving head first into the acid, swimming down to the drain below as acid burned him. Ah! Grog, wait. I'll heal you. Pike yelled as she hopped from the machine to hang from Percy's leg to heal him from afar as Grog swam down, now the damage being healed as it came while he swam. Seeing that Grog had made it to the switch, Naruto quickly jumped over to the machine next to Percy and nodded at him as he grabbed the third switch. Now! Percy yelled out as they all pulled their switches. This caused the acid to drain out of the room and the doors to open as the acid was drained from the room. Scanlan groaned as he stopped playing his lute and everyone fell to the ground. Luckily, with no one landing in any acid remnants. Good to have you back, Percival, Vex said with a nod at Percy. Yeah, good feelings all around. Whoopee! Can I get some help with my nose, please? Naruto asked with a whine as he needed help setting his nose. I'll do it, Keyleth said, walking over to Naruto. Thank you, Keyleth. I know you'll be gentle with your magic, Naruto said as he smiled. Oh, magic isn't needed for this, Keyleth said with a casual tone. Beg your pardon? Naruto blinked before Keyleth grabbed his nose before. Snap. Gah. Deh. Why didn't you just use magic? Naruto yelled in pain as he held his nose, which was fixed but still tender. Karma for talking about Percy's sister, Keyleth told him, smirking. Oh, come on. It worked, didn't it? Percy, we're cool, right? Naruto asked as he looked at Percy. Sleep with one eye open from now on, Percy told him simply. That's it, I'm starting my own adventuring group. With Blackjack. And in fact, forget the adventuring group and the Blackjack. Naruto grumbled under his breath. I'm so proud. Can I get in on this? Scanlan asked with a chuckle. Sorry, there's a height requirement, Naruto told him. Oh, you! Scanlan yelled as he flipped him off. Since I helped you out, don't you think I earned my freedom? Ripley asked Percy. You earned an hour more of life at the very least, Percy told her with a cold tone. There you go. You okay, Grog? Pike asked as she knitted his flesh back together. Is Captain Winky still there? Grog asked worriedly. Still hanging low, buddies, Pike said with a nod. Woo, then I'm good. Let's go, Grog cheered as he walked off. Your drawers? Grog, Naruto said with a sigh at his friend's forgetfulness. The Goliath immediately ran back to put on his clothes before joining the others at the door. Where does this lead? Vex asked Ripley with a firm tone. The ziggurat, Ripley told them. Cassandra, Percy muttered as he looked at the hallway with a determined look. Let's do this, we're not leaving without our friends and family, Naruto said with a firm tone as they all started running down the hallway towards what would be their hardest battle yet. The ziggurat under the De Rolo Manor. The group of mercenaries, and Ripley ran towards the underground structure. The Briarwoods and their brainwashed comrades had a head start on them as they made preparations for their plans. The structure starting to glow green with magic energy as they approached. Wait, it wasn't a spell book, it was an instruction manual. The drawings, the symbols, it all had to do with that name. What was it? The whispered one, Scanlan said as they approached the ziggurat before he paused and looked at everyone. Kurama froze at this name before he started to growl lightly. The whispered one? Pike asked with wide eyes hearing this. You've heard that name? Vex asked turning to the cleric. Yes. Once from an elder of the Everlight. They said he's some sort of undead creature whose soul seeks the power to return to our plane, Pike said while Kurama nodded at this, making her look at the fox with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, we have been getting some interesting lore reveals lately. Kurama is some forest guardian, Naruto explained, seeing Pike's look as, from what forest? Pike asked curiously, raising an eyebrow at this. What did Anders say? The forest of Vergen? Vex asked. Kurama is a ing-tailed beast. Oh, Angie. Pike yelled, backing the hell away from the fox. This caused Kurama to blink in surprise before he smiled at this reaction. Okay, I'm gonna need some context, Naruto admitted. Maybe put a pin in that until we deal with the current problem, Ripley suggested, not exactly caring about this exchange. Okay, I get the book, the maps, but what's with the star chart? Scanlan asked as he rubbed his head. It's the solstice when the barrier between the planes is the thinnest. Keyleth explained. Oh sure, the planes, yeah, what does that mean? Scanlan said as he obviously didn't know what this meant at all. It means they're trying to bring back some super powerful undead to cross over into our realm, most likely to kill everyone and make them his thralls and slaves, Naruto said as he looked at Kurama, who nodded at this. And the Briarwoods are planning to help him cross over, Pike said as they all looked at the glowing ziggurat. I don't give a what they are doing. I just want my brother back, Vex said with a firm tone. Don't forget my master and Cass too, Naruto said with a firm tone of his own as he looked at the ranger. Vex nodded at this as she wasn't going to argue with this. Okay, I'll take Vex. Piece of cake, Grog offered, cracking his neck as they watched the Briarwoods and their thralls move atop the glowing structure. Grog, I want him alive, Vex told the Goliath with a sigh. Then I got Cassandra, Grog offered. No, she will answer to me, Percy said. A Jiraiya? Grog asked curiously. Big guy, I love you like a brother, but he would kick your without issue. He's too quick for all of you, Naruto said seriously. So who fights him? Scanlan asked, concerned at that tidbit. Naruto looked at Kurama, who raised an eyebrow at this before he smirked. Naruto sighed at this before he stepped forward. Me and Kurama will do it. I am used to taking a beating from him, he told them. Are you sure you can handle that? Pike asked, turning to the monk. Yeah, I have grown these past 3 years since he disappeared. So it won't be a complete beatdown. Besides, I want to see how far I've come against him. It's half the reason I've been trying to find him. Now's as good a time as any, Naruto told them with a grin. I never get to play, Grog said as he got down on his knees and pouted. Buddies, we still need you to handle Silas. Any suggestions? Pike asked as she turned to her friend. I don't know, maybe Ripley? Doesn't really matter what happens to her, Grog said with a scoff. I was talking about you, Pike said with a smile as she placed a hand on his shoulders. Oh goody, Grog chuckled out before he grinned at this. Let's move, Vex ordered as the group ran up the stairs after their foes. Don't be a fool, Percy. This fight can't be won. Come with me. Our minds together? Ripley warned Percy as she followed them towards the stairs. You're not leaving, Percy told her with a glare. I'm afraid you overestimate my willingness in this endeavor, Ripley told him as she backed away while Percy held up his pepper box ready to blast her. Percy, they'll hear, Keyleth warned him, knowing if he shot Ripley now it'd cause problems and they'd lose the element of surprise. Yes, go ahead, shoot me, Ripley told him with a wise smirk as black smoke started to come off Percy. However, despite the desire to blow her brains out then and there, Percy pushed his arm down, not allowing the plan to fall apart. Until next time, Ripley said, smirking as she ran away from the group to escape the caverns. We are not finished, Percy growled out with a glare as he looked at where Ripley left before the smoke became even more dense, literally wrapping around Percy's body as it tried to force Percy to go after Ripley. Do it, a voice within the smoke ordered. Can't. Too loud. Percy grunted out as he tried to fight this entity. Don't care, letting her go, the smoke growled in his ear as Keyleth watched in horror while the others made their way up to sneak up. You have to keep your strength up, Cassandra Delilah ordered as she turned away from the embrace of her husband to look at Cassandra. Yes, Mother, Cassandra said as she pulled down the collar of her shirt, revealing several bite marks on her neck. Oh hell no. I'm gonna kill him, Naruto growled out, seeing this. Quiet. Don't draw attention. Get revenge for your girlfriend's neck later, Vex hissed out. Not my girlfriend, Naruto hissed back at her but obeyed. Silas, we have debts to settle, Percy yelled as he walked up the stairs to confront them, his eyes glowing gold as the smoke around him started coming off him more violently. These swine refuse to die, Silas said as he pushed Cassandra aside. Okay, I kind of assumed we were gonna sneak up on them, but okay, Scanlan sighed as he and the others followed Percy up the stairs. Vax and Jiraiya stood at the ready, blocking the group's path to the top of the ziggurat. Vax, please, Keyleth begged, not wanting to fight her crush. Come on, brother. Vex tried to get him out of his mind-controlled state. Sorry for what I'm gonna have to do, sensei. I'll try not to aim for your balls if that helps, Naruto said as he held up his spear as the rogue and monk approached them. Alright, look, you might as well surrender, you're outnumbered, and there's nowhere to run, Scanlan said as he put on a confident tone. In response to the gnome's words, Delilah let loose a roar as black magic lightning crackled around her as it surged into her palm. Who's running? Delilah asked with a grin before she sent a massive blast of dark magic at the group, sending them flying back. Grog getting the brunt of the attack as he was sent flying down the stairs. Grog! Pike yelled in shock, watching her friend get thrown aside as Percy rushed up the steps after his prey. Jiraiya blocked Percy's way as he ran up the stairs, but before he could attack him, his punch was caught by Naruto's open palm. Go do what you have to, Percy. I got this, Naruto said as he glared at his controlled mentor. Jiraiya said nothing to this before he grabbed Naruto's arm and yelled before he spun around and threw him up towards the top of the ziggurat, causing him to smash into the side of a wall. Okay, that hurt. Naruto grunted as he pulled himself from the wall and landed on the ground as Keyleth froze Vax's foot on the steps to let Percy continue up the structure. Before watching as Vex tackled her brother off the steps in a brawl. Hang on, Vex! Naruto yelled before Jiraiya was suddenly in front of him, sending a punch at Naruto's face. Naruto quickly ducked under his mentor's strike. The white-haired monk's fist smashed into the wall behind the blonde. The wall cracked from the force of the punch before Naruto used the momentum of his dodge to roll on the floor and send a kick at the old man's knee to try and bring him down in a trip. Unfortunately, despite the force of the blow, Jiraiya didn't falter. His stance was solid before he tried to send a fierce knee strike at Naruto's face. Before the knee could connect, a set of orange tails wrapped around Jiraiya's wrist and pulled him away from Naruto as his knee strike missed by a hair. Nice save, Kurama, Naruto said as he quickly rushed in, seeing Jiraiya was off balance as he sent a flurry of palm strikes into Jiraiya's stomach to wear him down. However, each hit didn't faze the older monk as he used his other hand to grab Kurama by the tail wrapped around his wrist and swung him like a flail at Naruto, making the two collide and go skidding back as the fox's tail released from Jiraiya's wrist. That hurt, Naruto coughed as he had just taken a fox to the gut before he turned to see Percy aiming his pepper box at Silas. I've waited for this for so long, a growling voice came from Percy's mouth, not his own. You'll have to go through me, Cassandra said as she stepped in front of Silas, making Percy blink in shock as the orange glowing eyes faded. The smoke around him forced him to aim his gun at Cass and fire, narrowly missing her as she rushed at her brother with her rapier. I'll hold, Silas, Keyleth yelled as she summoned vines around the vampire lord. More of your little weeds? Child's play, Silas said unimpressed as he tore through them like paper and rushed at the druid, but luckily Pike saved Keyleth, forming a golden shield to protect her, only for Silas to break it and send Keyleth flying across the room with a hard punch, making her crash into a wall. Kiki! Naruto yelled, seeing this before he saw his master in front of him, sending a punch at Naruto's face. Naruto quickly ducked under the strike and sent a quick jab at Jiraiya's ribs, hoping the blow would impede the older monk. Unfortunately, the blow barely fazed him. Guess I'll have to deal with you before I help my friends, huh? Naruto asked as he backed away while Kurama joined at his side, growling at the mind-controlled monk. Noticing out of the corner of his eye Scanlan being hit with silence cast by Delilah, now unable to use his voice to sing for his magic, while Pike engaged Silas in a battle. Glowing radiant mace meeting sword strikes in a deadly exchange. Jiraiya rushed at the two, sending a kick at Kurama's snout as the fox barely leapt away from the strike and sent a tail strike at the monk's neck. Jiraiya ducked under the tail swipe before rearing back his arm and sending a vicious palm strike into the fox's side, sending Kurama crashing into the wall. Kurama! Naruto yelled, seeing his friend get sent flying before he rushed at Jiraiya with his spear. Naruto jabbed and swung his spear at his mentor, hoping to overwhelm him with his weapon. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed as Jiraiya sidestepped each stab and swipe before sending a fierce kick at the spear to disarm Naruto of his weapon. The spear went flying into the air as Naruto switched gears and sent his fist at Jiraiya, aiming for his face. Jiraiya stopped Naruto's fist, however, with his own fist, the two colliding in a punch clash before the two monks sent a flurry of fists at each other. Each punch met with a punch of the other monk's own making. The force of the two monks' connecting punches made the ground beneath them crack from the force of their strikes. The spear finally hit a solid surface before it returned to Naruto's hand mid-punch. Naruto twisted his aim to go for a jab with his returned spear at Jiraiya, making the white-haired monk leap away. Unnoticed by Jiraiya, he had leapt in the direction of the wall Kurama had slammed into from Jiraiya's earlier strike. Kurama moved his tails to wrap around Jiraiya's arms and pry himself out, using the monk's body for leverage as he landed in front of the monk. Upon landing, Kurama opened his mouth and sent a blast of fire at Jiraiya. Jiraiya dodged the bolt of flames. And another. Kurama fired a barrage of blasts, hoping the flames would hit and burn enough to knock him from the mind control. Jiraiya dodged the flames, but before he could make another move, Naruto's spear landed behind him as Naruto appeared in a flash of lightning and put his master in a full Nelson to restrain him. "Kurama, hit him while I've got a hold," Naruto yelled as he tried to keep Jiraiya grappled. Kurama smiled viciously at this before his nine tails waved behind him for a moment before they shot at Jiraiya and Naruto, the fox's tails slamming into Jiraiya's sternum in a flurry of slaps and slams. Each tail crashed against the monk's chest while Naruto held him, trying to keep Jiraiya restrained, but each tail strike was making them skid back closer to a wall. "Get yourself back under control, pervy sage. Kurama, no mercy. Hit him as hard as you can. I can take the damage too," Naruto yelled as, despite the attacks, Jiraiya's eyes still glowed green, though the green was slightly fading. Kurama's smile got bigger before his tails got larger and faster, which caused Naruto and Jiraiya to start being sent towards a wall nearby. Soon they slammed into it while the fox continued his relentless assault, causing the wall behind the two monks to start to crack because of the force. "Ah!" Jiraiya suddenly winced in pain as the glow finally started to fade from his eyes. His shirt torn apart from the assault he endured as his chest and stomach were beat red and bruised. "You back now?" Naruto asked, still holding him in a full Nelson. "Yeah, what the is that, fox brat?" Jiraiya asked as he groaned from the pain after the assault he was just put under. "I think Sis called him a tailed beast," Naruto said with a groan as he let his master go from his grip before both fell to the floor, Naruto's back covered in cuts and scrapes from impacting against the wall. Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly at this. "Are you kidding me? One of those things?" Jiraiya asked with a tired tone. "Maybe. I don't know," Naruto groaned out before he craned his head up as he saw Percy and Cassandra fighting nearby. "How can you defend them?" Percy was heard yelling out as he and Cassandra fought nearby. "How? The Briarwoods have shown me more love than you ever did," Cassandra's voice said as Percy looked over where Silas and Pike were fighting nearby. "They murdered our family," Percy yelled as the smoke around him covered him again and his eyes turned yellow. "They are my family," Cassandra yelled as she jumped out behind Percy with her rapier ready to stab him in the back. Percy quickly dodged the strike and ran into the inner corridor of the ziggurat with his sister giving chase. "They took me in when you left me to die. You abandoned me, but the Whispered One won't. We are his blood, and his return will herald a new age," Cassandra yelled as she ran after her brother and jumped at him, stabbing downward with her blade, which Pervy avoided by rolling backwards out of the way. Percy yelled at this as he charged at his sister in a rage, the smoke around him obviously feeding into his anger. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes narrowed as he summoned his spear. "Go help them, brat, and the fox can go back up your friends," Jiraiya told him. "What about you?" Naruto asked, seeing as Jiraiya was still heavily battered from the earlier assault given by him and Kurama. "Please, you know me better than that. I'm in the best shape of my life. I'll be fine soon enough," Jiraiya told him with a grin as he took out a flask and started to drink from it. "Oh, you're breaking it out?" Naruto asked with wide eyes. "Yeah, burp your pretty ranger elf friend looks like she needs help giving her brother a wake-up," Jiraiya was saying before Naruto cut him off. Go back up, grog, damn it. I don't need you killing Vax by accident while drunk. Or God forbid groping Vex mid-fight cause you're too drunk, Naruto told him as he pointed at Grog, who was attacking Silas, while Pike went to save Scanlan from Delilah. Oh, for I do that one time when fighting against a couple orc raiders, and now you think I'll do that every fight if my opponent is female. Jiraiya rolled his eyes before rushing off to help Grog with Silas while Naruto tan after Cassandra and Percy. Seeing this, Kurama shook his head before he looked at Delilah, who was blasting magic at Pike, who was defending a silenced Scanlan before she used her magic to make a tower behind them fall down towards them, making them scatter to avoid it. Delilah smirked seeing this, but before she could make a move to attack or cast another spell, she yelled as Kurama jumped on her back and bit her shoulder, making her yell before she used her magic to grab him and throw the fox towards Pike and Scanlan. Ah! You disgusting mutt! I'll hang you by your tails! Delilah yelled and raged at the wound the fox gave her. Kurama smirked at this before he spat some blood he had taken from his bite on the ground, silently taunting her. Delilah yelled at this as she attacked the fox and two gnomes with renewed rage, which the trio barely avoided by taking cover. Do you have to enrage the crazy necromancer? Pike asked, turning to the fox, seeing the swirling mass of energy around Delilah. Kurama just nodded with a vicious grin before dodging a blast of dark magic sent at him by the angry witch. Meanwhile, as Percy continued to avoid Cassandra's strikes, she finally got the drop on him and cut his cheek with her rapier. This caused the voice to return in Percy's mind. End this! A dark voice ordered Percy before a whirlwind of black smoke surrounded him, pushing Cassandra back into a wall as her sword slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Percy's arm raised, pointing his pepper box at his sister. So you're going to kill your own sister? Cass asked, not running from the firearm pointed in her face, just looking her brother down the barrel of his pepper box. I don't want to, but Percy said as he struggled against himself, causing one of his eyes to turn back to normal. This caused Cassandra's eyes to widen briefly, the green glow in them from earlier flashing but lessening somewhat. However, before anything could be said or done, Silas appeared behind Percy, slamming his fist into the gunslinger's stomach and the follow-up with a quick slash to Percy's chest, sending him to the ground, blood oozing from his chest. Silas, wait, please, Cassandra was saying as she gripped her head in pain, memories flooding her mind from her and Percy's childhood. I've no time for your weakness. There is work to be done, Silas said as he approached Cassandra and held her chin to reapply his control over her before a bright sun blast slammed into his face, causing the vampire to back away from Cassandra and hold his face, which was now on fire a bit from the radiant flames. You're not going to lay your disgusting hands on her again, Naruto told him as he ran in and stepped in front of Cassandra, spear at the ready to fight. You interfere with me again, boy? Silas growled out as the flames faded, leaving more scars on his pale face. You're damn right I am. You ed with people I care about. So now I'm gonna kill you for good, Naruto told, holding up his spear ready to fight. How do you plan to do that now? Silas asked with a glare at the monk. I'm gonna cut your head off to start and see if that works. Now let's settle this now. Man versus undead. Naruto yelled at Silas, who raised his blade ready to meet Naruto's spear with his sword. How about 2 versus 1 instead? Cassandra asked as she grabbed her rapier from the ground and pointed it towards them. Cass, I'm not going to fight you, Naruto was saying before the youngest Arolo ran past him and yelled as she attacked Silas. You dare betray us? Silas yelled as he blocked Cassandra's rapier with his blade. Yes, now do kindly get thee away from my family, Cassandra yelled as she attacked the vampire. That's so goddamn hot. Hey, save some for me, Cass, Naruto said before rushing in to join Cassandra in her assault, stabbing his spear at Silas, who blocked the attack before Cassandra's rapier stabbed the vampire lord in the back. The moment Silas turned to swipe at her, Naruto's spear met his flesh in its own stab, allowing Cassandra to swiftly move around him while he focused on Naruto. The two worked in tandem with a piercing assault against Silas. You two are annoying me, Silas growled out as he sent a wild slash at Naruto, who ducked under the blade. That's kind of what I do, Naruto said, smirking. Your attacks, while frequent, can't damage me enough, and Cassandra is only tiring herself out keeping up with you. What hope do you have of killing me, as you said before? After all, that sun blast earlier was your last, right? Silas asked as his wounds healed and he noticed Naruto hadn't been using his sunfire this time. Oh, you're right. I'm all tapped out of that. Fortunately, we're just the distraction, fugly. Yo, Kiki, light em up, Naruto yelled with a grin. As this was happening, a bright light started to fill the entire cavern. Called upon by a recovered finally Keyleth as she summoned forth sunlight itself in the dark crypt. As this was happening, Delilah was blasting like who was trying to shield Scanlan and Kurama, but the light was weakening her magic, which caused the gnome cleric to blast through Harajiv attack with a shout. Our turn, right, Kurama? Pike asked, getting a nod from the fox before they both shouted and roared, as they both fired their holy light and a massive stream of flames at the witch. A powers don't work and can't sing. Oh, Pike. Ugh, so glad that's over, Scanlan said after strumming his lute in vain, as the silence cast on him finally ended, watching his two comrades' attacks slowly overpowering Delilah's dark magic. I'll take care of this, darling, Silas said as he went to try and run away from Naruto and Cassandra to help his wife by attacking Keyleth. We're not letting you get away, Cassandra yelled as she and Naruto chased after him. The vampire lord ignored them as he leapt towards the druid, only for a rock thrown by Grog to stop him. We meet again, Silas said, annoyed at these interruptions. How's about you and me go for a rematch? Grog asked as he held up his battle axe. Save some mehik for me, big guy. I owe this hicker for using me as a puppet. I'm no hickbody's puppet, damn it. Unless they are an e-cup. Jiraiya slurred out as he stumbled forward before he took what looked like a sloppy battle stance. You two oafs are only digging your graves, but fine. I'll oblige, Silas yelled as he ran at the two, taking a swing at Jiraiya, seeing his sloppy stance and figuring he could end him before killing Grog. Before the elder monk fell to his side, avoiding the strike and swinging his leg up in an arc. His foot slamming into Silas' face, sending him skidding back from the impact as Jiraiya fell on the floor. What the lucky strike, old-timer, Silas said as he quickly dodged a swing from Grog before he rushed in again at the elder monk, sending a flurry of slashes and cuts at the monk still on the ground. Jiraiya hiccuped as he dodged the strikes by rolling around before he springboarded off his hands and jumped over Silas, rolling in the air before he held out his leg and slammed the heel of his foot into Silas' head. What? These movements make no sense. There's no reasoning to them, Silas grunted out before Grog rushed him, sending a flurry of slashes with his axe that Silas blocked. How about you use that strength, to Silas said as he locked blades with Grog, ignoring the monk for now. No, you're not going to seduce me again, Grog yelled as he closed his eyes and continued to take swings at the vampire. What? That's not what Imgak, Silas was saying before a Jiraiya was suddenly next to him, rocketing at him with a flying headbutt to the ribs of the vampire. That's right. Big guy hick, don't let him hick access any of your s. I can just tell what he's into by looking hick at him, Jiraiya slurred out as he slowly got back to his feet. Yeah, your wife pegs you, doesn't she? Naruto yelled out as he, Cassandra, and a slowly recovering Percy watched this fight. It's over, Silas. Give up already, Cassandra yelled. Never. I will kill you all. So help me. Every last one of you will be my meal for the evening, Silas growled out, turning to them. Yaya! Grog yelled as he slammed his axe into Silas' side, making the vampire yell as he was sent flying back, the half-giant's axe hanging out of his body. Oh, he's gonna feel that hick tomorrow. Probably not the impalement you hick usually take, huh? Jiraiya asked. Haha, it worked, Grog yelled as he charged at the vampire lord, tackling him into a grapple before he turned him towards Keyleth. Let go of me, you oaf, Silas growled out, trying to break out of Grog's hold. Real men hug. Okay, Keyleth, let him have it, Grog yelled as Keyleth summoned more sunlight while everyone watched in awe. From the still injured Percy to the finally released from brainwashing Vax after his sister bashed his face in. Everyone watched the light gather in the druid's hands, her eyes glowing pure white, as the sunlight started to burn away at Silas' body. His struggling, doing nothing to escape the Goliath barbarian's hold. Seeing this, Delilah raised a hand to try and use her magic to try and help her love while still keeping up her stalemate against Pike and Kurama, but before she could cast any spell she found herself hit with a spell by Scanlan. A familiar spell of silence. Ah, Scanlan said with a grin as he wagged his finger after finishing playing his lute. Delilah could do nothing as her spell was overpowered by Kurama and Pike and she was sent to the ground. Delilah started to get up to try and go to her husband's aid herself, but she silently yelled as Naruto's foot slammed into her back, pinning her down. Apparently, while everyone was watching Keyleth's spell being built up, he had run over to assist Pike, Scanlan, and Kurama. Sorry, but we can't have the audience interfere with the show. Besides, I made you a promise that I would make you watch as your husband turned to ash, remember? It might not be me turning him to ash, but this is just as good. So get a good look. Naruto yelled as he grabbed Delilah and lifted her off the ground to make her watch her husband's imminent demise. Okay, I see his mom in him, Pike said with a bewildered look on her face at this. Kurama nodded at this along with Scanlan as they weren't surprised at this point. Grog! I don't want to hit you. Keyleth yelled as she didn't want Grog to get caught in the blast. I can take it. Grog yelled back at her, keeping Silas grappled to make sure he stayed in place. But Keyleth was saying as she really didn't want to potentially kill Grog. This was a high-level spell after all. However, Grog cut her off. Just do it. Grog demanded, not willing to back out now. Keyleth gave in to her friend's demands. With a mighty yell, she sent the built-up sunlight at the two in a large beam of radiant flames. Delilah silently yelled out as she struggled against Naruto's grip as he made her watch as her husband was being overwhelmed by the sunlight. His skin burning away to ash from the overwhelming sunlight. Eventually the light faded as Grog was now holding the charred remains of what was once Silas Briarwood. The remains turned to ash in the now burned Goliath's grip. Cassandra sighed in relief while Percy looked at his pepper box where Silas' name faded away into ash from one of the barrels. That kill was mine, Percy said, now back on his feet with a different voice than his own. Seeing the confirmed death of her love, Delia's eyes filled with tears before she gathered up her power and screeched loudly, sending a shockwave of magic flying from her body, sending not only Naruto flying but Cassandra and Percy too. Percy almost fell over the cliffside, but before he could, Cassandra, having been sent near him, managed to grab his hand before he fell over. Got you, Cassandra told him as she struggled to pull him up before she felt another hand on her shoulder. And I got you, Cass, Naruto said as he went and grabbed Cassandra's hand and helped her pull up her brother back to solid ground. Soon they got Percy pulled back up, who looked at his sister and smiled, relieved that she was back to normal. However, before anything could be said, he turned to where Delilah last was, and recalled he still had vengeance to reap on the now widowed witch. Delilah! Percy yelled as he gave chase after the necromancer, grunting in pain from his earlier injuries. She's trying to escape, Pike yelled as Kurama and Scanlan rose up to them on the bard's magic hand. No, she's doing something much worse, Cassandra told them, realizing what the necromancer had planned. Delilah managed to open and seal the ziggurat door behind her before the mercenaries could catch up to her. Here, gather close, Pike said as she used her healing magic on everyone while Percy tried in vain to bust down the doors. Thanks, love, Vex sighed in relief as she and Vax's injuries faded. Open the door. I need to get in there now. Percy slammed his pepper box against the door. His voice mixed with the other as he yelled with fury, until Grog grabbed his wrist to stop his actions. Take it easy, she's not going anywhere, Grog said as he grabbed Percy's wrist. What do you see? Vex asked Scanlan as he looked through in the door. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. We gotta unlock this door, Scanlan said seriously. I don't suppose anyone has a key? Vax asked with a sigh as he stepped forward and got to work on the lock. Stand back. I'll handle this, Naruto said, cracking his neck and knuckles. Don't embarrass yourself, brat. Remember when you lost a fight to that in door? Jiraiya told him. That door cheated. How was I supposed to know it was pull not push? Naruto yelled at his drunken mentor. Will you people shut up? If you can't be quiet, hold your breath, Vax said as he tried to pick the lock while Naruto and his sensei argued. You can do this, we're right behind you. Plus the W world is at stake, so try not to up, Vex said to her brother. You always know what I need to hear, Stubby Vax said with a sarcastic tone before he finally unlocked the door, which opened up for them. Percy immediately rushed in first, followed by the others. Move aside, Percy yelled, his voice still mixed as he rushed after his prey. Everyone soon saw Delilah, who was chanting a spell as wind and black lightning was flying around her. Delilah! Stop! Percy demanded, his voice normal, yet his eyes glowing orange once more as he held up his pepper box towards the chanting witch. Don't let up. Give her everything you got. Vax yelled as they all charged at the necromancer as she fired her spells at them. Hey, if you're mad about your undead toy being real dead, I know a graveyard where you can find a good substitute. I'll get you your own plot there. Naruto yelled as he and Kurama charged forward. Kurama blasting a large fireball at her while Naruto threw his lightning spear. Each attack bouncing off the magic bubble surrounding her while Vax and Grog leapt in to join them in their attack. Delilah yelled in a rage at this as she fired another spell at the group, sending them all flying before some roots grabbed one of her arms before she used her magic to destroy it before she blasted Keyleth away, sending her to the groan. Bear witness as I unleash him unto this world. Nethrakuk to Kavesh. Delilah yelled, continuing her chant. We're not gonna stop her, Pike yelled. Like hell we aren't. Kurama, if you have some kind of power, now's the time to try and use it to give me some kind of boost, Naruto said as he readied himself for one final throw of his spear. Kurama looked at Naruto before he nodded at this and opened his maw where a small black ball started to form instead of his usual flames. What the hell's that? Scanlan asked, seeing this. Ready, Kurama? Naruto asked as he aimed his spear. Kurama's response to this was to fire the charged-up ball which flew at the barrier, and when it hit the barrier had a small in it. Seeing this, Naruto shouted as he threw his spear, hoping his aim was true so he could hit Delilah and end her before she could finish her spell. His spear hit, piercing the witch's back and ripping her from her back to her chest as the spear returned to his hand. Yes, got her. Naruto cheered, thinking he had ended her, seeing the spray of blood. His hopes were dashed, however, as Delilah turned around to glare at him. I'll see you suffer for what you have taken from me, Uzumaki. Delilah yelled as she turned around and blasted a large stream of black lightning bolts at Naruto, trying to end his life. Squelch. Blood spilled. But it wasn't Naruto's. Instead it was Keyleth who had leapt in the pathway of the magic attack. Pierced from her back through her chest by dark magic energy. Keyleth? Naruto asked, surprised at the druid taking a hit for him. Hey, well, you're the little brother of the group, Keyleth said with a smile before she coughed up some blood before falling into Naruto's arms. Hang on. Pike! Naruto yelled out as the wind kicked up and the lightning started to rage even more before it started to stop. A figure appeared in the magic vortex standing before Delilah. A skeletal figure clad in dark robes. Yes! Reveal yourself! Delilah yelled with a crazed grin, determined for the Whispered One to give her what she desired. The return of her husband. A blast of green magic burst out, traveling up through the sun tree before it quickly vanished, revealing floating, spinning black orb. No, you promised. This can't be all there is. Delilah yelled out before shots were heard, making her turn around and fall over bullets in her body. Percy lowered his pepper box as he approached the beaten necromancer while everyone else approached Naruto and Keyleth. She's alive, but Barley, I need to, Pike was saying before she faded away. No, please no. Naruto yelled in horror as the cleric's astral projection faded. Naruto, she's gone. And Keyleth will be too if we don't do something, Vax said as he knelt down to face Naruto. Do we have any potions of healing? A healer's kit. Something now. Naruto yelled at the group. Kurama barked as he pulled on the bag of holding Scanlan, which had the supplies he had saved from the destroyed cart earlier in their adventure. Kurama, I owe you the juiciest steak I can find when all this is over, Naruto said with a sigh of relief as Scanlan threw the bag to Vax, who grabbed the potion and poured it into Keyleth's open mouth to heal her. However, the potion didn't work as the necrotic damage was too strong, slowly decaying her. No, it didn't work. We're losing her. Vax yelled out in frustration and worry. The Whispered One did not return. We failed, it was too soon, Delilah groaned out in pain and sadness. There's nothing to be done. Keyleth is gone. But at least we have what we came for, Percy told them as he pressed his pepper box to Delilah's forehead. What the is your problem? Naruto yelled as he stood up after handing Keyleth to Vax, ready to lay out Percy. Keyleth is still breathing. Vex yelled out as she gestured to the druid in her brother's arms. She may have had issues with Keyleth before, but her willingness to sacrifice herself to save Naruto from a grievous wound made many of those doubts fade. Something's not right. Let me try something. Scanlan's hand. Scanlan yelled, trying to summon his magic hand, but it failed. The elixir, my spell, that thing, I must be blocking all magic, Scanlan said as they all looked at the floating orb. Damn it, he's right. Away from the orb. Vex yelled to the group as they all quickly left the chamber. We're not through with you yet, Cassandra said with a cold tone as she grabbed Delilah by her hair and dragged her out away from the others back outside the ziggurat. As the group walked away from the ziggurat, Grog paused as he spotted Silas' sword, Craven Edge, on the ground and picked it up, feeling something in his mind call him to do so. Finders keepers, Grog said as he took the blade and put it on his back. Hey big guy. Keep moving, Scanlan told him. I've got it from here, Grog said to Vax as he picked up Keyleth and carried her into the processing room where they had been trapped in before. Thank you, Grog, Vax said as he was exhausted and appreciated the help. Okay, hold up Scanlan's hand. Yes, we have magic. Scanlan cheered as his purple magic hand appeared, giving a thumbs up. Another elixir, Vax yelled as he approached Keyleth, who Grog had laid down on the ground. Last one, and it's a Namikaze one to boot, Vex said as she took out a bottle with a symbol of a large wave being blown by wind on the bottle, which she tossed to her brother, who quickly poured it into Keyleth's mouth. The elixir immediately did the job as the black necrotic lines growing on Keyleth immediately vanished before the druid gasped and woke up. While Keyleth was regaining her breath after being out for a time, Naruto, Cassandra, and Percy dragged Delilah to a corner to interrogate her. You controlled me for years. Now it's your turn to suffer. What was the ritual meant to do? Answer me, Cassandra demanded as she grabbed Delilah by the front of her dress. Delilah, in response to the traitor, spit blood in her eyes. I only answer to the whispered one, Delilah was saying before. Crack. Naruto stomped on her leg hard, making the leg snap and the ground underneath it crack while the necromancer yelled in agony. I told you before, didn't I? I would rain down every agony and make you beg for a quick death that will never come. You will go through pain. You will scream and cry and suffer. That's a fact here. So you may as well say what you know. 'Cause no matter what you will beg for mercy. And I'm not feeling very merciful, Naruto told her as he pulled his foot off Delilah's leg, before slamming it back down on her broken leg, making her scream from the second hit. But before Delilah could answer, smoke shot off Percy's body and slammed into the monk's side, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. Naruto! Cassandra yelled as she ran to check up on the monk alongside Jiraiya. You okay, kid? Jiraiya asked. Ow! The Percy? I was getting her to talk. Naruto grunted as he pulled himself from the wall. She's my prey. I decide her fate, not you, Percy said as he aimed his pepper box at Delilah. Go ahead. Kill me. You already took away my husband and any hope of getting him back. What more could I lose? End me, Delilah told him, unflinching as Percy put on his mask again. No. Your pain will linger. I'll shatter your ankles for my sister Vesper. Your hands belong to Julius. Each Derolo will have their pound of flesh. Until I flay the skin from what's left of you, Percy growled out as he grabbed Delilah by her hair and pointed his pepper box in her face, making her hiss in pain as tears came to her eyes. Okay, Percy, taking this a little far. Naruto was too, but you didn't need to attack him, so why don't you put down the, Scanlan was saying before black smoke shot off Percy and slammed into the gnome, sending Scanlan rolling across the ground. Grog asked, seeing this. Your suffering will be merely a taste of the pain you inflicted upon my family, Percy yelled as he slammed the back of Delilah's head into the floor before laughing madly with psychotic glee. The smoke, it's even worse, Cassandra said as she helped Naruto back up to his feet. It's some sort of curse, Vex said as more and more smoke started to come off Percy. Pike felt something clouding his soul. I thought he meant he was just depressed, Scanlan said as he sat up and looked at Percy. Something has possession of you, Vex said to Percy worriedly. And we are better for it, Percy said, but in a very different voice. We? What? Percy? Vex asked, surprised at this. That's not Percy. It's a demon. Look, Keyleth groaned out, still recovering from Delilah's attack effect earlier as she pointed at the smoke. The smoke billowing of Percy formed into a bird-like shape briefly with glowing orange eyes. Holy! How? Vex demanded, wide-eyed at seeing this. If it gets what it wants, I don't think much of Percy will be left, Keyleth told them. Kurama barked at this as his fur went on end as he growled at the smoke. This reveal caused Vex to approach Percy. Vexalia, what are you doing? Vax demanded of his sister. Step aside, Percy ordered as he aimed his pepper box at her. His voice nearly overtaken by the demon's voice now. You're going to shoot me too? Vex asked with a firm tone of voice. If we must, the two voices said together. I know you're in there, Darling, take off the mask. Vex told him as she reached for his mask and threw it to the floor, revealing Percy's face, which while he had black and yellow eyes, he was also crying as he struggled against whatever was trying to control him. It's all right, you can put it down, Vex said as she gently put her hand on the pepper box. It won't let me, Percy said as he struggled to control himself before he jumped back and shoved the barrel of his weapon under his chin. Don't do it! Vex yelled in horror at seeing him ready to kill himself. Percy, you can't. Cassandra yelled, also shocked at this. Yeah, I'm with them on this. Don't pull the trigger. Naruto yelled out as he stood up. I don't know what else to do. Percy yelled fearfully as he tried to pull the trigger. But the demon's hold was too powerful on him. No! The demon yelled through Percy before Percy threw himself on the ground and started to thrash around as more smoke started to form in the air, as the image of a bird-like demon of smoke with glowing orange eyes appeared. Nope, do not like. Grog said after seeing this. Everyone get back. Vax ordered before Percy stood back up and disappeared before reappearing in front of Vex and slamming her by her throat into a wall. Strangling her. Sister. Vax yelled as he took out his daggers. Don't. He's not in control, Keyleth said as she held out her hand. That he's got Vex, Vax said, ready to attack. Can't bleed, but Percy can. If it's inside his mind, his soul, then only he can stop it, Keyleth explained. We'll buy time then. Oi, keep him from killing Delilah, Vax ordered. Scanlan's hand. Scanlan sang out as he strummed his lute, causing his hand construct to grab Delilah and pull her towards him. Percy ran at his target but stopped as Naruto's spear blocked his way as it slammed into the ground in front of him, blocking his way. Worst objective ever. Naruto yelled as he dashed to Percy and kicked him in the side, sending the possessed Percy skidding back before he vanished, reappearing behind Naruto. Percy growled in fury as he aimed at Naruto with his pepper box and fired, but the bullet was blocked by Grog's axe. Percy then saw that all of his friends were ready to try and stop him. Shall I take over? The demon asked. No, no, Percy yelled, trying to keep himself in control. I'm afraid I must, the demon said as more smoke started to swirl around Percy before he started to yell. Oh, that can't be good, Jiraiya said, seeing this as he went to grab his flask of alcohol on his side and take a swig. I'll kill you all, Percy suddenly yelled as he aimed his pepper box and fired at the group. A bullet hitting Jiraiya's flask and shattering it. Hey, that was top shelf booze, Jiraiya yelled as he avoided the bullets. Goody, I get to use my new toy, Grog said as he took Craven Edge off his back. Wait, Grog, you can't, Keyleth yelled at the barbarian. I was only gonna chop him a little, Grog told them. Let her go. Cassandra, Percy yelled, aiming his pepper box at Naruto. Why is he shooting at me? I didn't do to her, Naruto yelled as he cartwheeled and did handsprings to avoid the bullets. Kurama barked as he ran along the walls, avoiding stray shots before he jumped at Percy, ready to pounce on him, but the smoke slammed into him, sending him slamming into the ceiling. Kurama, Naruto yelled, seeing this. How the most powerful of the tailed beasts has fallen. The demon cackled out as Kurama fell to the ground after his attack. You know Kurama? Naruto asked, confused as he turned to the smoke demon. Of course. So many wished vengeance on him and his ilk. If Lolth hadn't gotten them cursed first, they would have been killed by me, Orthax cackled. Kurama's eyes slitted at this as he growled, hearing this as he struggled to his feet. Lolth? The Spider Queen? You ate off an evil goddess of betrayal. What the hell did you do? Jiraiya yelled, turning to the fox. What they did doesn't matter. All that matters is you stand between me and my prize. So your souls will join me soon enough, Orthax told them as he aimed his pepper box at the downed Kurama. Before Naruto was in front of him with a spinning back fist, sending Percy staggering from the hit. You're not killing my friend, Naruto glared at the demon. Don't be a fool, boy. Many of your kind would see him just as evil as you see me if he was at his full power. The demon's voice said as Naruto grabbed Kurama and ran to take cover along with the others as Percy kept firing his pepper box. Yeah, well, good and evil are subjective. Besides, ask my teacher. I'm a slow learner, Naruto said as he placed Kurama on the ground to avoid Percy's gunfire as it sailed over their heads. So we just wait for him to kill us? Vax asked everyone as more bullets fired while he acrobatically dodged each shot before diving for cover. He has to reload, eventually Vex said before a bullet crashed through the cover, nearly hitting her in the head. I don't think he does, Naruto said as he had been counting the shots, and it was obvious that this demon was making it so Percy didn't have to reload. It would explain why he was able to throw off Grog and hit him with a barrage of bullets. One nailing him in the shoulder and making the Goliath duck behind cover. Listen to us. You have to fight this. Vex yelled out as Scanlan's hand construct slammed into Percy, getting the possessed man's attention. Fight, yes, Percy said as he disappeared and reappeared in front of the now fleeing Scanlan, pointing his pepper box directly in his face. Fight it! Vex yelled as Percy continued his inner struggle with the demon. As this happened, Delilah used the opportunity to try and crawl away from the chaos occurring as Percy's inner struggle resulted in him shooting his pepper box randomly. You're not under a charm anymore. Do something, Vex yelled, turning to Cassandra. Against a demon? What? Cassandra asked, baffled at the suggestion. You're his sister. Reach him, Vex ordered as she figured the only family Percy had left might be able to get him back in control from the demon. Don't worry. You can do this. You're just as strong as any of us, Naruto told her as he placed a hand on Cassandra's shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. Cassandra looked at Naruto and returned the smile before turning serious as she stood up. Percival, I know you. This isn't who you are. Cassandra yelled at her brother. Hoping to reach him. This is who I want to be, Percy growled out. Yes. Hate feels good. It drowns the pain. I've seen how easily it consumes you. Cassandra told him. It's all I have left, Percy told her with a frown as he raised his pepper box and pointed it at Cassandra. Cass, Naruto muttered as he stood up ready to dash in and rush Cassandra out if Percy fired. If you reclaim yourself, you won't hurt the ones you love. Find the real Percy within. Find my brother, Cassandra told him, begging for her brother to take control. Cassandra? Percy asked slowly, seeing through the haze the demon put on his mind. I'm here for you, Cassandra told him,